there.
Hey, Kath.
How are you?
Hi, Kath. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Senator Flanica, how are you? You miss us, don't you?
Madam Chair. Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. How are you? You good?
I do miss the committee. It's the first time I've not been on, so
It's boring anywhere else. We got all the fun stuff.
all my free time.
Yeah.
Tony,
Exactly.
I call him regularly.
Oh. Oh, then you didn't get away. Okay.
He didn't really get away.
Good. Good. Well, we missed you, sir. We do miss you.
It was a great run, and you do a great job.
Thank you. How are we doing? Are we about ready?
Madam Chair, we're all set. We're recording.
Okay, great. Senator Formica, we'll be calling on you in just 1 second. I would just like to see if the ranking members of the Appropriations Committee or my co-chair would like to say a few words. Representative Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I'd just like to say good morning to everybody, and I hope this will be a very informative day today. This public hearing is very important to many, many people. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative France.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to do a brief introduction. As stated by Representative Walker, good morning to everybody. And there are a lot of important issues on the agenda today, and looking forward to hearing from the public on their positions on each of these issues. Thank you.
Senator Minor, would you like to make any opening comments, sir?
Good morning, Senator. Good to see you all. Yes, there's quite a list of people to testify. And I don't know if you mentioned this, but there are a number of things going on at the same time. And so it may be necessary for those of us with a single computer and a single screen to jump off and jump back on again. So hopefully that'll all work out all right. Thank you. And I hope it's not too foggy out in the eastern part of Connecticut.
It's foggy, but it's fine.
All right.
Yeah, I actually have two screens plus my phone that have different Zoom meetings on them right now. So I'm hoping that we don't miss a beat here today. Senator Formica is the first one up. Senator Formica, we miss you on the Appropriations Committee. Appreciate what you have to say all the time. If you want to go ahead, I would remind my colleagues that we have over 120 people speaking today. Certainly ask your questions judiciously, and let's keep this moving along. Senator Formica, you're up, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Always a pleasure to see all of you, and I do miss serving on this great committee. Chairman Austin and Walker, ranking members Minor and France, I'm speaking today in support of a couple of bills. First, I want to thank you for bringing SB 163, an act concerning the legislative transportation allowance, to a public hearing for discussion, and I hope you consider it. This is a bill that I brought forward many times in the past, and I believe it's a change that the state would be benefited by making, and that would be to change the transportation allowance to a reimbursement instead of income. It would be more in line what the intent of the transportation allowance is with businesses and other government agencies. It would not be shown as income for the legislators, saving taxes there. It would not be shown as income for the state, requiring them to match taxes. And also it would not then be eligible for pension opportunities and growth for legislators, which I don't believe is the intent of the mileage reimbursement. As you know, we get reimbursed for mileage just to and from the Capitol from our home port. So I hope that that's something that the committee will consider, and I thank you for bringing it up. The second bill today would be SB 615, an act concerning payment in lieu of taxes to the city of New London for the Connecticut Port Authority. I'm sure many of you know that the New London City has collected a pilot from the state for the state pier, as it was a state asset in city land, and therefore eligible for pilot. I think the number was around 160,000 a year. With the acquisition of the state pier by the quasi Connecticut Port Authority, the obligation for the state to pay pilot no longer exists. There are opportunities elsewhere for that have allowed cities to get pilot in these circumstances, and the bill asks for a $400,000 payment to the city of New London over time. That represents the 400,000 number represents, Madam Chair, the number that I believe would be appropriate to reflect the value of the pier as renovated 2 years down the road. So I know that there is some relief money coming, and this may not be a first priority, but eventually that will go and be spent or be saved, and the city should be entitled to a pilot program, and that's what this bill hopes to achieve. So I know you're very busy today, and I thank you for the opportunity to bring these bills to your attention and make a few comments on them.
Thank you very much, Senator Formica. Are there any questions for Senator Formica? So this is a bill that's of interest to the Southeastern delegation, and so many of us are paying attention to this, and we look forward to working with you as we move forward in the budgetary process. Thank you very much, Senator.
Well, thank you all very much. And I miss all my friends on the committee, and I wish you a successful budget season moving forward. Thank you for your hard work.
Up next is the Treasurer, Treasurer Wooden.
Good morning.
And sir, if you could, I believe you have several people that are with you today. Are you introducing them also?
Socialism and do not believe in their.
Yes, I have Deputy Treasurer Daryl Hill, Chief Investment Officer and Assistant Treasurer for Cash Management, Steve Meyer, and also Assistant Treasurer for Debt Management, Sarah Sanders.
So thank you, sir, for coming today. We appreciate it. If you don't mind, go ahead and start your testimony, and please let us know which bills you're testifying on.
Thank you, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Minor, Representative France, and the distinguished members of the Appropriation Committee. I thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of my three proposals that are before you this session. First, Senate Bill 1081, which was also raised last year, clarifies a conflicting priority on the pledged revenues for the Special Capital Reserve Fund that was the basis for the restructuring of the teachers' retirement system 2 years ago. It also aligns the assumed rate of return for contractual cost of living adjustments for retired teachers to the change in the assumed rate of return we made in that restructuring. My written testimony speaks to the background and context of those proposals in more detail. If you give me one moment, I just realized the camera is not on. Here we go. Got it. Thank you. I was not intentionally trying not to be seen here. Second, I'd like to speak briefly in support of House Bill 6661, an act concerning the establishment of a financial literacy trust fund. This bill creates a trust fund managed and administered by my office to support financial wellness programs across the state. I've long advocated for the inclusion of financial literacy as a high school graduation requirement and have testified on behalf of my own proposals before the Education Committee during the last two legislative sessions. While I remain steadfast in my belief that financial literacy should be a graduation requirement, I also believe in supporting local programs within communities that are already doing this important work. Through this fund, my office can utilize its unique relationships with the financial services industry to direct outside resources to these programs. I urge the committee to act favorably on this bill so that we can help ensure that Connecticut students are entering the world with a solid foundation for financial success. Finally, I'm proud to testify in support of House Bill 6659, an act concerning the establishment of the Connecticut Baby Bonds Trust. This proposal, which would establish a savings account for children born into poverty, is focused on addressing the longstanding economic inequality in our state. It will not only help address growing inequality gaps in our state for all children, it will also address significant race-based wealth disparities and provide a long-term investment in our state's economy for years to come. This is an anti-generational poverty bill, a racial equity bill, and an economic growth bill, all in one. As we all know, poverty impacts children of all races in our state. In fact, there are more white children living in poverty than Black or brown kids. However, I intend to focus today on the disparate impact on children of color. One of the most telling examples of these ongoing inequities is the racial wealth gap, the vast difference in generational wealth between white families and families of color. When we discuss wealth, we are speaking about the total of a family's assets, savings, real estate, business, etc., minus debt. It is often the most complete picture of a family's economic health. According to a 2019 report, the typical white family has 5 times the wealth as the typical Hispanic family and 8 times the wealth as the typical Black family. The racial wealth gap persists even when Black and brown families earn more money and have higher levels of education than white families. For example, a Black household headed by someone with an advanced degree has less wealth than a white household with only a high school diploma. And for those in the top 10% of income, the median net worth for white families is still nearly 5 times the wealth of the median Black family in the same income bracket. These statistics paint a clear and disturbing image of the kinds of inequality people of color face, despite living in the wealthiest country in the world. Generational wealth is such a critical part of the broader discussion around inequality because for many families, it's the difference between being able to survive a financial emergency and facing financial ruin. The reason this severe gap exists can be tied directly to the systemic racism that has prevented Black and brown families from being able to generate wealth. For example, the history of redlining and mortgage market discrimination meant that Black and brown families are significantly less likely to be homeowners, which has been one of the primary ways families build and pass on wealth. Persistent labor market discrimination and segregation means Black and brown Americans have less access to good jobs that offer a livable wage and retirement benefits. The most direct way to narrow this gap is for the state to establish a savings account for children who otherwise would not have access to generational wealth. A report from Columbia University analyzed the federal proposal to create a baby bonds program and found that it would nearly eliminate the racial wealth gap for young adults altogether. This would be an incredible triumph for generations of families and would have long-term beneficial impacts on our state's economy. Failure to address this issue would also have repercussions broadly for the economy. Studies done by McKinsey in 2019 and Citigroup in 2020 have found that failure to close the racial wealth gap will cost our economy between 1 and 1.5 trillion over the next decade. In other words, we can grow our national gross domestic product by 4 to 6% by tackling these issues. It turns out that denying a large segment of the population access to a significant economic activity like home ownership and other avenues to build wealth is not good for the overall economy. That is why I asked this committee to raise this bill. The Connecticut Baby Bonds program would create an account for every baby born on Husky in Connecticut and deposit $5,000 at birth. As you know, and to be very clear, Husky is a program available to all poor families in Connecticut, irrespective of race or zip code. The accounts would be invested over a period of at least 18 years. Once a beneficiary turns 18, he or she would be eligible to access the funds to pay for higher education, to put towards buying a house, to invest in a business, or to contribute towards retirement savings. I've requested a series of changes that I've outlined in my written testimony to ensure the bill language reflects the work we've done with stakeholders, advocates, and our economic and investment professionals. As my written testimony reflects, I ask that the qualified use of funds for home ownership and investing in a business be further restricted so that they can only be used in Connecticut. By requiring that the funds can only be used towards the purchase of a home in Connecticut or to invest in a business in Connecticut, we will ensure that money is reinvested in our state. As I have been saying to every group I speak to about this, baby bonds are an investment in both people and the state of Connecticut. On a personal note, as many of you know, I grew up in the north end of Hartford, just a few miles from the state capitol. I witnessed firsthand how the cycle of poverty held back families for generations. With great parents, a strong work ethic, an academic scholarship to college, and a little luck, I was able to make it. But when I think about so many people I grew up with who didn't, I know it's not simply because they didn't pull themselves up by their bootstraps. There were just too few bootstraps to pull. I share my story because for my neighborhood and many neighborhoods throughout our state, I'm the exception, not the rule, and that needs to change. This proposal is the kind of forward-thinking, long-term, solution-driven legislation that our state needs to lay the groundwork to create a stronger, fairer, more resilient state. Connecticut needs to start addressing the longstanding economic disparities that currently plague far too many communities across our state and hurt our economy. By taking bold action, we will not only change the life trajectories of thousands of individuals, but we will also generate economic growth that will benefit Connecticut's economy in the long term. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Treasurer. We have a question from Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Mr. Treasurer. So good to see you and hear you today. My question, and I apologize, I've looked for your written testimony and I'm not seeing it here, so I may be missing it. In other words, I don't see anything with your name on it. And
Okay.
so I apologize if I'm asking a question that is answered in that testimony. In the state of Connecticut right now, I'm curious to know what the number of Husky recipient children are born annually. Do you have those numbers? So in other words, at $5,000 per, and I don't see a fiscal note in here either. So that's why I'm asking the question.
Yes. So one, I will make sure if the testimony is not in that it is. But two, the approximately 16,000 children are born in Husky. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And just so everybody knows, there are no fiscal notes on any of these products yet because none of them have passed out. And OFA doesn't do fiscal notes until or when or if a bill passes out. I see no other questions. Mr. Treasurer, thank you very much for your bills that make us think a little bit about different things. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Up next is Commissioner Westby and his team.
Senator Austin, with your permission, we would like the administration to present as a panel, and then for us to all take questions.
I'm sorry. This would be Commissioner Westby. Are you with Commissioner Westby, Mowat?
I'm with the governor's office, Madam Chair.
Okay, so are you here with the Department of Labor? I'm confused.
Yes, the department.
Madam,
Yes.
excuse me, Madam Chair, if I may clear up the confusion.
Thank you.
You'll notice, Madam Chair, on your sign-up list
Yep.
are a series of people with double stars next to their numbers,
Yep.
starting with Commissioner Westby. So the panel consists of Commissioner Westby, Deputy Commissioner Bartolomeo, Heidi Lane, Mark Polzella, Scott Gall, Kelly Marie Valeries, Mark Argosh, Niall DeMondo, Mowat, and I believe Ms. Garcia from the Department of Correction, along with David McCluskey. So
all of them
numbers
are
5 through 15, Madam Chair, are in as one panel.
Are they all speaking?
I don't know that they are, but Commissioner Westby will lead off, and he perhaps can give us some clarity.
Okay, so we'll start with Commissioner Westby first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Minor, Representative France, and members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm thrilled to be here. My computer locked out and I just got back on, so otherwise I would have been calling in on my phone. With me are folks from the governor's office, as was just stated, as well as from DOL, Dante Bartolomeo, Heidi Lane, and Mark Polzella. They are not scheduled to speak initially, but are here as resources in case we need them. I'm here to give some testimony regarding Senate Bill number 885, the act implementing the governor's budget recommendations for general government. I support the bill. It creates the Office of Workforce Strategy, or OWS, to coordinate the state's implementation of WIOA, Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, as well as staffs the Governor's Workforce Council. OWS, in conjunction with DOL and OPM, will and is coordinating measurement and evaluation of outcomes across all the workforce development programs and educational institutions. It is aligning members of the entire workforce system, including agencies, the high schools, the technical schools, the colleges, private employers, and so on, into a cohesive program that is coordinated in a much greater way than has been promulgated by prior governors. The governor has taken a very strong interest in this program to have even more coordination, more coordination than has existed before. So for that reason, I support this bill.
Madam Chair, with your permission, should the other state agencies also make their statements, and then we can take questions as a whole?
I still haven't figured out how you guys are talking, so I recognize you're all together, but I don't know why we have so many of you here on a panel. It's sort of confusing. I guess they would make a statement too. It's hard to have a panel of 15 that I don't really, of 10 people that are in a bunch of areas.
Madam Chair, hi, this is Rep. Walker. I think there are too many people make statements. I mean, I think everybody has an understanding of what we're here to talk about. So to expedite our process, we would rather be able to ask questions, and that I think is more good value or use of our time at this point, because again, we have 122 people.
Right. I just don't, I agree with you, Representative Walker. I think that this is too large a panel to have on one bill. Doesn't make any sense to me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That makes a lot of sense. With your indulgence, we can have, I can give another statement and then we can go into the Q&A. Is that appropriate, or should we just go straight in?
Why don't we just go straight to questions?
Okay.
So I see that there are people that have their hands up. Representative Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, esteemed members of the panel. I have not figured out how the dotted lines fit, especially with DOC. I'm not sure, but I'm gonna jump right in first of all, and ask. I'm not sure, so give me a second. I'll ask who. Oh, I know. Mark Argosh, is he on? Oh, there he is. I see him. Hi, Mark. How you doing?
Hi, Rep. Walker.
Mark, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you doing?
Okay. Can you explain to me why you want to be an APO?
Sure. As Commissioner Westby said, a key role that the Office of Workforce Strategy is playing is coordinating across government agencies, coordinating across educational institutions, coordinating across the business community, and being an independent office gives it the ability to play that coordination and convening role. We've also looked at what's happening across the country in the other 50 states. And this type of structure in terms of coordinating workforce development is typically what you see in most other states. It's a very small office that's being proposed in terms of kind of, headcount, which, from a resourcing standpoint is actually less well resourced than most of our regional peers and national peers. But its focus is strategic and coordination.
So, can you explain to me how, in other states, they have this entity that is totally separate from the General Assembly's access to working with them or oversight over them in all the other states. So this is a format that other states have endorsed.
So a couple points. One is we don't intend for this to be separate from the General Assembly. We view it in the same way that other offices in the state exist, like the Office of Higher Education. We want accountability to the legislature. The legislature plays a really critical role in formulating our workforce policies and strategy. And we want accountability to you, just as we also hold ourselves accountable to working with regional workforce boards, with the various state agencies, with the business and labor leadership in the state. So accountability is really important. In terms of your question about other states, the exact design varies among different states, but every state has an office that is focused on this workforce coordination across agencies. Many times it's independent. Sometimes it's located within a department. And as you know, what's being proposed here is an APO within the Department of Economic and Community Development.
Wasn't the Governor's Workforce Committee, Council, wasn't that supposed to be the purpose of what they were to do? Because in looking at the way the federal government had it, this Workforce Council was supposed to be a dotted line to the governor, but it also, in its council, was supposed to have all of those participants in there. So to me, I think we had the structure.
Yeah.
I guess the concern that I have is we're creating a new
My
structure.
hand is up from before. I said if anybody has any questions on the Port Authority, I'd be happy to answer them. But I'm
Okay,
doing three different.
Senator, mute yourself. Thank you.
Representative,
that's what
that,
happens when we juggle too many.
Yeah.
No, sorry.
no, that's a great question. So our intent here is not to set up two organizations per se. The Governor's Workforce Council, as you know, being a member, is a volunteer board. It serves as the state's workforce board. So all of us, myself included, are volunteers.
Mhm.
And as we've looked across the country, in almost every instance, these state workforce boards have an organization like OWS that is the staff support for the organization, because, as you know, we have responsibilities under WIOA. In other words, in the federal statute, the state workforce board has to put together plans and has a number of very specific statutory responsibilities that require staff work behind it. It's true we work very closely with the Department of Labor to perform a number of those functions. But another role that is played by these state workforce boards is the development of state workforce strategy and coordination across the different agencies. And that's where this small office has been playing such a useful role. I calculated that in putting together the plan, it took about 30,000 hours of work, actually. And there's just no way as volunteers, the plan would have come together, or more importantly, going forward, the 19 strategic initiatives to move the state forward. It's not going to happen without that level of kind of staff support.
No, I mean, as legislators, we truly understand that, because we are supposed to be part-time, and unfortunately, we do way more than part-time work. So we are very, very familiar and understand that commitment. So I thank you for that. Now, you said that the Office of Workforce Strategy, are they going to be volunteer too? I don't think so. They're paid, correct?
No, they are paid staff, but that's my point, Representative, is that in almost all cases with other states, there is a staff office in government that supports the state workforce board. And so this has a complement of 4 people. So it's a small office. It's much smaller even than Rhode Island, even though we're a larger state. And on a per capita basis, we've compared it to other states like New York and Massachusetts and other regional peers, and it's much smaller. But that's okay, given the fact that their role is to pull in, other state agencies like the Department of Labor, like the regional workforce boards, and many other agencies, Department of Social Services, Department of Corrections. A number of them are on the call because they all touch workforce. And the role of OWS is to play that kind of coordination hub kind of role.
I appreciate your answer. I'm actually in full disclosure, I'm on a workforce board also. I'm on the Governor's Council, but I'm also on a workforce board. And on the workforce board, we have education, we have businesses, we have higher education and everything on our board. So again, I'm trying to understand and have a better picture, but I do believe that what we're doing it's very good, but it's duplication. I have not been proven that it's not duplication. And it really concerns me, because we do have a lot of bonding money that the workforce boards have also been responsible for. And I see that is being transferred over. So it's to me, I understand that we all have the right to make structures when we take office, and I think that's good, because that's our purpose. But when you have a large group of people that have to be responsible for that, it's more important that it be something that's inclusive, and that all of us are part of that development and that design and evaluating it and outcomes. I don't see that in here, and Mohit has been very good about it. So he's been trying to explain it to me. I don't think I'm slow. I just think that I keep seeing duplication, and I keep seeing as if we are dismantling something we can't dismantle. We know that, because regional workforce boards are statutorily in federal and state. We are mandated to have it. So to me, we work with what we have to have and we develop that to what we want. It is not defined totally by statute or by federal guidelines. It's defined by us. And when we want things to change, we as a group should be doing that. And we should be using the structure that we have, the foundation, and work with it there as opposed to recreating a new entity. We don't, as everybody keeps saying, we're so broke, which we're not, but we keep hearing that we're so broke. So therefore, if we're hearing that, then we shouldn't be creating another sideline. So I'm going to step back and let some of my colleagues get there because I know I overwhelmed this, but again, I don't see it. I don't see it. So
Representative, I really appreciate your comments, and I'm in strong support of the regional workforce boards and the role that they play. They're absolutely critical. But part of WIOA, as you know, mandates a state workforce board to play that kind of coordination role across regions in our state. And so we're not setting up a duplicative agency. We're actually we're setting up what's actually required in the federal statute. As you said, how we do it is totally up to the legislature. And we totally respect that. We've tried to keep it small so that it actually is playing this coordination role. On the question about whether things are broken, the state is done a fabulous job in workforce development. That is one of the major reasons why companies want to be here. But we can always do better. There's always an opportunity to kind of build on our success. And I think that we share the goal of having a more inclusive workforce. We put together a plan that is very equity-based to reach a lot of populations that today are not having the job opportunities that they deserve. And we've gotten a lot of feedback, both from the business community and the education community, that in the last year, they've seen a positive change because of the work of the Governor's Workforce Council. That a lot of our largest companies were basically kind of telling us they weren't willing to really make long-term commitments. And they now, because they've been, and you've been a part of it, have been involved in participating in the council, they are making commitments. And they're, and the same thing, our former Commissioner of Education pointed out, we were breaking down boundaries between K-12 and higher ed. So there's a lot of really good work.
Excuse me, everybody. Excuse me. We are way off topic and we have 120 people. So if we could answer the questions succinctly, I don't need long dissertations from either questioners or answers because we will not finish until 1 or 2 in the morning at the rate we're going. And I didn't even realize that we're going to have 10 people on a panel today, which is not something that is helpful. We should have one person to talk about this particular issue, not a ton of people. We don't need that many people. This is creating some angst amongst committee members. And I think it's unacceptable right now. And we're getting way off topic here. Testifying on a bill, testify on that one bill and move on so that we can actually finish this discussion and move on to other people. Up next, Representative Walker, are you all set?
I better be.
Thank you. Representative Datham, 2 questions, 2 and only 2.
Okay, thank you, Senator, for keeping me honest. And thank you for the presentation. I actually spent some time yesterday going through your 58-page slide deck on this issue. And so I was really pleased that you all are here today. My 2 questions is just to clarify, the Office of Workforce Strategy currently sits in DOL, temporarily moving to DECD, and now you're looking at creating a separate agency with a budget of 4 people, and that there's federal funds, state funds, and local funds. Can you please explain how all of that structure works and why it's best to have this as a separate entity? I mean, you've talked about getting the cross view, but my concern is that we need to have the Labor Department has a lot of data and a lot of statistics on where the labor market is going. And I'm just wondering, why do we need to have a separate agency for that? That's my first question.
Representative, perhaps I'll start on that one. I'm trying to keep it short for the chair's suggestions. So your description there is quite close. So the Office of Workforce Competitiveness currently exists as a unit within the Department of Labor. That is an institution, an office that was created by state statute in either 99 or 2000, and was for the first 10 years of its existence an APO. So in some sense, we're not creating something new because we are recreating what used to exist pre-2011. That office was in 2011 merged into the Department of Labor. Its primary function is to support the Governor's Workforce Council, or as known in statute, the CETC, in the requirements that they have to do for WIOA. The reason we're creating, and so what we're doing right now is, as of summer 2020, some of those, so there's a new office being set up. The OWC will continue to exist at the Department of Labor. A new office is being set up, the Office of Workforce Strategy. From the summer of 2020 till now, that office has existed as a unit of the Department of Economic and Community Development. And what we are suggesting with the legislation in front of this committee is that that office become its own agency. And one thing we would recommend to the committee is S language to explicitly clarify that the leader of that office, so Kelly Valliers, but the chief workforce officer would be subject to exec noms and would be subject to General Assembly approval. And we think that is important as a co-equal branch of government. And the reason we're setting up this new office is one, it will take on some of the roles and duties that the Office of Workforce Competitiveness had in the Department of Labor, which is why there's a bit of a budget transfer from that office to this. But also it is taking on a breadth of new responsibilities, including working directly with the business community on workforce development, including working with a number of state agencies on workforce development. The governor's definition of workforce development is the breadth of education and training that is required for the success of the workforce throughout birth to retirement. So that includes the provision of workforce, of childcare to an individual who is in training so that they can actually finish their training. There's a variety of programs run in a variety of state agencies that have a nexus to workforce development. For workforce development to be successful, it is a complex and intersectional issue that we need a separate state agency that can coordinate across other state agencies to make sure that their programs, which will remain in their agencies, but that their programs are aligned and successful.
Mohit, I would appreciate if you could send to the clerk of the committee the slide deck on this. That might answer some of the basic questions that the committee has. I only received it because I sit in the DECD subcommittee. But my second question has to do on slide 4, where we talk about the breakout of the 4 people. We have 4 FTEs totaling $534,000 for salary. And I'm just kind of wondering who, and I understand there's kind of 2 top heavy people and some administrative people in there. What sort of background are those 2 heavy people bringing to the committee? And they just seem pretty expensive hires for state employees. Can you please explain the background for that?
Absolutely. And I'll ask Kelly to come in just a second, but of that $534,000, about $100,000 of that is fringe, because we're using a federal fund that.
But isn't fringe coming out of the comptroller's fund and not your fund?
One of the positions is being charged against federal funds, and so the fringe is included for that position. And so this is roughly, $420 perhaps on labor costs. So, Kelly, do you want to talk about the experience your team brings?
Yes, thank you, Mohit. Thank you, Representative. I'm happy to answer your question. I'll just give you a little bit about my background. I have a PhD in adult experiential learning from UConn, graduated in 2007. And that degree really is about professional learning, workforce development, learning in the workplace. As I finished up my PhD, I took over our family business in manufacturing and have run a successful manufacturing company for the last 14 years, and also started another manufacturing company out of that to become the product line in interconnected customers in those 2 companies. As an owner, operator of a manufacturing company, I was very challenged in finding a skilled workforce to enter into my company. And with my background in workforce development, I went out and sought other people who had similar issues to mine and joined a small organization called the Eastern Advanced Manufacturing Alliance in Eastern Connecticut. We were able to grow that organization. I was the president for 4 years. I worked very closely with the Eastern Workforce Investment Board and the community colleges, Three Rivers and Quinnebog, and other high school programs in the area to develop the manufacturing pipeline initiative. I was one of the original architects of that. I also helped put together 2 early college opportunity programs at 2 high schools, linking them to the community colleges. And I've served on the Apprenticeship Council for about 4 or 5 years now, served on the Manufacturing Innovation Fund Advisory Board, and have sat on many different state and school advisory boards, including the SAMAC board, which was at the time implemented the CAMI grant, the Connecticut Advanced Manufacturing Initiative grant. And with that grant, I helped set up the sheet metal manufacturing program at Three Rivers Community College, as well as taught in the program. So I feel that I have extensive background in kind of both the education world and in the business world, and I'm able to bring those 2 things together. My team has been made up of some really great.
Excuse me, Kelly. I know Ms. Valaris and her ability to understand this issue is bar none. But I don't think that this particular group is here to do a performance evaluation on these people. And so I'm not going to let this continue, because this is not what we're here for. This is a performance evaluation. If you want to go and look at somebody's background, look on LinkedIn or that kind of thing, or just say that you don't think we should pay people in any state position because if we're going to get tied down into whether people have the qualifications to do this job, that's not what we're here for.
I'm sorry.
If we could just move on from that particular point. And Representative Dathan, do you have any other questions?
Well, I was just trying to verify that and get an understanding if this is a strategic group that is going to be able to take Connecticut to the next level of development here. I think that's really what I wanted to answer. And I think, Kelly, you did this. You may want to have the administrator have this sort of details, so if members want to do some research, they can, and we can keep this moving. Sorry, Madam Chair, I didn't mean to take this off.
I just think that we're focusing in on the tenets of the bill. We're not focusing in on the qualifications of the people that are there.
No, I get it. I'm just wanting to understand if this is really, we have strategic people in this role was really what I was trying to gather that justified spending $500,000 on salaries. All right, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you very much. Representative Pavlak-D'Amato, 2 questions, please.
I just wanted to ask Mo if there was any other final important points he wanted to add in, that's all.
Thank you, Representative. I'll take this moment just to make a couple of points, but I want to be respectful of the committee's time as well. So, first is that the governor's proposal here builds on the workforce development system that the state has in place, which has been, a labor of love of the committee, of the legislature and the Department of Labor over many years. So we are seeking to grow that system and build on it. We are in a moment in time in order to respond to the pandemic, number one, and also in order to respond to the state's pluralic economic growth. We're in a moment in time that requires us to really think hard about how we can do workforce development better, and how we can really push forward the state in a 21st century economy that requires the state to have the most competitive workforce in the country. Workforce development is holistic, it is complex, it is intersectional, and it hits nearly every single state agency. And that is why we need a new, yet small and nimble, but a new state agency to help coordinate policies across workforce development. The role of the OWS is in no way to subsume the work being done by existing state agencies, the regional workforce development boards, the community action agencies, or any other unit within the workforce development system that the state has, but rather is net new. We are doing new work because the state needs to do new work in order to best position itself for success. The Office of Workforce Strategy is not programmatic nor regulatory, which is why it is so small. It is collaborative, it is collegial, and it is strategic. We do recognize that the Office of Workforce Strategy was created by an MOU before legislation was passed. There was legislation in front of this committee last session. Of course, the session ended, as we all know. And we felt that the moment required us to move forward with these organizational changes between DOL and DECD. But we do come in front of the committee now for formal approval and to elevate the work we are currently doing. With that, just one last point, the Office of Workforce Strategy has, over the last few months, in close collaboration with Mark Argosh and his leadership of the Governor's Workforce Council, done some really monumental work. We have been able to launch important programs to respond to the pandemic. We've been able to launch a national leading workforce strategy that is now in the process of being implemented. There's been great work done over just the last few months, and we think that work is only going to magnify over the next few years as the office is created in statute and as their work continues to be undertaken. So thank you for this opportunity, Representative.
Thank you.
Representative, do you have any other questions?
No, Madam Chair, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from colleagues? I would point out that this council has cut out two of the largest businesses in the state from their workforce strategy, and that is the two gaming institutions. And I have said that at every time I have talked with anybody relative to the Department of Labor, the work that this council has done. And each time I get told that, we'll eventually do something about it. For the last year, I've been bringing it up and still no response. So, I'm not interested in supporting something that doesn't support the workers in the state to handle the loss of jobs that have happened. And that's where I am right now. I want to see some change in what you're doing so that we actually are responsive to the more than 6,000 workers that are still looking for jobs in Eastern Connecticut relative to the gaming and hospitality and tourism issue. I point out that New London County is the 16th worst county in the United States and have not received any of the attention relative to this. And I've talked to Kelly about this, and she understands how important the two tribal nations are. But again, I've not seen anything that is answering that question. I just want to put that on the record. Are there any other questions from members? Seeing none, thank you all so much. Up next is Beverly Cafalis. I think that's who's up next. I don't know if all the rest of you are all done. I don't know.
Good morning, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Minor, Representative France, and members of the Appropriations Committee. I will be very brief. I know you have a long day ahead of you, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify on House Bill 5123, an act concerning the provision of necessary medical treatment for drug-dependent persons. I have submitted written testimony, and I appear before you this morning because the proposed bill does propose that the probate court administrator's office would be involved in disseminating materials regarding service and treatment programs. I would note that although this office and the probate court system supports efforts in securing necessary and requested medical treatment for individuals with drug dependency, we are concerned that the proposed legislation directs that this office prepare and distribute informational material for treatment services that are provided by other state agencies and nonprofit community providers, and suggest respectfully that perhaps those organizations would be better suited to disseminate materials relevant to those services. I am happy to collaborate and work with any stakeholders to ensure the services are available and information is fully disseminated. I am reluctant that that would be a role in terms of dissemination that this office would play. Thank you for your time.
Are there any questions for representatives of probate court? Seeing none, thank you very much. Up next is Helen Sullivan. Is Helen Sullivan on?
He is on, Madam Chair.
There we go. I just unmuted myself and I'll start the video. Good morning, everyone. Very nice to see you. Thank you. I'm going to discuss SB 1080, which I think we've gone over a few times with the committee. And I know that we've reviewed some of this testimony, which for those of you who haven't been part of this, the agency in 2019 presented a very comprehensive package to update our statutes. And this was derived from a 2014 state auditor finding that our regulations were out of date at the agency. So in an effort to correct some of those regulations, the previous administrator and council started with correcting the state statutes. What we've submitted this year because of the COVID situation is a very condensed version of some of the items that we need to address. And then next session, we'd like to finish that up. I will give you a brief overview of what we've discussed. And then if there's questions, I'll be happy to address them. We are amending two of our definitions, the definitions regarding disability and formal application for retirement. We are amending benefit eligibility to clarify that service purchase must be in the public school system. We are amending section 10183I, which is to clearly define our voluntary account, which is an account for post-tax payroll deductions for teachers. We needed to have some clarifying language. Again, some of this language was just very outdated and obsolete. So we are updating this language, and hopefully in turn, some of this language will help address some of those regulations and make those regulatory changes a little bit easier when that is our next step. The next item that we were discussing was our 1083L, which is the teacher's valuation fund. And that was basically to address monies coming into our funds. And the point of that was to address that where money could come into the fund, that it can't be employer-based contributions. It has to be directly pre-tax. We had some issues with, as you can imagine, if employer funds were coming into the program, that is considered double dipping. So we had to clarify that language regarding that situation. The next item on our agenda, and I'll keep this as brief as possible. I know we can go through any questions because I know we've discussed this before. We addressed the issue regarding the post-reemployment of teachers and administrators once they retire. We have what is called a post-45 rule, where teachers and administrators can return and seek employment for up to 4 months while they're receiving their pension. And they're getting that benefit. We are putting this language in because we have to clearly identify those members who do not follow that guideline. And we are faced with situations where we find out that people have worked well past those 4 months, and there's no way for us to recoup their funds. So we are clarifying how those funds are going to be recouped for teachers and administrators. The next item we are addressing is our appeal situation, which is 10183I. The agency does receive many appeals. So what we clarified for administrative purposes is that If a member is going to appeal a process, they must identify the statute that the agency is not in compliance with, and they can base their appeal on that. The next item that we are assisting with is our disability allowance. It is clear in the statute, but there was some confusing language. And what we are trying to just clarify is that if someone is going out on disability, we do understand that there could be a time lag based on their situation. For example, they may be in the hospital, they may be incapacitated. So what we've done is we've added a 90-day extension so that if that member does become disabled, it gives them that 90-day window while they're an active employee, to have themselves or a spouse help them apply for that benefit. With regards to our rollover account, we are reestablishing a rollover account for our pre-tax funds. This was part of 10180G. It is not a new benefit. There was some confusion about the voluntary account, and that pre-tax funds were going into our voluntary account when they should actually be post-tax. So we are just clarifying that and putting some administrative guidelines in so that we can make the process much smoother. For example, when you can use your rollover, you can roll over your funds into your pre-tax funds into this account once you've applied for your disability and within 2 months of your retirement. If a member should renege their retirement, those funds will not sit in that account and collect interest. So we are just really trying to clean up and quantify our administrative process to make it smoother and put things in place for the agency. I know we've gone over this a couple of times, Senator Austin, and I know, but if there's any questions, I'm happy to address them.
Thank you very much, Helen. I appreciate your testimony. I don't see any questions from colleagues, and we've certainly provided them with information over the last couple of years relative to this. So, I don't think that seeing no questions, we appreciate everything you do. Up next is Kevin Dillon.
Excuse me, Senator Austin, I was opposing Bill SB 1082, and I know we're pressed for time, but I would really like to address that issue for a few minutes, if I may. Well, thank you for
short, not a few minutes, but yes, go ahead.
Yep. What I would like to address is that there is a proposal by some of our retirees who would like to provide an advisory council, limit the membership terms for the teachers retirement board, put a cap on our professional services, and require that we offer a Medicare supplement plan for teachers. I would like to address this because the board, we do have a board, a very comprehensive board already. If there was an advisory board allowed and put into place, it would really add an administrative burden to the agency. The agency does follow all of the correct policies and procedures regarding our RFPs and our process regarding the healthcare benefits. We do choose our folks in a very competitive bid process. I've seen a lot of public testimony from the retiree teachers, and there are 41,000 members in our plan. There are 5,500 members in this Medicare supplement group who are very concerned about us not being able to offer that Medicare supplement program. It is diminishing. We will do our best to offer that program. I would like to note that, when the state of Connecticut moved their, that population over to a Medicare Advantage, they did a complete replacement. Our board, the longevity of our board, which is another issue that these folks have brought up, the longevity of our board members and the understanding of a major change should be commended because they didn't do a complete replacement. They understood the needs of the retirees. So we continue to offer the Medicare supplement, and we have the Medicare Advantage plan as well. Those plans mirror each other, everyone. And just so you know, these are not standard Medicare Advantage plans or standard Medicare supplement plans. Our Medicare Advantage plans that we offer to our teachers is a national program. It has no network. It's called a passive network. Our retirees can see any provider who, as long as they accept Medicare in the country. Same with our Medicare group supplement program. We do communicate with our members. We have spent significant time. We have developed a whole entire website devoted to these folks. We understand now that there's multiple plan options. I have dedicated staff, including myself, who do monthly seminars to explain the differences. We have dedicated phone lines. We have virtual meetings. We have email boxes. We send out monthly notifications to those members turning 65. We have open enrollment meetings. So we are communicating in every way possible. We've developed an ambassador group to ask questions. These members are very concerned about having access to what we disseminate to members prior to the members having that information. Please understand that all these programs follow CMS Medicare guidelines. We are adhering to those Medicare guidelines. Again, we have 41,000 members, and this is a small pocket of 5,500 members. We truly understand that, and we will do everything in our power to continue to offer, the plans that we can, but it does create an administrative burden, as I have testified in our other hearing, that we are managing multiple plans, whether there's 100 people or 300 people, there's still all of the administrative processes that go along with it. But they also suggested that we mandate a Medicare supplement plan. They have to have that option. Medicare supplement plans are federally based. We cannot certainly not decide what the federal government would like to do. If the federal government makes changes to the Medicare supplement plan, that is really out of our control. They do not generally follow state guidelines. Again, our plans are carved out plans that are not standard plans to the 40,000 retired teachers. They also wanted to limit a $150,000 cap to our healthcare consultant. We are running a $100 million plan. The cost for our healthcare consultant, with all of the things that the healthcare consultant manages, including RFPs, budgets, day-to-day administration.
Helen, thank you very much. You are posing the thing for a variety of reasons. We really appreciate that. Again, we have 120 people. We are now into the public portion of the meeting. So we need to move along, and I see no questions. So everybody understands that the Teachers Retirement Board is opposing that particular bill.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you very much.
Up next is Kevin Dillon.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Kevin Dillon. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Airport Authority. Today, I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 1079, an act concerning competitiveness and labor costs at the Connecticut Airport Authority. As I think many of the members of the committee know, the pandemic has really done quite a bit of harm to the overall aviation industry. And certainly Bradley Airport is no exception. If you go back to last April, we were actually down 97% in terms of passenger traffic year over year. And when you have a drop like that, there's a direct correlation to our revenues. If you look at the fourth quarter of fiscal year 2020, we were actually 10 million under budgeted revenue targets, which represents about 50% of the revenue budget for that particular quarter. As a result, we've instituted hiring freezes, budget cuts, and deferred about $23 million worth of capital projects. As we look to the future and the post-COVID industry, we know that this is going to be an industry in transition. Carriers will emerge much smaller companies, and the competition that we experienced pre-pandemic is only going to become more fierce in terms of trying to attract airlines and new routes to the airport. What this is going to come down to is what airport can present the best business case to the airlines to get their limited assets in your particular airport. Now, for many years, the airlines have been concerned about the high fringe rate assigned to employees here at the airport. And let me be very clear, when I use the terminology high fringe rate, that doesn't mean that our employees are experiencing extravagant benefits. In fact, their benefits
What's this with that panel? Did we authorize panels?
In fact, their benefit level is far below what you would typically see in some cases at other airports. The high fringe rate is really a product of decades of underfunding of the system. And quite frankly, the rate is as high today because the current legislature is actually trying to be responsible and actually pay down the legacy costs of the system. But nonetheless, we're left with this issue. And for our non-hazardous duty employees, we're experiencing about a 95% benefit level. For hazardous duty, it's about 120%. When you look at that 95% of non-hazardous duty employees, about 60 to 65% of that is related solely to retirement system costs. We're competing with another airport that's at 8%. Even JFK and Logan, respectively, their costs are about 33% and 24%. So certainly a far cry from the 60 to 65%. The competitive nature that we need to maintain here leaves us as one of the few participants in the system that really has to be concerned about our overall cost structure. The only other participant in the city in the system that I can think of that has a similar issue would be the university system. And I understand that there's a bill being considered to help them with this very issue. Number of airline trade organizations, Airlines for America, as well as NACA, the two organizations that represent just about every airline in the country, have taken a very strong position on this. And they've pointed out that Bradley's recovery throughout the pandemic has really lagged the recovery of other airports in the country. And they're concerned about Bradley becoming a high cost airport location. Now, the proposal that's
Mr.
bill
Dillon, if you could wrap up now, please, so that we can ask questions.
Sure. The proposal that's in the bill here would allow us to create our own 401 system. We believe by doing that, and it's a system that would only apply to unclassified employees, we believe that we would ultimately save about $3 million annually. Now, while we know this is not popular in many quarters, and we are certainly not retirement experts, we are simply trying to bring to the attention of the legislature that we have an issue here of competitiveness. If there's another way of addressing this, we're all ears. If there's consideration to include us in the consideration that's being given to the university system, we would certainly welcome that. We're simply trying to point out that we have a competitive issue here that we're struggling with, and we do need some legislative help. So with that, I'll wrap up and certainly handle any questions that you have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dillon. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Up next is Michael Winkler, followed by Holly Cheeseman.
Yes, thank you. I'm Mike Winkler. I'm here today to talk on bills 5149, 5209, 5750, and 5754. All these bills having to do with state employees and pension negotiations. All of these bills would require that the state invalidate the contract, which the Constitution specifically prohibits the state from doing. I was present at every pension negotiation from the first one through 2, 2A, and 3, and I can tell you for a fact that mileage is not part of any state employee's pension negotiation, or pension calculation, I'm sorry. I'll check the judicial branch. I can't find anybody there who has mileage as part of their calculation. The only people I can find who have mileage as part of their pension calculation is the legislature. And I've traced the problem back to a Yankee Institute flyer about 4 years ago that had misinformation about this. Then it was picked up by some legislators, and even the Connecticut Business and Industry Association last year made removing mileage from state employees' pension calculations as part of their pledge that you had to sign in order to get their endorsement. So I hope this keeps getting repeated, even though it's inaccurate, and it inflames people against state employees because they think they're getting something. And what I would hope in the future is when the committees raise these bills, that they would raise the bill specifically naming the legislature as opposed to state employees. And you do have a bill before you that does that. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Winkler. I see no questions. So up next is Holly Cheeseman, followed by Edwin Vargas. Holly, you're up. You're muted, ma'am.
Right, thank you. We'll get this right one day, Senator Austin. Anyway, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Ranking Members Minor, and France, thanks so much for having me here today. I'm here to testify on 3 bills, House Bill 5607, House Bill 5742, and very briefly on House Bill 5089. I'll start with House Bill 5607. This relates to the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund. And I'll try to summarize because I know you have a lot of people to talk to today. When the pandemic hit, hundreds of thousands of Connecticut employees lost their jobs. And as a result, the Connecticut Department of Labor was paying out unemployment benefits. Now, the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund is funded solely by business and employer contributions. By the end of this year, the Connecticut DOL will have paid out approximately $1 billion. We had $2 billion. We had $700 million in the fund to begin with. We've had to borrow what will be $1 billion from the federal government. Because we're technically insolvent businesses, we will have to pay that back with interest. And the proposal here is to use federal funds, including any that may be received in the future, to fill in the hole in that fund, to prevent this from being passed on to our businesses who are struggling so much. During the last recession, when we borrowed from the federal government of $1 billion, we had to pay back $1.6 billion, and it took 7 years to replace that money. So again, this bill proposes to use federal funds to fill in the gap in that unemployment insurance and trust fund and prevent this huge bill being sent to businesses who are just hanging on. I will add that Charlie Baker in neighboring Massachusetts has bonded $2 billion to reduce the amount businesses will have to pay. Instead of a 60% increase in their unemployment tax, they're going to see a 17% increase. The second bill on which I want to testify is similar in nature in that it requests the use of federal dollars to support our domestic violence agencies, those providing mental health support and suicide prevention. I don't have to tell you what the pandemic has done to our population in terms of the terrible emotional, spiritual, mental health toll it's taken. The first bill relates to the economic damages. This relates to as I say, the mental health and physical health damages. The domestic violence agency saw a huge increase both in the need for services and in their costs. Hotel bills went up dramatically. In my local area, Safe Futures, which is the local provider, in a typical month, like last July, would spend $7,000. They spent $63,000 on hotel bills because of the need to socially distance. And this money doesn't include what they've paid for Chromebooks and laptops and meals and hotspots and all the other things they've had to do to support victims during this crisis. Likewise, the demands for mental health treatment went up, particularly among young people. Hartford Hospital screens for suicide in everyone whose child is admitted and saw a 25% increase in the children saying they'd considered suicide. We saw a record number of substance abuse deaths. 2019 was 1,200. We had over 1,300 substance abuse deaths in Connecticut. So again, very simple bill, requires that portions of the federal dollars not already allocated and ones to be received in the future go to support these services. The prior bill supports the economy. This supports our residents as they navigate their way out of the pandemic. And very briefly, the final bill, 5089, touches on what Representative Winkler, get your act together, honey, said. It would remove the legislative mileage allowance from legislators' base salary for calculation of pension purposes. And with that, I thank you so much for your time. I thank you for your energy. I'll be quiet now because you've got a lot of people to get through, but I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you very much, Representative. I have one question from Representative Datham.
Thank you for letting me ask one question. Representative Cheeseman, thank you for your presentation or your testimony today. Just a quick question on the federal funds that you're referring to cover the unemployment and other funds. Were you talking about the American Relief Funds, or are you talking about which funds did you have in mind?
So if there are any allocated funds in the CARES Act and the supplement to that, but more specifically because they haven't been allocated yet, the American Recovery Plan funds.
Okay. Yeah, because I know there's some limitations on the CARES Act funds, and I'm not sure we're allowed to pay debt. And I know we are still waiting for some more guidance on the American Relief, the 2.6 billion coming to Connecticut.
More specific, yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. It'd be more specifically the American Recovery Plan or American Rescue Plan funds.
American, yeah, Rescue Plan. That's what I was thinking, but I know we're still waiting for some more guidance on that. So, but that's that.
I'm hoping there will be the ability to use some of those funds, particularly as they relate to COVID recovery. And I think you could say in both, and you know, on all of these, it relates to COVID recovery, whether it's the recovery of our businesses or the recovery of our residents.
Yeah, I hear your testimony, and I do have agreement with a lot of it. So I'm going to look at your testimony further. I didn't see it online. Did you submit it to the?
Yes, it should be submitted, and it will be online.
Okay, I'll have a look at it later. Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you, Representative France.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Holly. And I just one question related to, you mentioned Safe Futures and their good work in southeastern Connecticut, their catchment area. Are there other indications in the local area related to the mental health issue described, as well as are you hearing anything from local businesses given your testimony, which we remember the 7-year payback on the unemployment compensation, the impact that had on businesses in the state of Connecticut?
Well, I've been in conversations with Michelle Devine from the Southeast Recovery, and she said that the demand they're seeing is escalating. Now, I know in the current federal relief plan, the state is seeing some dollars through SAMHSA for mental health and suicide prevention. But my fear is it's not going to be enough. I mean, looking at the Safe Futures, the figures I just received yesterday, I mean, March 2020 through February 21, close to $150,000 in unanticipated hotel costs. And I think the thing we also have to consider, particularly with these nonprofits, they have been unable to do the supplemental fundraising that they would have done otherwise. Safe Futures typically will have an indoor 3K. All of those things have gone by the by, and so many of them rely on not only state and federal dollars, but philanthropic dollars. And if those opportunities are taken away, it leaves an even bigger hole. And this is not a need that's going away anytime soon. I mean, there is going to be this ongoing need, both in terms of the incidents, but also the need to socially distance and provide those additional funds. I know Michelle says they're now the agency who responds when there's suicides. I think in the month of October, there were 4 teenagers who took their lives in Connecticut. Again, working closely with Ann Daigle of the Brian Daigle Foundation, suicide prevention. This is not something that's going to stop tomorrow. And I'm worried that these invisible victims, as it were, of the pandemic, because they don't get, a lot of times the priority that we have justly paid to those who are suffering from the virus, that this is going to go off people's radar. And in terms of the businesses, yes. I mean, anyone who lived through that prior recession and saw their, if you were paying $10, $15, $20 per worker, go up to $150, $200 per worker. Again, where you are marginally surviving, the idea of having to fund that, because this trust fund is only paid by businesses and employers. There is not a state contribution. So anything we can do to lessen that cost on them, as I mentioned, Charlie Baker's put $2 billion in to help fill that hole, to help relieve the burden on his local businesses. And I think this is the least we can do if the funds, the rules regarding the allocation of the funds would allow it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions, Representative? If not, Representative Nolan? Representative Nolan, you're muted.
Representative Vargas?
No.
I'm sorry.
Representative Nolan has a question for Representative Cheeseman.
Oh, excuse me.
I forgot to take my hand down because the last two speakers spoke to Holly in regards to what I would have said. I'm in total support of what you're talking about, Holly, as far as our silent residents that are going to be forgotten if we don't try and help them out. And I think that's a great thing to do in regards to places like Safe Futures and especially with some of our mental health. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Nolan. Up next is Representative Vargas. Now you are up, sir.
Well, thank you very much to the co-chairs, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, to the ranking members, and to the honorable members of the committee. First of all, I want to make a quick statement about a bill, HB 1082, which incorporates some needed changes to the Teacher Retirement Board and is supported by teacher retired organizations throughout the entire state. I strongly urge its adoption. But the main bill I want to address today is House Bill 5088, an Appropriations Committee bill that I introduced. It's a very important bill to me and to the constituents I represent in South Hartford, especially the southwest corner of Hartford. And quickly, in 1953, a young girl by the name of Irene Fidowitz, who was a fifth grader at Mary Hooker School in Hartford and a parishioner of St. Cyril and Methodius Church, was raped and strangled. The governor at the time, Lodge, offered a reward of $3,000 leading to the killer's arrest. 10 days before that, there had been another sexual assault on a young lady, and to protect her identity, she was known as Pidgey. But through her wits and courage, Pidgey was able to survive the brutality and humiliation of the assault. And demonstrating incredible courage, Pidgey went to the police, which was tough in 1953, described her attacker and told them the details of the assault. But it wasn't until 10 days later, after he murdered Irene, that the police took an interest. But in addition to all the physical pain that Pidgey went through and was subjected through, she actually picked her assailant out of a line. She went to the trial. She faced her attacker. She gave testimony, which led to the conviction. All this was wrenching. Yet 1 year later, Pidgey was denied her reward by the Connecticut Supreme Court Justice Raymond Baldwin, who ruled that, quote, her compensation is the consolation which comes to every citizen from the discharge of public duty, which is a common obligation of all. And this heartless, holier than thou ruling was a travesty. And despite the passage of time, Pidgey's bravery, which was all but unfathomable, is still entitled, I believe, to this reward as a gesture of justice denied her. The $3,000 today is really not the issue. Back then, Pidgey could have gone to college. She could have gotten a college education with that $3,000. Today, I see it more as an amend, as an apology from the state of Connecticut, an apology that is owed from everybody from Governor Lamont to all of us in the State House, the State Senate. We all should feel that we owe Pidgey an apology, whose courage in 1953 led to the conviction of a rapist who had raped once and again in different towns throughout Connecticut, in other states. And he was finally put away thanks to her courage. And this, I see it as a form of an amend, and I hope that this committee sees it the same way we see it. It's been an open wound in South Hartford, which I represent, and this is my 5th term here at the State House of Representatives, and the community feels strongly. They follow this. I've received numerous letters and phone calls about the importance of justice for Pidgey. So I urge my colleagues to please pass this bill, and I'll be speaking to it on the floor. And thank you very much. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Are there any questions for Representative Vargas? Seeing none. Up next is Julius Preston. Julius, you're up.
Greetings, Representative Walker, Senator Olston, and all the ranking members of the Appropriations Committee and the members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Julius Preston. I'm a staff representative at CSEA, SEIU Local 2001, and also a member of the Racial Justice Committee of CBAC, the State Employees Bargaining Agent Coalition. On behalf of our 45,000 members that we represent, written testimony was submitted fully supporting HB 6662, an act declaring racism as a public health crisis and establishing a commission on racial equity and public health by myself and attorney Dan Livingston, the chief negotiator of the coalition. I am here now to further show our support for this bill, as well as any other bills seeking to eradicate racism on any level. Let me begin by defining racism. Webster's defined racism as one, a belief that race is a fundamental determinant of human traits and capacities, and that racial differences produce an inherent superiority of a particular race. Also, behaviors of attitudes that reflect and foster this belief, racial discrimination or prejudice. Two, the systemic oppression of a racial group to the social, economic, and political advantage of another. In respect to racism being a public health crisis, we look no further than the current pandemic we are in. Black and Latino residents experience higher rates of COVID-19 cases and deaths because they are more likely to work in essential frontline jobs, live in more crowded housing, and suffer from health conditions that can make COVID-19 infection more deadly. Treating people differently based on race has a morbid consequences, and we've learned that COVID-19 didn't care about race. This makes me think of something that the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King said. Dr. King said, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." Many people know that quote. However, the rest of the quote is more representative of what this bill is trying to achieve. He continued with, "We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly." Also, we shouldn't miss in this discussion the impact of racism has on mental health of Black and Brown people, and even recently with our brothers and sisters of Asian descent. Dealing with racism as a Black, Brown, Asian person has a significant impact on our psyche. It's similar to PTSD because we're always dealing with issues that our white counterparts really have to deal with. In particular, having difficult discussions with our kids about race. Lastly, I want to express wholeheartedly support for this bill, HB 662, an act declaring racism as a public health crisis and establishing a commission on racial equity in public health. But I also want to encourage more bills like this that address racial equity. As a member of the Racial Justice Committee at CBAC, we have been continually advocating to the governor's office the need to address systemic racism in state government. Much like the current bill, we are looking for an inspector general type to oversee this implementation to ensure the eradication of racism everywhere in the workplace. Too many times we've seen appointments made to committees that affect state and municipal government that continues the status quo and offers no diversity. Much like the diversity that exuded in the Appropriations Committee, we, the Racial Justice of CBAC, want to see your lead followed to ensure that state and municipal governments look like all the people they represent. I thank you for your time on this matter and look forward to this bill moving forward and becoming law. And I'll take any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Julius. I really appreciate that. And I miss seeing you and hope everything is well. I don't see any questions. Are there any questions from colleagues? Seeing none. Up next is Bradley Hayward.
Hello?
We can hear you, sir. There you go.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I would like to thank the Appropriations Committee for letting me speak today. My name is Bradley Hayward, and I'm a retired teacher, having taught 35 years in the town of Southington, Connecticut. I am speaking to you today in support of Senate Bill 1082. This bill proposes adding another retired teacher and an advisory council to the Teacher Retirement Board. Establish term limits on the teacher members of the Teacher Retirement Board. Put control on the amount of professional fees paid out of our health insurance account, and ensure that Teacher Retirement Board always includes a Medicare supplement plan to be offered. All of these items are important and necessary. They provide greater feeling of control of their lives by retired teachers and more transparency into what is happening with their health insurance. But the item I want to spend my time on is the guarantee of the medical supplement plan we presently have. The medical supplement plan provides teachers a choice between itself and the Medical Advantage Plan the state of Connecticut switched Connecticut teachers to a few years ago. This choice is important because retired teachers have different health needs and concerns, and one plan does not fit all. Many of the retired teachers are worried that the Medicare Advantage plan takes medical decisions out of their hands and is given to the insurance company, instead of being made between them, their doctors, and themselves. That is because the treatment must be pre-approved by the insurance company before it is offered to the person seeking it. This is not the case with the medical supplement plan. Medical decisions are still made between doctor and patient. We know that when there is a choice between a service or product, the service or product remains more effective and costs remain lower. When there is no choice given, the people receiving the service or product are at the mercy of the provider. The service or product usually suffers and the cost can rise significantly. Guaranteeing the supplement plan we presently have will not cost the state any more money, as the difference, if there is any, in the cost of the plan is picked up by the retired teacher who choose that plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Hayward? Seeing none. Up next is James Keat. I'm sorry.
Yes, it's James Kitt.
Oh, I didn't get that right at all.
It's okay. It's okay.
Sir,
It's no problem.
you have the floor.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Just want to thank the Appropriations Committee for allowing me to speak. My name is James Kitt. I'm here to speak in support of HB 6662, which is to declare racism a public health crisis. And to be honest, I feel like it should be declared a public health emergency. I speak today because funds should be allocated to this bill to ensure that racism and systematic racism, more importantly, is tackled within the state of Connecticut, especially for Black American descendants of chattel slavery. This group has been the predominantly Black group and the most disenfranchised group in Connecticut since Connecticut became an incorporated state, and even prior to as a colony in the Americas. I feel that at this point in time, there has been no real truth and reconciliation to this lineage and also to the other Black and Hispanic groups of this state. I feel like Connecticut has never fulfilled its promise from 2019 for the apology that it gave for slavery. It has never done any justifiable work or action to create some type of equitable position for the disenfranchised groups of this nation, of this state. And we also don't see any type of structure to alleviate the disenfranchised groups that are affected by daily and consistent aggravated racism. It affects our mental health. It affects our well-being, because not only is there a perpetual threat of violence or a threat of exclusionary tactics, there's the exercising of that energy and of that mindset. And to not allow funds to be allocated for this important project in this commission that it is to create would really to look back at all the disenfranchised people of Connecticut and to basically turn your back on us. Black American descendants of chattel slavery fought in every war. We were slaves here in Connecticut. We also were marginalized from that point forward. And the thread of racism is rooted in the juxtaposition between us and the whites of this nation. I definitely approve of this bill, and I feel like more attention should be given to it so that it can gain the support that it needs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your testimony. And I appreciate your testimony, but we've broadened the scope just a little bit. We say Black, Brown, and Indigenous people because we are all one, and when people see us walking down the street. So I think it's important that we group everybody together. So thank you for your testimony. And I think it's a good bill. It ought to pass. Thank you.
May I respond to that?
Sure.
Yes, I feel like all these Black, brown, and indigenous groups of people do face racial conflicts on a daily basis these days. But I feel like Black American descendants of chattel slavery have been rooted here, and they have a long history here, facing the originations of this systematic racism in more violent formats. So, as being a personal Black American descendant of chattel slavery, I feel like there's no representation for us, and that I have to go in these spaces and speak up on the behalf of my people. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. Hold on. I've got some people that want to make comments. Representative Noah.
Chair, and thank you, James, for coming today. And just to be a little more clear, can you define chattel so people can understand what that means?
Chattel slavery versus other forms of slavery is, first of all, slavery that's used in the means of profiting those who own the slaves. Another format or recognition of chattel slavery is the treatment of the slaves and the perpetual enslavement of those slaves in comparison to cattle or pigs or horses or mules. Not only that, their children and their children's children are destined to the same type of servitude and the same type of enslavement.
Thank you. And just so, and I'm sure you understand, I submitted a bill 6267 that is supposed to travel through with this bill. It doesn't have a monetary amount on it, but I wanted to know, do you have any idea on how much a task force might cost in regards to a bill as such?
I think it would depend on the circumstances of the task force. In reference to 6267, I feel like if it does need any funds, it should be a small amount of funds, because it's just a task force to study the inequities and inequalities of Black American descendants of chattel slavery in Connecticut. And I think putting a compilation of data and information together to produce a report on how this specific group has faced travesties, I don't feel like it needs a big balloon or slush fund or any such things. I just think it needs enough money to get the data collected. But for something like this, 6662, where they create a standing commission to tackle racism in the public sphere in the category of public health crisis, needs funds, because it's a long-standing commission. It's going to tackle many faucets. Things might come along that the committee did not previously know about that they might have to get involved into. And I think there needs to be accommodations for that.
Thank you, James. And unfortunately, we're only allowed 2 questions, so I'm going to let the other reps go and maybe get an opportunity after to ask another.
Thank you,
Madam Chair.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony, sir, in support of 6662. Just to clarify a couple things, as a proponent of this bill is seeking originally to establish a commission with which I am extremely hopeful and excited if we are able to establish one. But I am of the mindset to leverage existing systems and infrastructures while addressing the need to enhance equity and equality within the various departments, state agencies. So we're seeking to create a plan to eliminate, as you've already eloquently stated, health disparities and incorporate health and equity into specific policies, programs, as well as government decision-making processes related to disparities in law and regulations, so on and so forth. But for me, it's important to hear folks like you speak directly to the issue. And no, this is not a task force, which I'm glad you were able to kind of call out, but it's important that we continue to study and inform whatever strategies we put in place. I do know that there are others of my colleagues that are working on similar policy points that would help to support the overall going beyond declaring racism as a public health, but incorporating it into policy. So I can't thank you enough for the work that you do and you speaking your truth to power. But also, I would be remiss if I didn't at least state on the record what it is that we're trying to do to work across the various caucuses, the administration, and our leadership here within the Appropriations Committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your comments. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trying to multitask here and get back to my Zoom to unmute. First, I just want to say thank you to my colleagues who have really taken the charge on this bill, Senator Anwar, Nolan, Representative McGee, and thank you, James, for your on the money testimony. You really outlined it. And the thing that I will say is I listened to you describe and define the chattel slavery piece of it. I just want people to know that last year we did a lot of up and down throughout the state, from the south end tip of Connecticut up north, visiting nursing homes and talking to a lot of the essential workers who have been on the front lines this entire time. And that is exactly what they said to me. What you just described is how they felt they were being treated. And I'm talking about verbatim. I had workers look me in my eyes and say, you know, they're treating us like slaves. You know, like they don't care about us. We don't have PPE. We can't get time off. We're out sick. They're telling us to come back, COVID positive. And it's just putting everybody in jeopardy. So this is more than important. Is there anything that you didn't state during your testimony that you want to state on the record right now?
If I was to state something specific, I think it would be about COVID and the fact that COVID just exacerbated all the previous conditions that we were going through. So a lot of people look at COVID like a starting point of problems and issues that afflicted us. They look at our high death rates, our high infection rates, the way we were disproportionately at job losses and unemployment. And these things didn't start here. They did not start last year. They did not start with COVID. These things have been created a long time ago, and they've been sustained. And through ignorance, through manipulation, through default, these systems have stayed here and they have not changed at all. It's very reminiscent of Jim Crow era. I just wanted to say that there really needs to be a stronger effort to make this better.
Thank you. Thank you. And my last question, Madam Chair, is James, do you know where in other states this legislation is taking place in regards to the task force for chattel slavery?
As far as any other state, there's no other state that's created a task force to focus on the descendants of the Black American descendants of chattel slaves. No, there's other reparation bills, but again, they don't even focus on this specific group, who is really the root of the causes of harm. They're the line of victims.
Absolutely, and I totally agree. It started with us and it needs to end with us. And the brown and the indigenous should surely be included. But, I got friends across the spectrum. And one thing that we will have honest conversations about, and they will say, yeah, we catch it. But, we have to say, at least we ain't Black, because we know Black folks catch it the worst. So I totally agree with the sentiment that you're expressing. And I thank you again for your time and your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam. Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, James, for your testimony again. Every time I listen to your words and your thoughts, it really helps me quite a bit. I just want to share something where, as we are looking at systemic racism, there has been systemic racism in research as well. And I can tell you where there have been communities who have had trauma. Their generations that have come after that trauma and their social situation had changed. The next generation continued to have ongoing trauma to the point that they were actually having high risk of suicide. And then so many more behavioral and other challenges, even though the social challenges had stopped. Some of the finest research in this area has been done with the Holocaust victims and the descendants of Holocaust victims, and also in the troubles in Northern Ireland as well that we've seen. Because the research was done. And for the Black descendants of chattel slavery, no research has been done, but it's very clear if you look at the situation that there has been generational trauma that has resulted in, and now we have geneticists who are coming up with epigenetic studies who are saying that they have this trauma has resulted in long-term impact. And I'm hoping that some of the resources that we are going to allocate is to be the first state to actually start to look at and allocate resources to prove what we already know, but we'll need to have this data and research. So James, again, if there was a research to be done, I had a chance to talk to one of the professors out of Maryland who's been proposing similar research as well, who's like, I believe with Johns Hopkins, who's been looking at some of the opportunities to do this research. So it is my understanding that you are hoping that a study would be done and resources would be allocated from this task force to make recommendations around that?
As far as the task force would go, I would want the information to be there. There's no disaggregation of information to isolate us within the Black group or the Black lump group that doesn't address the various aspects that make up Black, or the various ethnicities that make up Black and are genuinely different, have probably come to America at different points of time and have definitely faced different formats of racism. And I think having a means of putting this data together, creating reports, gives us something to build on. And again, there's no other states doing this. So Connecticut will set the mold and the model for what this looks like, to actually give us some focus and some shape and to understand what's really been going on, especially from an economic point of view, the exclusionary practices that stopped us from being able to climb and obtain wealth.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, and thank you for your testimony. Have a good day. Next, Chris Edge. Followed by Chris Edge, Dwayne Paul.
Hi, Devin. Hi.
Hi, I just got out of my haircut here.
Please, everybody, please try to mute yourself.
Thank you. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Hartley, Representative Dafin, Representative Nolan, Senator Minor, Representative France, and esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Chris Edge. I'm the Economic Development Director in the town of Berlin. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of Bill 164, which is appropriating funds for remedial action and redevelopment municipal grant program. This has been an important program. In the town of Berlin, we've recently broken ground on a $17 million TOD project, which includes 76 apartments, retail, and restaurant. Without the program, which 164 is in reference to, this would not be possible. As we know, contaminated properties are not just an issue in the cities. Communities of all sizes have contaminated properties, many of which have become tax delinquent and really unusable. I would ask for the support of this bill because it really can help communities throughout Connecticut in bringing back properties, not just to taxes, but jobs, opportunities, and even in many times too, you'll see brownfields that are in neighborhoods. These monies that come from the state oftentimes will bring additional money and investment from the private sector. And I would ask that you support 164 because it is vitally important that we use these monies to help clean up all of our 169 communities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from anybody? With that, thank you, sir, and have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
Next, Dwayne Paul.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Or good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Sorry, good afternoon. Senator Austin and Representative Walker and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Dwayne David Paul. I'm the director of the Collaborative Center for Justice, a social justice organization in Hartford, Connecticut, sponsored by 6 communities of Catholic nuns. I'm also the chair of the criminal justice team of the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance, a community organizing group of 40 faith-based institutions in Greater Hartford. My colleague and I submitted written testimony in favor of HB 6662, on behalf of the Collaborative Center, but I'm here this afternoon as a Black man who lives and works in Hartford, Connecticut. My first time as a Connecticut resident was a little over a decade ago when I began my theology studies at Yale Divinity School. I was fortunate to be in a state that I now love, and I was fortunate to be a student at such a well-resourced institution. I'm the son of working class Black immigrants from the West Indies, so I was thrilled to be here seeking a better future. One thing that I learned in my studies, however, was that none of the meritocratic boxes I was ticking along the way were statistically likely to provide me with a longer life. As a Black man, regardless of my socioeconomic status, I am more or less statistically likely to die earlier than my former classmates. And it is that proximity to death that propels me to testify before you today, that motivates my work at the Collaborative Center. And that to me makes racism a public health crisis. Racism isn't just a set of ideas, right? It's etched into our flesh. And that makes it a material thing. So when this bill passes, I hope it passes with provisions that will improve the material lives of people of color across this state. One way we can do that, that will achieve the criminal justice goals articulated in the bill, is to not criminalize the lives and experiences of people of color, of anyone in this state. The most important way that the state can decrease racist disparities in our criminal legal system and outcomes in our criminal legal system is to not meet social problems with carceral solutions. This is especially urgent now that the pandemic has not only exposed our social problems, but it's exacerbated them, for which poor people and people of color bear disproportionate burdens. So for example, fatal drug overdoses have increased in Connecticut by 13% between 2019 and 2020, with the greatest increase taking place in April at the height of the pandemic. This tracks with the height of our shared social isolation due to the abrupt and necessary closure of communal spaces and the subsequent spike in unemployment. So we can respond to this frailty, to this complete humanity with, the sort of typical historic responses of policing and prisons, or we can meet that with compassion and voluntary treatment. That's just sort of one example where, we can make a real concrete sort of dent and improvement into the public health crisis that is racism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? No, thank you. And thank you for testifying today. Thank you. Have a good day. Next, we have Corey McKay.
Thank you. Madam Chairs and members of the committee, my name is Corey Mackey, and I'm speaking in support of House Bill number 6662, an act declaring racism a public health crisis. I am the director of the Center for Leadership and Justice, and which is the home of GIA, the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance, as Dwayne just mentioned, comprised of over 40 congregations that work together on a set of common issues that arise from the stories of our people. We then organized to find solutions to these issues. That's how we identified welfare liens and the slumlord issues. What has been at the absolute heart of every single one of these issues is racism. It is the connective tissue, the cancerous tissue that runs through every ill of our society. Because the second we decided it was okay to pile human beings on ships and claim their lives and sell them as chattel, we sold our own humanity as white people, and we've yet to reclaim it. 400 years ago, the stage was set to morally tolerate and affirm extracting millions of dollars from the poor through welfare liens. 400 years ago, the stage was set to morally tolerate that Sammy, a kid born in Frog Hollow, has a significantly shorter life expectancy than Alex, a kid born in West Hartford, because of the color of their skin and the zip code in which they are born and educated in this state. The lack of legislative and judicial willpower in the state to change how public schools are funded, where affordable housing is built, who gets arrested and for what, who gets shot by police and why, who has access to healthcare, how public dollars fund mass incarceration and policing instead of education, all of these ugly realities borne out in real and statistically proven ways in Connecticut are rooted in 400 years of white supremacy being lived out today. We at GIA stand ready to show up and fight to make this declaration real. We acknowledge and stand behind the work of Health Equity Solutions, a Black-led organization that has worked tirelessly to get this issue moving in our state. We stand with the Black and Puerto Rican Caucus and thank Representative McGee and Senator Anwar and others with the YWCA as these organizations move to push this bill forward. And we stand with GIA's Black Caucus, Black and Brown congregations and leaders who have worked tirelessly on this issue and who are willing to be in relationship with white congregations in GIA to push us to greater accountability and action to dismantle racism. Our white legislators need to do the same. GIA calls on you today to show up in real ways to declare and then act on racism as a public health crisis. This will involve more listening to people of color than talking, but then acting in your own communities to confront and dismantle racism. Not too many of you will get constituent pushback for passing a bill declaring racism a public health crisis. However, many of you would get pushback and perhaps lose your next election if you voted on bills that would demonstrate that you are prepared to do more than simply declare racism a crisis. If you want to treat racism as an actual crisis, you'll vote to change the way public schools are financed. You'll work and vote to reconfigure the oppressive 169 town structure of Connecticut, which is the structural root of racial and economic apartheid in this state. You will not cower at taxing the richest among us to put food and education and possibility on the table of the poorest among us. Passing this bill is easy. Using this bill to dismantle structural racism in our state will not be, but that is the only road ahead to a more just Connecticut. Representing your constituents isn't an excuse for maintaining structures of racism. GIA's call to you today and the call to our own white members is to pass this bill and then work fearlessly and accountably to regain our own humanity as white people. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Representative Nolan.
Thank you so much, Corey. It just kind of resonated with me what you said, especially about the stage being set years ago. That was kept to keep down people of color and allow others to make gains in money, property, health, and education. And it just kind of brought sense to it. And I hope a lot of people are listening. This is not war on white people. It's not, it's far from that. This is war on racism. Racism that's been holding people down for decades through health, through education, through monetary, and this was created long ago. So today, white people today, we're there are racists out there, but we are fighting racism, and this is what this is established to do. And Corey, thank you for your words. I appreciate you speaking in regards to allowing people to understand it's not anything against white people. It's the racism that some people carry with them. And I hope legislators listen, because it's to fix a problem that's been going on for decades. And the only way to fix it is to make sure that it's understood how much of a crisis this is and how much we need to change policies and how much we need to change things that make it fair for everyone, not just some people. Thank you, Corey, very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments. I just want to remind everybody, this is appropriations. We try it one more time, okay? So let's try and stick to the contents of it. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just simply want to thank you, Corey, for your testimony today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Have a good day, Corey. Thank you for your testimony.
You too. Thank you.
Next, Sonia Jokes. Sonia?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep. Where are you? I'm looking for you.
Right here.
Okay, there you go. Okay, great. Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and the distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee, and especially my former boss, Representative Porter. My name is Sonia Jokes, and I'm a Deputy Majority Leader in the City of Meriden, I also serve as the Connecticut State Director for Corporation for Supportive Housing, which is a national nonprofit which seeks to advance solutions that use housing as a platform for services to improve the lives of the most vulnerable people while we maximize public resources and build healthy communities. And I thank you for the opportunity to express my support for House Bill 662 and Senate Bill 340. To respect your time and other speakers, I'll try to be brief. 2 weeks ago, I testified on Senate Bill 1 of the Public Health Committee, which was also in support of declaring racism as a public health crisis. This is also a resolution that we are considering locally in the city of Meriden. So I'll just quickly state again my support today for HB 662, which also addresses this matter. I've also submitted written testimony, which will also provide further information on my testimony and why this matter is urgent and important to our state and why it needs to be addressed now, particularly during this pandemic, which has helped to raise issues on health disparities impacting those historically harmed by racism. As some final comments on this bill, I would like to quickly offer the regarding suggestions as points for the committee to consider. In the recommendation on the establishment of a Commission on Racial Equity and Public Health, or the Truth and Reconciliation Committees on Senate Bill 1, I would highlight the need for representation on these commissions as it is important to ensure diversity of knowledge and experiences. But most specifically, we must include the voices of the BIPOC community about needs on their health concerns and needs. Both bills suggest commissions that are very heavily suggest very heavy legislative membership, which is not always diverse. And so I just want the committee to remember that in terms of representation. I also respectfully recommend that the bill includes staffing and funding to create racial impact assessments on future proposed legislative bills and policies. Currently, I know that there is a racial impact assessment that exists in the legislature. However, I'm also aware that there's a lack of funding and staffing to provide these assessments to support your work through the legislative process. And finally, while this bill, HB 662, does not include zoning proposal changes that were raised in Senate Bill 1, I do believe that it's important to look at issues of segregation and the lack of affordable housing throughout the state, which we know also contributes to health outcomes for those disproportionately impacted by discriminatory practices. In regards to my support of Senate Bill 340, an act concerning funding for housing services, I've also submitted testimony that I wish to express support of on behalf of my organization, CSH, which has provided over 30 years of leadership promoting supportive housing solutions to end homelessness. While we are not a direct provider of services, we do highly support our partners and providers who do provide these vital services for those that are most vulnerable in our communities. And I wish to express support specifically for the frontline workers who help to carry out this critical work. I am here to respectfully request that the state enact laws requiring state agencies to ensure that funding levels for homelessness and housing assistance services reflect the true cost of these professional services, which should include paying competitive wages and benefits to frontline workers who staff shelters, who provide homelessness outreach, and help those that are experiencing homelessness and housing instability navigate the housing system.
Sonia, you got to wrap up. I'm sorry.
All right, I'm sorry. For the last 10 years, the funding levels have either been flat or have actually decreased. And so we just respectfully request that the committee support the proposals and expansions as proposed by the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for, good to see you again. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Have a good day. Next, Dory Dumas. I just want to remind everybody that we are now in the portion where the speakers have 3 minutes to talk. So we need to try and stick to that. And we are now at 31 of 122 people. So y'all who want to talk, get comfortable. Dory, are you on?
Number 30 is not present, Madam Chair.
Oh, okay. Catherine Whitney.
Hi, hope
Go right
everyone
ahead.
can hear me.
Yep.
Dear Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee, I will keep this testimony short since there are several experts on this issue who have and will speak about this issue. My name is Catherine Whitney. I live in West Hartford, Connecticut, and I stand in support of House Bill number 6662, an act declaring racism a public health crisis and establishing a commission on racial equity in public health. I'm earning a master's degree in social work at the University of Connecticut, and someday I hope to help research and write policies like this one. I believe that by declaring racism a public health crisis and establishing a commission which will actively respond to this crisis, we lay the groundwork for an equitable, truly democratic society in which no one is excluded from full participation because of their race. As Connecticut begins to recover from a global pandemic, I believe that this body has a moral obligation to address the longstanding effects of racism in the public health system, as well as immediate effects of the environmental racism that creates health problems which disproportionately affect people of color. The public health emergency of the pandemic did not create the deep racial inequities in our state as previously established, but it can be an opportunity to address them. This bill takes steps to dismantle components of systemic racism and move Connecticut closer to health equity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your testimony and have a good afternoon. Next, Kathleen Callahan.
Yes, hello. Honorable Chairpersons Austin and Walker and all other distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Kathleen Callahan, a resident of Stratford and the Community Programming and Development Lead at the Connecticut Women's Consortium in Hamden. I'm also the chair of the National Association of Social Workers, Connecticut Chapters, Education and Legislative Action Network. I'm testifying on behalf of both the consortium and the chapter, which represents over 2,300 members, to voice our strong support of HB 6662. Written testimony has been submitted and I will provide an edited version. Racism is a social determinant of health. It is a plague which causes inequity and disparate outcomes throughout people's lives. As such, it is crucial that racism be recognized as a public health crisis. The COVID-19 pandemic has emphasized this existing health gap in Connecticut with a disproportionate impact on communities of color. Combined with high-profile acts of police violence against Black Americans, these events are profoundly transforming the lives of people across Connecticut and have prompted sustained calls for long overdue action. Racist practices and policies traumatize and then re-traumatize. The impact is then used as a vulnerability to exploit. As specialists in this field, we understand the significance of delivering trauma-informed care. The trauma of racism can potentially result in multiple lifelong consequences, and racism exacerbates adverse childhood experiences. Instead of asking individuals, what is wrong with you, trauma-informed care directs us to ask what has happened to you. We now consider the importance of adding, and what have we, the systems, institutions, and organizations, done to you? The social work profession is held to a code of ethics with our primary mission to enhance human well-being and help meet the basic human needs of all people, with particular attention to the needs and empowerment of people who are vulnerable, oppressed, and living in poverty. We are fundamentally rooted in the belief that an individual must be seen within the context and complexity of their human experiences, their shared environments, and how those create, influence, and address adversity and barriers. Through application of our core values, including dignity and worth of the person, our membership is committed to ending racism through education, social justice, advocacy, and continued professional development. We applaud the language of cultural humility in the bill. This is the internal work we must consistently do to serve our clients appropriately and effectively, whether individuals, families, communities, or systems. As the consortium promotes an equity-based, trauma-informed, and resilient Connecticut, we are also thrilled with this language. This session, we have called on our legislators to support many bills, but more is required. Both NASW Connecticut and the consortium implore you to recognize that framing racism as a public health crisis is not just a matter of semantics. It allows all of us to address the broader crisis in the systemic ways other public health threats have been confronted over time. This includes strategic planning across all sectors in policies, practices, and support services. An essential component of this work is leadership at the state level, with the establishment of an executive department commission on racial equity in public health and the resourcing that entails. We urge the committee to support HB 6662 with respect and gratitude for your service and consideration.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions, so have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative.
Next, we have Lee
Bortinsky.
Thank you.
No problem. I knew you'd struggle. Everybody does. Good afternoon. I thank the distinguished members of the Appropriation Committee for their time and consideration. I'll be speaking in support of Senate Bill 340 and also briefly supporting House Bill 6662. My name's Lee Bortinsky. I live in Ridgefield, Connecticut, and I work at New Reach Incorporated in New Haven as a rapid rehousing caseworker and an employment specialist. I'm a service-connected disabled veteran of the U.S. Army. I'm a person who has a mental health diagnosis. I'm a person who has experienced homelessness themselves. I'd like to be clear that if it weren't for the homelessness and mental health services I've received over the years, and especially the workers who provided them, I wouldn't be in the amazing position I am today. I'm getting married on April 10th. I'm doing great at a full-time job where I get to help others. I'm back in college. Lots of areas of my life are still getting better. People like the workers who help me, workers like my colleagues at work, and yes, even myself, are often struggling to afford our day-to-day lives with the current pay and benefits offered in the work we do. Senate Bill 340 will help to get benefits and pay up to a level that will allow the selfless, compassionate, and dedicated individuals who work in human services to earn a sustainable living. I know that you are all serious about ending homelessness, but you absolutely need us to accomplish this necessary goal. The frontline workers who staff the shelters, homeless outreach workers, housing navigation workers, and case managers, to name a few of the kinds of workers involved, are all dangerously underpaid. I happen to work at an outstanding organization with a pay that is competitive, but it's only competitive compared to other jobs like it in my field. The pay, when compared to the work involved, the level of skill involved, the deep compassion, and the commitment of human service workers, is next to nothing. We do it because we love to help people, because it is who we are. Even living in debt and paycheck to paycheck, or worse at times, we still do it. But if things do not change, we'll see fewer and fewer qualified people come into these fields, and even fewer than that stay in the fields. Please use this bill as a way to start helping the helpers, and please fight your hardest to get us the funding to show workers like my colleagues and I that the state cares and that we are appreciated and valued. I'd quickly like to support House Bill 6662 as well, because I literally get to see how racism wrongs my clients every day I go to work. Racism is destroying this country, and this bill is a step in fighting that destruction. I'd like to thank everyone who has taken the time to hear my testimony. It's an honor to be able to contribute to making a difference in Connecticut and hopefully out into the nation at large. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? No. Thank you, and have a good day. Thank you. Next, we have Tyler Napper. Tyler Napper, number 34.
Madam Chair, the next spot is number 39.
No, I see number 35 right now on the screen.
He is
right there. Omina McCoy, I see her.
Oh, she wasn't showing up. I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Okay, that's okay. So she, go right ahead, Omina, Ms. McCoy.
Good morning, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony on SB 340, an act concerning funding for housing services. My name is Omina McCoy, and I am the Senior Policy Analyst at the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness. I speak before you today as an employee of an organization that represents more than 100 member agencies across the state who are working to end homelessness. In the fall of 2019, I enrolled in a course called Theology and Medicine at Yale University. Students were required to shadow Yale New Haven hospital officials during their usual medical rounds. That morning, I made my way through the sanitized corridors of the hospital and rode the elevator up to Verde 5 North. There we entered into the room of a homeless man named Lewis, who had been identified as having a mental health illness, but was found by the psychiatric staff to be sound enough to make his own decisions regarding his care. Dr. Doolittle introduced himself and pulled up his chair. He asked Lewis how he managed to survive on the street, to which Lewis replied, "I sleep anywhere. Don't matter, I make it work." He asked Lewis if there was anything he could do for him before discharge, to which Lewis replied that a bus pass and some shoes would be nice. The doctor replied that he would see what he could do about the shoes and the bus pass, and then added, "How about we get you a blanket for tonight?" Today, you will hear and read testimony from homelessness and housing providers across the state that encounter and help dozens of people like Lewis every day. and yet they themselves are one paycheck away from facing housing instability themselves. These providers will express how state agencies like DOH and DMIS have required them to maintain the same level of services despite being underfunded. They will share that there have been no adjustments in funding levels to reasonably cover inflationary costs, including salaries, training, supervision costs, rent, heat, fuel, and health insurance costs. They will implore you to support SB 340, which would require state agencies to ensure that funding levels for homelessness and housing assistance services reflects the true cost of professional services they provide, which includes competitive wages and benefits to frontline employees that staff our shelters, our CAN programs, homeless outreach, housing navigation, and case management services. Our organizations simply cannot continue to rely on philanthropic dollars to help fill the gap in costs. As you are all aware, these exemplary men and women have been a lifeline of support for those struggling with homelessness and mental health issues. It is important that we take care of our providers so that they can continue the critical work of caring for others. We must prioritize funding for homelessness organizations that is commensurate to the services and care they provide, so that every employer can offer their staff a safe working environment and a living wage, and at the same time ensure that homelessness is rare, brief, and non-reoccurring. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Amina. It's great to see you, and thank you for your testimony. Have a good day. Thanks. I'm going back to Tyler Naper. Naper? Is that it? Napper? Naper?
Napper, yes.
Okay.
Thank
Go right
you.
Go right ahead, sir.
All right, so good afternoon, Madam Chair and fellow members of the Appropriations Committee. I stand in support for the House Bill 6662, and some of the reasons why I stand in support in it is because Connecticut currently stands in a pivotal moment in the fight for racial justice. Some of these examples are pretty much over and over. We've witnessed police murder Black and brown people in our state. Black people make up 41% of incarcerated persons in a state where they only are 10% of Connecticut's population. And as of now, as we living through this, COVID-19 has disproportionately impacted and killed Black and brown people. Yet the data already shows that our state's vaccination rollout is inequitable. There are also long-standing inequalities in wealth and wages, which have left communities of color particularly vulnerable during COVID-19. Connecticut has the highest level of income inequality in the US. We currently rank number 33 in the United States News for equality. And I mean, as a progressive state, as we appear to be, it shows that how pernicious the covert racism is within our state. But yet the US Black median household income, just to circle back to that, is only 60% of what the white household income is. Connecticut also has one of the highest rates of unemployment in the country for Latinos. So I can only imagine for the city that I live in, Hartford, to which it's 65% or well over 70% Latinos, that is taking a true toll on my city. There is $630 million of funding gap between Black and brown people of color in white school districts, and a $2,300 spending gap per student. Guys, I share all of this just to say, growing up as an African-American male, as a gay African-American male, in the north end of Hartford, to which my father has been incarcerated, to which my brother has been incarcerated, I have witnessed police profile them, target them, people of my family, harass them. And I also did studies on the food deserts in Hartford, on the north end of Hartford, to which we only have corner stores that are relatively close to me on Barber Street, to which I grew up on, in Cleveland Avenue, and Tower Avenue, So I know by firsthand experience and lived experience of what this oppression and this racism has done to my people and to many other people of color, and to many of my friends that are Latinos and of Native American descent. And it is saddening. You know, I am grateful and proud to say that I have risen to the occasion and have graduated with my bachelor's in geography, to which I study things like this, which is geographic information science. And just to harp on the data, and more so to Bill for a second.
Tyler, I need you to wrap up, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
The bill, we need more transparency with the bill, and there needs to be a clear definition of the problem. We need to mandate the collection and standardize the data and make sure there's transparency and make sure that it's accessible to many local entities like the NRZs, these neighborhood revitalization zones.
Thank you, Tyler. Thank you.
All right, sorry. Well, I'm open to any questions if you guys have any. Thank you for your time.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to give Ty an opportunity to go ahead and surmise what he was trying to say around this report.
Can you repeat that?
Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Well, I'm sorry. Could you do this very briefly because we are over 5 minutes and we said that it's 3 minutes. So I'm trying to keep the schedule so it's accommodated 105 people we have left. So very quickly, Tyler.
Yeah, sure. So I'll circle back on some things that I think may need to be looked at in the bill. You know, like I said before, there needs to be clear definition of the problem. We need to mandate the collection of standardized, transparent, accessible, and locally based disaggregated data throughout the state, create accountability, procedures, and mechanisms, set sufficient and substantial appropriations, take immediate action and provide immediate relief, and increase the accountability. And just to harp on the data part, I really want us all to make sure that once this bill comes to fruition and passes, it is transparent, it is accessible to many members of the neighborhood revitalization zones. And that means that there are uniform crime reports throughout the state, not just pockets of the city, like the city of Hartford or the city of Bridgeport, but Stamford as well, Norwalk. You know, we're talking about every single municipality should be reporting any crime that takes place in there so that we as Black Americans can be informed of this. You know, knowing
Tyler,
of
Tyler,
I
gotta cut you off. It's you can have this conversation with Representative Porter offline without any problem, okay?
All right, thank you,
Thank you,
Representative
Tyler.
Walker.
Thank you. Sorry,
Thank
but I
you,
have
Madam
a
Chair.
lot of other people, so thank you. And thank you for your testimony.
All right, bye guys.
Bye. Colin Provost, number 36.
Not present, Madam Chair.
Okay, Chris DeFrancesco.
Good
number
afternoon.
37. Good afternoon.
You can hear me okay. Representative Walker, Senator Austin, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Chris DeFrancesco. I've worked at UConn Health's Office of Communications for nearly 14 years, and I'm also the VP for Communication for University Health Professionals Local 3837. I'm here to testify in favor of Senate Bill 134, an act requiring the controller to fund the unfunded liability portion of the fringe benefit costs for the University of Connecticut Health Center. In favor mostly, that is. I'm very supportive of the substance of this measure to relieve the burden of the unfunded pension liability on our state's only public academic medical center. On the surface, that appears to be very well intended. Goodness knows UConn Health could use the relief, and between decades of underfunding of the state pension system and, of course, this past year being in pandemic mode, yet carrying on to continue delivering all the vital services to our population. But it's a statement of purpose for this seemingly well-intended bill that is problematic and reveals its true intent, which is, in my view, to go down the path of privatization. Now, given UConn Health's mission of service in the form of patient care, scientific research, and training future generations of physicians and dentists, privatization comes with a very real and legitimate threat of shifting the focus of my institution's priorities from people to profits. And as you may have heard me say before, UConn Health provides needed care to many among our state's most vulnerable. So is that not one of the fundamental concepts of state government, to protect its most vulnerable? Now, what happens when you separate out those services from state government and depend on a private entity to provide them? I would worry greatly that the answer is the private entity would not provide them, because these services, though needed, aren't necessarily lucrative. If a private entity took over our hospital, where would these vulnerable patients turn? Who treats the adult sickle cell disease patients, or patients with multiple sclerosis or other neuroimmunological disorders that can ravish the underinsured populations? Who screens newborns for cystic fibrosis? Who delivers care to indigent populations at places like the South Park Inn or migrant farm clinics? Who takes Medicaid patients other places don't want to treat? Now understand that I'm speaking as a private citizen, as a union officer, when I say that I personally cannot get behind an effort that would lead to privatization of my institution, and I hope you won't either. I ask that you support the bill in concept, but with an amended statement of purpose. And I might offer that that amended statement of purpose be to facilitate the fiscal stability of the state's only public academic medical center, positioning it to continue to meet its missions of public service in the years to come as it moves toward becoming self-sustaining. And with a collective will among our elected officials and our institutional leadership, I believe this can be done, or as we like to say in my office, the power of possible. Thank you for your consideration and for your public service.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your testimony. There are no questions, so have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go back to number 30, Dory Dumas. Dory, I see you on the board, but I don't see you. Dory, are you on? Okay, we'll go on to the next and come back. Number 38, Melinda Johnson.
Yes, good morning. And
morning.
Thank you, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriation Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Melinda L. Johnson. I am the Director of Community Engagement and Advocacy with the YWCA Hartford region, and I am a resident residing in Hartford, Connecticut. The YWCA Hartford region continues to serve our community through our mission to eliminate racism and empower women. In the spirit of our mission, we stand with the Connecticut campaign to address racism as a public health crisis and stand in support of HB number 6662, an act declaring racism as a public health crisis and establishing the Commission of Racial Equity in Public Health. From 2020 to present, we have found ourselves faced with a trifold crisis in our country, a global pandemic that is still underway, an economic crisis which is yet to be stabilized, and the undeniable reality of systemic and structural racism. While all of us have been impacted by these present challenges, Black and Brown communities who have been historically marginalized and disenfranchised have found themselves grasping for resiliency where there ought to be resources and reconciliation. The state of Connecticut must lead at the intersection of racial justice and public health. According to the Racism is a Public Health Crisis, Here's How to Respond, a report produced by the St. Louis University Data for Progress and the Justice Collaborative Institute, racial health disparities are estimated to cost the United States $175 billion in lost life years. That's 3.5 million lost years at $50,000 per life year, and $135 billion per year in excess healthcare costs and untapped productivity. When we count the cost of racism in lives, we realize that we cannot approach equity conversations the same way we approach charity conversations. This is not about doing something good, but doing something effective. The work that our state is embarking upon to address racism requires us to be critical, to ensure we put forth more than good efforts, but that we create sustainable solutions. House Bill 6662 is an opportunity for our state to lead the pursuit of racial justice with action. And while the proposed commission that's described in this bill resides in the executive branch, there must also be additional work done for the review and reform of the legislative process to improve public accessibility and to set in place mechanisms to determine the racial impact of proposed legislation. So in closing, I urge this audacious committee to support House Bill 6662, an act declaring racism as a public health crisis and establishing the Commission on Racial Equity and Public Health. Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda. Did you submit testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I guess maybe they haven't posted it because I want to look up some of the things that you were talking about. Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you. Have a good day. Next we have, do we have number 30? Dory Dumas? No. Okay, we go on to number 39, D. Lord. Good afternoon, sir. You've been patiently waiting.
Good afternoon, Representative Walker and Osteen. Thank you. I am Reverend D. Stanley Lord, and I serve as the president of the Greater Bridgeport NAACP. And we as a branch have declared that racism is a public health crisis. If Connecticut is to be serious about racism as a health crisis, Connecticut has to commit itself honestly and directly addressing the minority health inequities, including a systematic, data-driven focus on poverty, economic mobility, and other factors that impact the social determinants of health. Minorities are impacted more greatly by challenges of inequities in many areas, including but not limited to crime, social capital, education, transportation, employment, food access, health behaviors, social status, environmental exposure, access to health services, housing, and public safety. Racism is rooted in the foundation of America, beginning with chattel slavery in 1619. Much of the Black experience in America has been endured under slavery and Jim Crow, which allowed provincial behavior for some, subjecting them to people of color to hardship, disadvantage, in many areas of life. The health disparities which exist in America for more than 400 years, it did not start with COVID. When you look at how our medical students are taught, they are taught that Blacks and brown and indigenous people can take more pain than that of white. How is it that we teaching our students that Blacks have thicker skin? How is it? So yes, we have inequities in health, and yes, racism on every level is a public health crisis. Please, we support and ask you to fully fund this bill and pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony and thank you for your patience also. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Next, we have James Sterling.
Thank you, Representative Walker and members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for your service to the state of Connecticut. I speak today in support of Senate Bill 1082 and also would like to add my white cis support to House Bill 6662. I've been very moved by the testimony here today. Regarding Senate Bill 1082, by way of disclosure, my firm was a vendor to the Teachers Retirement Board for over 2 decades. In that capacity, I attended most Teacher Retirement Board meetings until about 18 months ago. Regarding the Advisory Council, over the last several years, a group of well-informed retirees began to feel excluded from what appeared to be insider information that was only available to some members of the board and their close advisors. The request for an advisory council addresses this concern by asking for information and input before consideration by the board. Regarding term limits, I have observed in my service in other boards and also with the TRB that sometimes long-serving board members begin to feel that it is their board instead of a citizen board. Incumbency can lead to insulation from opinions and the needs of those we serve. Requiring term limits will help enhance fresh perspectives, fresh ideas, new solutions. An added benefit is that term limits will reduce the opportunity for long-serving members to become too close to vendors and advisors. Sometimes a too close relationship can lead to compromised objectivity. Regarding a cap on consulting fees, 15 years or so ago, the consultant fees for the TRB were paid out of the agency budget. After the 2008 fiscal crisis, the legislative change allowed the TRB medical consultant to have their fees paid from the claims account that retirees had paid into during their lifetime careers as teachers. After this change, a previous consultant to the TRB began to build into vendor RFPs that they wrote a provision that the vendor would also pay for an audit twice during the 3-year contract. The funds to pay for the audits indirectly came from the claims account. The consultant who wrote the RFP also performed the audits, earning additional money from the TRB claims fund. An investigation by the Comptroller's Office found in their written report that while this practice was not illegal, it was unethical. This conduct led to suspicion and distrust of board decisions regarding RFPs by some retirees and brings us to the remedy proposed in this act. It is important to note that the current consultant and agency staff were not part of this past audit RFP structure. Finally, regarding the Medicare supplement plan, the TRB currently offers a Medicare supplement plan. This is the plan that they've had for decades. Retirees pay the difference between this plan and any other lower cost base program, so retaining an option for a Medicare supplement would not cost the state any more to provide this choice. Taken together, this act is a response to disappointments that retirees have felt with the TRB board leadership. In my opinion, the agency staff and current consultant are doing a fine job and were not part of what led to the breakdown of trust between the board leadership and some of these dedicated retirees who have been working hard to create transparency. SB 1082 is part of this remedy. I encourage you to support it and encourage your other members to support it as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your testimony, and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Liz Frazier. Liz?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Good afternoon, Representative Walker, Senator Austin, Senator France, and Representative Minor, members of the Appropriation Committee. I'm Liz Frazier. I'm the Policy Director for the Connecticut Association for Human Services. Today, I'm in support of several bills declaring HB 6662, declaring racism as a public health crisis, HB 6661, the establishment of a financial literacy trust. But I'm going to speak today on 6659, the baby bonds bill. This is a bold and innovative idea, a long-term strategy that combined with short-term solutions is designed to ameliorate the wealth gap that plagues Connecticut. Wealth is security. It means there's a safety net in case of unexpected expenses. Parents can
Representative Ryan votes yes.
To a retirement account or a 529 savings account, invest in home ownership or start a business. This wealth is often transferred to children and seeds their future opportunity and just grows over generations. Unfortunately, the Connecticut wealth gap is one of the widest in the nations. And the scorecard for Prosperity Now says that in Connecticut, we rank 43rd in the nation in regard to income inequality. 21% of Connecticut families have zero net worth. White families, 10.3%, but families of color, 41% have zero net worth. 32% of Connecticut families have less than 3 months of liquid assets. For white families, that's 19%. Families of color, 56.4%. The lack of net worth and liquid assets leaves many families unable just to make ends meet, let alone the ability to pass wealth down to the next generation. So the concept is very simple. Every baby born on Husky would have a sum of money put into a special account with their name on it. The account will grow as the child grows. And when the child turns 18, the balance can be used to pay for education, purchase a home, start a business, or put into a retirement account. Each of these eligible expenses will give the young adult opportunity to grow more wealth which in turn could be passed down to their children. It would be available to all children, regardless of race or ethnicity. However, it must be stated that structural racism has ensured that the child poverty rate in Connecticut, the achievement gap, the wealth gap, and income inequality have disproportionately affected families of color, and the gaps have widened over time. With this program, Black and Brown children would disproportionately benefit. The long-term. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Liz. Sorry, go ahead. I mean, are you finished? Yeah.
I just wanted to say that it's a long-term strategy. It provides hope and opportunity, but really it needs to be combined with short-term solutions. That it's not, we can't push it all into the future. We just have to make sure that kids have a future.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your advocacy. Have a good day. Thanks.
You too. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Next we have Rita McDougall Campbell. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Rita McDougall Campbell, a retired administrator and a resident of Trumbull. From 1990 through 2015, I taught in New Haven, and I served as an administrator in Milford, Shelton, and Trumbull. I'm an active member of ARTC, CEA Retired, Greater Bridgeport Retired Teachers Association, and Retired Teacher Healthcare Advocates. Today, I'm speaking in support of SB 1082. Unlike retired state workers, retired teachers have no union or contract to protect healthcare and pension benefits that are administered by the Teacher Retirement Board and governed by state laws. Retired teachers rely on a handshake and a promise that our benefits will be secure long-term. However, in reality, changes can come with the stroke of a pen. To provide stability and security for retirees, I believe SB 1082 will offer some assurance of improved communication and transparency between the TRB and retired teachers when decisions are being made regarding benefits. I staunchly advocate for all 5 of the components of SB 1082 and strongly encourage this committee to support the bill in its entirety. However, I am particularly invested in having the TRB maintain the enrollment option for a traditional Medicare supplement program. As a former district HR director, I am keenly aware of the importance of choice in healthcare benefits. And I understand that while a one-size-fits-all option may have benefits for the employer, it is often not equally advantageous for the employees, especially seniors who may be in need of additional health services. Please note that currently there is no additional expense to the state for the Medicare supplement, as the surcharge attached to the supplement is charged directly to the retirees who choose to enroll in the supplement. Finally, Connecticut teachers do not make payroll contributions into Social Security and are therefore ineligible to collect. Others, like myself, may have had other employment where we did contribute to Social Security prior to teaching, but because of federal regulations, we receive only a small fraction of our entitlement. As such, all Connecticut retired teachers rely upon the health care and pension benefits provided by the legislative handshake and promise. We have no backup plan. Therefore, I implore you to support SB 1082 and provide additional assurances that our health and financial lifelines will remain secure, not only for current retirees, but also for those who will be joining our ranks in the future. I thank you for providing me with this opportunity to present to this testimony, and I have sent a longer version of written testimony to the committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. And yes, I saw your testimony. Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Eric Jade. Am I saying it right?
That's all right. It's Eric Getty, and I'm here on behalf of the Connecticut Business and Industry Association to support House Bill 5607. And I think history demonstrates why this proposal is so critical. You know, after the 2008-2009 recession, the state had to borrow more than $1 billion from the federal government to ensure every unemployment claim was paid out. And while the state takes out the loan, it is the business community and the business community exclusively that has to pay back the loan. And this was no easy task by any stretch of the imagination. And for every year that the loan remained unpaid, not only did our federal unemployment tax rate go up, but we were also hit with special assessments. And then finally, after 6 years, we had repaid the loan. Connecticut was one of the last states to satisfy their loan, but thankfully we did, and we were able to start rebuilding the reserves in our unemployment fund. Now, many other states saw the wisdom in ensuring their own unemployment funds returned to solvency. And back all those years ago, many chose to use their state general fund dollars to help reduce the principal or interest on the federal loans, because they realized the less money businesses spent on interest payments, the more they could reinvest into creating jobs, which were so critical back then, just as it is now. Connecticut, for whatever reason, chose not to assist businesses in any way. And unfortunately, it seems history has repeated itself. We have faced another downturn in the economy, and we have again needed to borrow from the federal government in order to ensure every person receives the unemployment benefits they are rightfully owed. Frankly, even if our fund had been solvent prior to the pandemic, we would have needed to borrow. It is our hope that given the different circumstances surrounding this downturn, lawmakers would consider helping reduce the federal debt, just as so many other states have already done. To date, 24 states have used coronavirus relief funds to help with unemployment debt. The states of New York, California, West Virginia, and Kentucky are actively engaged in discussions with the U.S. Treasury to verify they can deposit American Rescue Plan Act funds. And the reason, of course, is because it helps alleviate a crushing debt, the higher taxes, and special assessments on businesses at a time when so many have been closed for months and can least afford to take on new obligations. The Unemployment Compensation Trust Fund is critically important to ensure that we can provide benefits for future workers who become unemployed through no fault of their own. And we truly appreciate this committee contemplating getting the system back on its feet, just as so many other states have done. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Yes, Senator Austin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Eric, thank you for coming today. Can you just send the list of the 24 states that allowed the usage of coronavirus funds for this, and any conversation or documents that you have that talks about the American Rescue Plan, because we have been told that that will not be an allowable expense, and I'd like to see where it has been so that we can hit back on that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank
you. May I just respond, Madam Chair? Senator, the states that have used the coronavirus relief funds are listed in a chart in my written testimony. And I understand that has been a common interpretation of the American Rescue Plan Act, that you can't use it to reduce tax rates at any point, but I think this might be slightly different because it is being used to satisfy a debt, that's taken on by the federal government. Obviously, we will all be awaiting guidance in the coming days to ensure that, but any available funds that are left over from prior relief packages would certainly be appreciated, and really the business community is looking for a little help. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And I just saw the list of states. So thank you very much for providing us with that information also. Thank you. And have a good day. Thank you. Jane Wilson.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin and Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Jane Wilson, and I live in Avon, Connecticut. I retired after teaching in Plainville for 38 years. I support SB 1080 and all of its reforms, but the foundation of my testimony today is to preserve the Medicare supplement as a choice for the retired teachers of Connecticut. For the past 4 years, I have become a student of healthcare. I've learned a great deal about Medicare and the differences between Medicare supplement and Advantage plans, how they work, how they are funded, and the advantages and disadvantages of each. I've also learned that Medicare is the great equalizer in providing health coverage for seniors, and since 1965, it's protected many families from financial ruin when dealing with serious illness. Presently, there are 2 plans offered through the TRB, an Advantage plan, and a Medicare supplement plan. There seems to be some confusion of semantics from opposing testimonies I've heard and read. We are not asking for an additional or new plans. We are just asking to have the choice of the supplement plan secured for our future. I appreciate the fact that the TRB introduced a lower cost Advantage plan as a more affordable option for those retired teachers who have limited resources, and to address the budget shortfalls and the funding with a cheaper base plan. But I also believe having choice of plans brings balance and makes both plans better through competition. Competition is a regulator for pricing and benefits. Think for a moment of your cable bill. The plan started out cheap and comprehensive, and now they've become expensive and restrictive, and it's because there's no competitive alternative in your area. Insurance companies promote the Advantage plan because it's more profitable for them. They would favor it being the only option, and we know why. It has to do with profit margin. Medicare supplement plans retain the full protections of original Medicare, and that is why nearly 6,000 retired teachers believe the supplement plan is what best serves their health needs. Yet the TRB and its consultant continue to minimize this important group. There appears to be a negative bias towards the supplement and its enrollees. Comments made by the TRB regarding this plan over the past few years have raised my concern that the option of a supplement will be eliminated unless protected by this legislation. All of the other reforms in this bill would actually work in collaboration with the TRB, improve communication, balance representation, and enhance services to their membership. I thank you very much for listening to my testimony today, and I ask you to vote yes on SB 1082 for all Connecticut teachers in their retirement. I also submitted written testimony that has a little more information in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Have a good day. Next, we have Crystal Lewis. Crystal Lewis.
Yep, I'm here.
Go right ahead.
Do I need to turn? Oh, there we go, my video. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Good afternoon, members of the Connecticut Appropriations Committee. It's great to be with you today. I'm here to testify in support of HB 6662. My name is Crystal N. Lewis, and I'm a Health Equity and Policy Fellow for the Institute of Healing, Justice, and Equity in St. Louis, Missouri, and an adjunct professor at St. Louis University School of Law. I have received a JD and a Master's of Public Health, and over the last year and a half, my colleagues and I have been tracking and researching policies and localities that have declared racism as a public health crisis. Among this, we have collaborated and continue to do so with several Connecticut organizations in these efforts. What we have found is that various cities and counties across the country, including numerous communities in Connecticut, have declared racism as a public health crisis. States have also made these declarations and include Michigan, Nevada, and Virginia. Michigan and Nevada's declarations were made through governor executive orders last fall. However, much like the process Connecticut is going through, last month, Virginia became the first state to pass their declaration through their legislator as well. We just want to say that it is imperative for political leaders, such as yourself, to embrace the process distinction between executive orders and legislative enactments, specifically for these declarations and other racial equity measures. This is because executive orders only last for a certain amount of time, whereas racism and its effects on all our health was an issue long before the last year, and it will take much longer than the terms of these governors to adequately address and dismantle racism in our society. Addressing and dismantling racism and its effects on all our health should be a non-political pillar with a sustainable role in our federal, state, and local governments. Thus, it is great to see racism as a public health crisis declarations starting to be seriously considered and passed by legislative bodies such as yourself. Generally, political leaders need to be direct in acknowledging that racism exists, that it has a negative effect on everybody's health and other social inequalities. They need to have holistic and succinct actions in which they plan to address these disparities and routine ways in which they plan to evaluate their successes and their failures. it is also required that political leaders engage and build genuine relationships with the communities they represent to actually see change outcomes. Some action steps that we have seen amongst various other resolution and declarations include ensuring that racial and ethnic individuals are able to participate in decision-making processes, especially when they are policies that will affect their communities. Explicitly defining racism, as I previously said, potentially implementing reparations, and making sure that there is a healing process in place in which historical grievances can be named and reckoned with publicly. It's important to pass this bill in Connecticut because Connecticut constituents and communities are calling for it, because it has and will continue to be a fundamentally raw issue in their lives. Additionally, like many laws and policies before this, when systemic changes start to happen at local and state levels, the federal government often isn't too far behind. Therefore, it is important to pass this bill in Connecticut because it is an opportunity to communicate not only to your citizens, but also to the nation regarding where you stand in acknowledging and dismantling racism. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. And there are no questions, so have a good afternoon. Thank you. Thomas Bruin?
Not present, Madam Chair.
Okay. Olivia Rinkus? Not present.
I'm here. Thank you.
Oh, good. Okay.
Thank you.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Olivia Rinkus, and I'm from North Stonington. Thank you to the members of the Appropriations Committee for the opportunity to testify. I'm here today to testify in favor of HB 6662, an act declaring racism a public health crisis, and HB 5749, an act concerning the transfer and renovation of the XL Center, and in opposition to SB 615, an act concerning payments in lieu of taxes to the City of New London for the Connecticut Port Authority property. The XL Center is a for-profit commercial entity, and the use of state funding to maintain it is a drain on resources that could be used in other ways to benefit the City of Hartford. Please pass HB 5479 and make the XL Center a private entity that can pay taxes and contribute to the community in that way, rather than by continuing to take state funding. In that respect, although the State Pier of New London is owned by a quasi-public state committee, it is preparing to undergo a multi-million-dollar construction project that will cause irreversible changes and damages to the Long Island Sound ecosystem in order to house a private entity for the duration of 7 years. Orsted Wind Farm should be responsible for paying the taxes on this property, not the state, and not the residents of New London. And I ask the Appropriations Committee to oppose SB 615 and hold Orsted accountable for the full amount of taxes owed on the state pier property. Both of the above bills are sort of examples that can only begin to touch on the decades of under or diverted funding experienced by Black and Brown communities. The lack of resources has resulted in many contemporary overlapping socioeconomic issues in sectors such as mental health and healthcare, housing, and education. By passing HB 6662 and declaring racism a public health crisis, the state can acknowledge the many ways racism has been systematically enforced and begin to take steps to address the inequitable access to resources in Black and Brown communities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for your testimony and your advocacy. I don't see any questions, so have a good day. Thank you. Next, we have AJ Thompson.
Senator Alston, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here. Greetings, my name is Pastor AJ Johnson. I'm a resident of Hartford, senior pastor of Urban Hope Refuge Church, deputy chaplain for the Connecticut General Assembly, and community organizer with the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance, which is a partner in the Connecticut campaign to declare racism as a public health crisis alongside the YWCA, Hartford Region Power Up CT, and many others that are on the call. I stand in support of HB 6659, an act concerning the establishment of the Connecticut Baby Bonds Trust, and HB 662, an act declaring racism a public health crisis and establishing the Commission on Racial Equity in Public Health. Racism continues to be an intergenerational plague experienced at multiple touch points over the course of the life for Black and Brown people. From birth, socioeconomic determinants based on race predict shorter life expectancies and poorer quality of life for Black and Brown people. Wellness for families of color begins with positioning our children with opportunities for economic success. The Baby Bonds Trust will allocate $5,000 for every child born onto Husky at an average rate of return of 6.9%. The bonds will provide young people approximately $16,618 when they turn 18. Present today is the opportunity to address racism from two different angles in the declaration and formulation of the Commission as described in HB 662 and in setting up the next generation for economic success through HB 6659. This is an opportunity for our state to lead in the pursuit for racial justice with action. In closing, I urge you to support HB number 662, an act declaring racism as a public health crisis and establishing the Commission on Racial Equity in Public Health. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony and thank you for your advocacy. Have a great afternoon. Thank you.
You as well. God bless you.
Thank you. Next, we have Randy McCray.
Not present, Madam Chair.
Okay. Next, we have Rhonda Caldwell.
Also not present.
Okay. Next, we have Merrill Gay. I don't see him. I know. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Yes, here I am.
Merrill.
Hi. Good morning, or good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, ranking members Minor and France, members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Merrill Gay, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Early Childhood Alliance. We are a statewide membership organization committed to the goal that all children are safe, healthy, and prepared to succeed in life and in school. The Early Childhood Alliance supports HB 6659 as a way to help build wealth for children whose families are struggling financially. This bill would create a system that puts money into an account for every child whose delivery is paid for by Husky, so that they would accrue some wealth by the time they're a young adult. There's a well-documented income gap between white workers and Black workers, with Black workers earning just 75 cents on the dollar of white workers. But as bad as that disparity is, it pales in comparison to the wealth gap. The average white family in Connecticut has 5 times the average wealth of a Hispanic family and 8 times the average wealth of a Black family. But even more startling is that 21% of Connecticut families have 0 net worth. Again, there are huge disparities, with 10.3% of white families falling into that category of having no net worth, while 41% of families of color have no net worth. So not surprisingly, it's those with the lowest incomes who have the most difficulty accumulating some wealth, which is really important for families to have a cushion and for families to be able to plan for the future. This bill directly addresses this problem by using the Husky eligibility as a threshold for participation. And I do want to just remind you that state government already helps middle and upper middle class families save for their children's education through 529 plans. This bill would further equity by helping low-income families accumulate some wealth to pay for college, to buy a house, or start a business. And for that reason, we support HB 6659. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Have a good day. Thanks. Next, we have Bruce Adams. Bruce Adams, is he here?
He is here, Madam Chair.
Okay. I agenda. Mr. Adams? All right. Maybe he's going to connect with us in a little while. So we'll move on to the next person. Wendy Simmons. Wendy Simmons, is she here?
She is not present, Madam Chair.
Okay, so Wendy is not. We're still waiting for Bruce Adams. Paula Baccoloni, number 54.
Oh, hello.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Representative Walker and Senator Austin, and all the distinguished members of the committee. I need to turn my video on, I think, right? Whoops. Uh-oh, what happened?
Don't know, but if you want, you can.
Let me see. I can start.
Yeah,
I have
go
a
ahead.
thing to
Yeah, go
start
ahead.
my video. Oops.
Yeah.
There it is.
There you go.
Good
Okay.
afternoon to members of the committee and Senator Austin and Representative Walker. It's so nice that you're giving us this opportunity to speak. I wasn't ready exactly because I thought that I had another minute or so, and I'm just trying to pull up my information, if you can bear with me. Darn. It's gone.
Are you going home? Go ahead for your testimony.
Yes, I had some notes written down and I was trying to pull them up, and in trying to join into the meeting, I've lost them all. Can you go on to somebody else and come back to me, please?
Sure, absolutely. Go right ahead. Ron Hurt. Ron Hurt.
Not present, Madam Chair.
Okay. Cortland Wilson. I saw number 56. I saw Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson.
Yes, thank you, Representative Walker and Senator Austin, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Cortland Wilson, and I'm a resident of Avon, Connecticut. I'm married to a retired teacher, and we are enrolled in the TRB Medicare Supplement. SB 1082 is a bill that is designed to help protect the interest of all Connecticut teachers in their retirement. I'm testifying today to clear up some misinformation surrounding 1082 that you may hear in opponents' testimony tonight. Offering of a Medicare supplement option.
I'm sorry, sir. Could you hold on 1 second? Could we please make sure that everybody's muted so we can hear the testimony? All right, Mr. Wilson, go right ahead.
Thank you. Some who oppose the bill are suggesting that it will cost the state more to offer the supplement plan. This is a misunderstanding of how the supplement plan is funded and paid for. The state's contribution is determined by the lower cost Advantage base plan. I would refer you to Connecticut State Statute, Chapter 167A, Section 1083T, health insurance. This section states that the state will appropriate 1/3 of the cost of the basic plan, and an optional plan, the member shall pay 1/3 of the basic plan plus the difference in cost between the basic plan and the optional plan. The base plan has been clearly identified as the medical and drug portion of the Advantage plan, and those teachers who choose the optional supplement plan pay all the difference in cost for the two plans. The bill is merely asking that the legislature guarantee the continuing offer of the medical supplement plan. It seems that the TRB and the consultant are framing the supplement plan issue from the perspective of the insurance company by saying that the membership is too small and too expensive. They are not taking a proper negotiating stance and protecting the interests of the 5,650 original Medicare supplement enrollees. With regard to the advisory council, I disagree with the assertion that an advisory council will duplicate or supersede the board or its committee's decision-making role. Rather, it is a representative council made up of members from various retired teacher organizations in the state. The intent is to promote an exchange of ideas between the TRB and those organizations. It is not intended to be involved in the day-to-day workings of the board. A formalized advisory council would alleviate some of the misunderstandings and mistrust that has developed in recent years. The teachers would not be asking for this if they did not feel they needed it. On behalf of the retired teachers, I thank you for your hard work and attention to these important reforms, and I'd ask you to vote yes on SB 1082. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your testimony. Have a good day. Next, we're going to go back to number 53, Wendy Simmons. Sorry, Wendy Simmons, is she here?
I am here. Thank you so much. Senator Ostin, Representative Walker, and the members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Wendy Simmons, and I'm the Executive Director of the New Haven Children's Ideal Learning District, NH Child. And thank you for this opportunity to voice my support for House Bill 6659 and 6662. New Haven Child is a nonprofit organization dedicated to transforming the early childhood landscape in New Haven with the goal of providing high quality early care and education to all 15,000 children birthed to age 8. I support House Bill 6659 and 6662 because we believe that this is the right time to make Connecticut an opportunity state for all children while strategically addressing the historical impact of structural racism. Connecticut's children from traditionally marginalized communities urgently need interventions that disrupt cycles of poverty, and we believe that these two bills are such a disruption. In my testimony, I share some of the statistics of child poverty and desperate home ownership in the city of New Haven. But I really, just want to commend the Treasurer's Office and legislative leadership for outlining such a thoughtful bill that makes long-term investments in young people and their communities so that children, regardless of how old they are, where they live, what zip code they're from, will have access to an opportunity for such a solid financial foundation. I think that so often politicians think in election cycles, and this is an opportunity for our government to make long-term investments and close the racial wealth gap that's so embedded in so many things that our children and their families face. Gandhi said that the true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable. And who's more vulnerable than our most vulnerable children? So to have a bill that thinks strategically about children who are born on Husky as a measure of poverty, we believe that this bill will narrow wealth gaps between those who are born into poverty and those who are born into affluence, and strategically targets the gap between white children and non-white children. And so, New Haven Child promotes opportunities for all children to have a strong start in life, and the beauty of House Bill 6659 ensures that all of our children will have a hope for a strong future in Connecticut for themselves and for their families. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity again to submit this testimony.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Thank you for keeping it within 3 minutes too.
Okay. Representative Walker, would you like me to take over now?
Sure, go right ahead, madam.
I think Paula is number 54. Paul, does anybody have any questions for Ms. Simmons? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Paula Bacalini, did you find your documents?
Yes, I did. Thank you very, very much, Senator Austin. My name's Paula Bacalini, and I'm a retired teacher, for Connecticut retired teacher. And I worked in the public schools for 20 years for half of my career. But since I'm a speech language pathologist, I also worked in the private sector, in hospitals, nursing homes, home care, visiting nurses, and I worked for 9 years at Gaylord Rehabilitation Hospital. So I know a little bit about what's involved in all of the different healthcare plans. And I just want to thank the Appropriations Committee members for all their hard work on this comprehensive bill. I'm here to speak to you in support of SB 1082. It is a comprehensive bill, and the entire bill is really excellent. Thank you so much. Really, when I hear all the testimony, and my testimony gives all the data and information, but today I also wanted to mention and to speak to you about the fact that what this bill really does, what it is really about is decency, fairness, transparency, and protections for all retired Connecticut teachers, and also for the protections of active Connecticut teachers, because they are paying a third into the healthcare costs for their future, and the retired teachers are paying a third into the costs, and the state is paying a third. And the reason we're here today with this bill is because the state did not keep its promise for 2 decades to the teachers and didn't pay their third, which amounted to about $200 million. And that's a lot of money. And therefore, the Teacher Retirement Board was forced to find cheaper plans that also might not be as excellent as the traditional original Medicare plan. The traditional original Medicare plan, I have firsthand knowledge with, and the Advantage plan, because my elderly mother in her 80s I didn't know that she had changed from a regular Medicare plan to the Advantage plan. And when she had a stroke, it was really difficult to get her the services that she needed, PT, OT, and speech in the home. And because the services had to wait for all the prior approvals from the Advantage plan, she was 2 weeks without therapy. And that meant that she didn't even have a home health aide. So as a caregiver, it really placed an incredible burden on us. In terms of the burden that the TRB has spoken about today, with having to have an additional teacher on the retirement board and having to have an advisory council, all of these are important reforms, because right now, currently, and in the past, there's only been one member of the TRB that actually has one of our plans, our healthcare plans. And I don't believe there is one that has the Medicare supplement plan. So it doesn't really give them firsthand knowledge of what we as teachers are experiencing. And in addition, testimony said that teachers have these ability for virtual meetings, but the problem with the virtual meetings and the elderly population is they have a lot of difficulty using the computers. And when the meetings are held virtually, they are only held so that you can call in on the phone and you have no idea who is speaking. And it becomes very confusing to listen to a meeting on the phone with so many different speakers. So I just wanted to say that I support an additional teacher representative on the board, because now we have more retired teachers and the ratio is no longer 2 to 1, the ratio is 3 to 4, where we need 3 retired teachers to 4. 3 active teachers to 4 retired.
Wrap up, please.
I need to wrap up. I thank you so much. I want you to please consider this bill and realize that this is a bill about making healthcare available and securing it in the statute and codifying it into law so that we are able to continue to live healthy lives as we age, and we know we have security. Thank you so very much for having this meeting and for all the hard work you're doing during the COVID pandemic.
Thank you very much, Paul. I see no questions. You're all set. So up next is Rhonda Caldwell.
Good afternoon. How are you? My name is Rhonda Caldwell, and good afternoon, Senator Osteen, Co-Chair Representative Walker, and the other ranking members of the Appropriations Committee. I represent Hamden Action Now, an activist group out of Hamden demanding equity and justice for the Black, Brown, and Indigenous people of the state of Connecticut. I'm submitting my testimony today along with the broad coalition of Connecticut residents who are in full support of HB 6662, an act declaring racism as a public health crisis and establishing the Commission on Racial Equity in Public Health. Let me start by saying I'm speaking on just one of the issues of systemic racism and the recent racially motivated medical rationing that has taken place during the COVID-19 pandemic, where life-sustaining treatment was withheld from our community because of pre-existing conditions that everyone knows is embedded in the Black and Brown and Indigenous community. Quietly around the state, hospitals were individually making the decisions on whose life was more valuable during this pandemic. We then will address hospitals to make their change their racist policies and make their appeals process more transparent to patients and families. These calls were ignored by the Connecticut DPH. This is just another example of the systemic racism that is present in our state's institutions, such as the DPH, which refused to acknowledge and address this matter in 2020 when they were requested to do so. Imagine how many Black, Brown, and Indigenous lives may have been saved with statewide guidance on how to ration treatment and care during the pandemic. We have to understand racism is deeply embedded in our American culture, and in fact, we are socialized in white supremacy, and as such, we must declare racism a public health emergency as we act swiftly on this overdue legislation to form a commission to examine the effect of this in our institutions. So in summary, the issues with healthcare access and treatment during the pandemic is just another example of why HB 6662 is so important at this time and should be treated with a sense of urgency, to create a state-sanctioned and funded commission to examine the effects of systemic racism that is always considered to be invisible to the white community. With the greatest of ease, folks will deny racism and just say we need to just work harder to make our situations better. There is no amount of work Black, Brown, and Indigenous people can do to escape the inequity of racism, which is omnipresent in our culture. For white people to continue to pretend it does not exist only makes matters worse. And you know this. We are always being told to just work harder and being asked to define the equity that we are seeking. My definition of equity is money and social power, which we Black, Brown, and Indigenous people have never received equitably in Connecticut as bias continues to plague our healthcare, public schools, policing, COVID-19 relief, wage disparity, and segregated communities. It is continued killing of Black and Brown people by police officers, over disciplining Black and Brown students in school, creating the ongoing pipeline to the school to prison pipeline, and wage discrimination that we see all over the state. And we need this commission to examine, and they should also be empowered to make legislative recommendations that will address the inequities that we know are present in our state. Please support HB 662 today, like no other legislation before. Thank you for this time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Caldwell, and I'm so appreciative of the fact that you included Indigenous people in your comments. Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Up next is Larissa Forsyth.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much, Senator Osteen, Representative Walker, the members of the committee. I really appreciate this opportunity to give my personal testimony in support of HB 6662. I'm particularly addressing the criminal justice portion of the bill. My name is Reverend Larissa Forsyth. I am an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ. I'm a minister at the Congregational Church in South Glastonbury, and I live in Glastonbury, Connecticut. I'm here as a member of the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance to stand in support of House Bill number 6662. My family and I moved to Connecticut from St. Louis, Missouri 4 years ago. We came to this state and to my new congregation with a great deal of hope. I had been ordained for 3 days when Michael Brown, an unarmed teenager was shot and killed by a police officer on the streets of Ferguson, Missouri. This was just 25 miles from my home. Michael Brown's body was left on the street for 4.5 hours in the middle of his neighborhood, so that his neighbors, his friends, his mother were subjected to the sight of his brutalized body for 4.5 hours. I was one of the many clergy who volunteered to be a pastoral presence in the neighborhood in the days following Michael Brown's death. And I witnessed firsthand both the devastation that police violence creates in a community and the resilience and determination of that community to rise above that devastation and claim the joy and wholeness that is their birthright. At the same time, most of the members of the mostly white congregation that I pastored in St. Louis County had no idea why Black folks in Ferguson were so angry in the wake of this young man's death at the hands of police. Unfortunately, those of us who are white in every corner of this country often refuse to accept the truth that's right in front of us. We tend to discount the stories of our Black, Indigenous, and Brown siblings, ignore the abundant evidence in front of us, and continue to support systemic racism with our actions and our inactions. When I moved here to this progressive state, I had this hope that I was somehow leaving systemic racism and those brutal disparities behind. However, only 5 states are worse than Connecticut when it comes to disproportionately imprisoning Black adults. Only 7 states are worse when it comes to disproportionately imprisoning Latino adults, and this has got to change. I am grateful that my South Glastonbury congregation is committed to working with GIA to eradicate the disparities that systemic racism has created. I'm grateful for the many folks who have and who will testify in support of this bill, and I'm grateful to you, members of the committee, for your work and commitment to making the state a place where all people can thrive. My theology teaches me that every person is beloved in the eyes of God, that all of us are interconnected. My well-being is dependent on your well-being and the well-being of every one of my neighbors. None of us can be free and well until all of us are free and well. I believe that HB 6662 is an important step in the right direction. We must declare eradication of systemic racism a top priority in our state. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Up next is George Harris.
Good afternoon,
There
Senators,
you go, sir.
Representatives, members of the Appropriation Committee. I am Reverend George Harris, Senior Minister of First Church of Christ in Simsbury. I am testifying in support of the act to declare racism as a public health crisis. I testify wearing several hats. In addition to leading First Church for the past 5 years, I served a downtown church in New Britain for 8 years. Needless to say, these were very different experiences. My current Simsbury church is also active with the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance, GIA, which also strongly supports this bill. And my wife is Filipino and my daughter is Pacific Islander, so I also speak from the perspective of having raised a brown child in both New Britain and Simsbury. So in all these roles as pastor, parent, and advocate for justice, I urge you to support the declaration of racism as a public health crisis. I know that I am 58th to testify, so I expect the distinction between interpersonal manifestations of racism and systemic or institutional racism has already been addressed. So I will just say that I have learned both by studying the issue and also through my personal experience that public policy, though it may appear to apply to everyone equally, regardless of race, is anything but equitable in its impact. Systemic racism describes the disproportionate negative impact on people of color, of public policy, and the allocation of resources, whether in the area of housing, education, law enforcement, or healthcare. And there is ample evidence that this negative impact is no accident, that past and present decision making either passively or actively hurts Black and brown people. During my years living and working in New Britain, I witnessed the direct impact of systemic racism on the lives of people of color in my church and community. This was most painfully evident in the lives of children, including my own daughter. As a pastor, I worked closely with several young Black and brown mothers with children. These were strong, loving, tenacious women who would do anything to keep their kids having better lives. But negotiating the housing, education, and healthcare bureaucracy became more than a full-time job. And though well-intentioned, these services were never enough. And as a result, their children suffered. This was most obvious where their children had special needs that the schools were ill-equipped and under-resourced to respond to. By contrast, Simsbury has some of the best services for special needs students in the state. Families with special needs children that are able, mostly white families, actually move to Simsbury specifically for these services. My daughter attended New Britain Public Schools from K through the 3rd grade, but when we saw that she was beginning to lag academically because of large class sizes with a significant number of classmates that required extra attention, we moved her to a private school, a choice not available to many New Britain people of color. Though housing policies like redlining have been outlawed, there are still many practices in place that prevent people of color from moving to communities with better schools and safer housing options. I have witnessed this as the pastor of First Church, where I know people with Section 8 vouchers who were turned away by Simsbury landlords, even though such discrimination is illegal. All of this and more has an enormous negative impact on the public health of people of color and is racist. Again, I urge you to approve this act declaring racism as a public health crisis. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Harris. I don't see any questions, so you're all set. Up next is Robert Buck. Is Robert Buck here?
Not present, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Aisha Clark.
Hi, good afternoon. I am speaking on behalf of Aisha Clark.
Okay, can we get your name, please?
Absolutely.
Please.
Absolutely. My name's Takesha Dewan Everett.
And can you spell your name? Because it's for our clerks to make sure that we get it correct.
Yes, Senator.
Madam Chair, I was asked if this was possible and instructed Aisha Clark that we couldn't make substitutions. If you're willing to allow it, Madam Chair, we can proceed, but this is highly unusual. We don't usually do this. So
thank you. Seeing as I'm sorry, I didn't catch Takesha Dewan.
Takesha Everett, yes.
Thank you. If you could spell your first name, please.
Sure, it's T as in Thomas, E as in Echo, K as in King, I as in Igloo, S as in Sierra, H as in Harry, A as in Alpha. Last name Everett, Echo, Victory, Echo, Roger, Echo, Tango, Tango, Echo.
Thank you very much. And you have your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and the esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Takesha Dewan Everett, and I'm testifying today in my role as the Executive Director of Health Equity Solutions, and most importantly, as a Black woman with lived experience with race and racism. Health Equity Solutions is a nonprofit organization with a statewide focus on promoting policies, programs, and practices that result in equitable healthcare access, delivery, and outcomes for people in Connecticut. Research, common experience, and knowledge tells us that one of the greatest barriers to achieving this vision is the historical and contemporary relationship between racism and health. Our collective and individual refusal to acknowledge this as the primary cause of health inequities hinders our progress towards eradicating health inequity and health disparities. Denying the existence of racism in our culture, institutions, and policies will not make it go away. We all know acknowledging the problem is the first step to solving it. A declaration is just the first step. Structural problems can only be solved through structural change. Being intentional about addressing the public health crisis that racism is means working diligently across every branch of government, every agency, and within the Connecticut General Assembly to uproot, uncover, and dismantle racism wherever it shows up, in our policies and in ourselves. I believe in our ability to change as a state and a nation, and that's why I'm here today in support of HB 6662, because it declares racism a public health crisis and sets forth a path for making legislative, institutional, and policy changes necessary to advance health equity and with concrete measures for change. We stand with all of those in our state who are willing and ready to make the change needed to advance health equity and to stand against racism. This includes all of the people who spoke today already and those who will speak after me. As this is a human-made issue and is not in the spiritual realm, we know we have the power together to dismantle the impact of racism on our lives and our health. We respectfully recommend allocating funding for 2 dedicated staff to conduct racial and ethnic impact statements on any proposed bill, and we hope that you will pass this unequivocally out of your committee. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Senator Anwar, do you have a question?
Yes, Madam Chair. Professor Everett, thank you so much for your testimony and thank you for your work that you're doing. Professor Everett, I wanted to just explore this a little bit. With the magnitude of the problem that we are seeing and the personnel that may need to be on the commission, it's probably at a minimum, we need at least 2 people who are going to be fully dedicated to this commission, really because it's going to require significant recommendations and implementation and coordination work. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, Senator Anwar, I do concur with your analysis.
Okay, and I think that's what with this commission, with this committee for appropriation, I agree with you that we need 2 people dedicated to a commission like this. And again, thank you so much for your testimony and thank you for the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Up next is Ben Shaken, followed by Walt Saplinsky.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you and the members of the committee. My name is Ben Shaken. I'm a manager of advocacy and public policy at the Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance. The Alliance is the statewide organization representing the nonprofit sector. As you know, on this committee, community nonprofits provide essential services to over 500,000 people and families in Connecticut every year, and they employ about 14% of Connecticut's workforce, improving the quality of life for communities across the state. I'm here today to testify in support of Senate Bill 340, an act concerning funding for housing services. As this committee is keenly aware from your budget hearing several weeks ago, the Alliance has come to the legislature to request an increase, a restoration in funding for community nonprofits by $461 million over the next 5 years. That number represents how much community nonprofits have lost to inflation since 2007. The last time there was a rate increase in the state directly before the Great Recession. The state funding for nonprofit services across the board does not adequately cover increased costs or increased demand for services over the last 13 years. This bill addresses specifically nonprofit providers of housing and homeless services, and they and the people who work for them play a critical role in protecting and assisting Connecticut's most vulnerable people. During the pandemic emergency, homeless services have been an important part of the state's critical infrastructure and emergency response system. And regardless of their essential role, however, homeless service organizations and all nonprofits, frankly, continue to be funded by the state at levels far below the actual cost of delivering homeless and housing assistance services. Nonprofit homelessness services organizations play a critical role in protecting and assisting Connecticut's most vulnerable populations, as I said. Rates of housing instability, of course, have increased during the pandemic, and homeless service organizations have prevented thousands of people from losing their homes. And so, like community providers across the entire human services system, homeless providers continue to be funded far below the actual cost of delivering their services. This includes shelter operations, case management, homeless outreach, shelter diversion, housing problem solving, rapid rehousing case management, housing navigation, etc. For many years, the state has asked these organizations and many others to do more with less to maintain the same high quality of services without additional funding. and in many years, especially during the height of the Great Recession, sustaining really significant budget cuts that have not been restored as the state's budget picture has improved over the last several fiscal years. All the while, costs of operation have increased, and we estimate that cost increase is 28% over the last 14 years. This is not a sustainable model and requires the legislature to act now to increase funding. This bill in front of you today would require sort of reworking the way that the state contracts with these providers in a way that would more adequately compensate them for the services that they provide, more accurately compensate them. And so we support this effort, not just to increase funding, but also to improve the way the state does business with the nonprofit sector in this particular area. So thank you very much for your time this afternoon. Happy to take any questions, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any questions? Seeing none. Mr. Saplinski, you are up now.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Ostin and Representative Walker and other distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Walt Saplinski from Newington, Connecticut, and although retired from over 4 decades of public school teaching, I remain active with several retired teacher organizations. Today, I speak on behalf of the Retired Teachers Healthcare Advocates. We support each of the provisions of Senate Bill 1082 as necessary to restore the partnership between the Teacher Retirement Board and the Retired Teachers of Connecticut. I choose to focus on the need for an advisory council. Such a council is needed to repair communications and create a formal pathway so retired teachers can share their experiences about living with the decisions that TRB makes. In recent years, a breakdown in communications has occurred, and here are just 4 quick illustrations. Although aware years earlier of a coming financial crisis, TRB did not inform all retired teachers until a near bankruptcy of the health fund occurred in mid-2018. In response, TRB hurried 28,000 retired teachers, average age is 75, into a difficult insurance decision following a confusing open enrollment period. In another situation, TRB hastily called for an executive session during a regular meeting, then announced that the public comment would now be limited to 2 minutes with no questions allowed. Further, since the start of 2019, about half of the TRB meetings have been canceled. This limits retired teachers' ability to speak in a timely manner. Just this month, a provision in our health care insurance was altered with TRB approval, but no advance notice of the coming change was provided. We need a statutory advisory council to repair communication and allow for the input on healthcare matters. Input means before the Teacher Retirement Board actions, not during. Demands on staff time should be minimal, and TRB could benefit from a retired teacher's offer of volunteer time, which has previously been rebuffed. Let's fix what's broken. This can be a win-win situation, and I urge the committee to vote yes and support Senate Bill 1082. Finally, I want to thank the committee for all of your efforts on behalf of Connecticut's retired teachers. And I would be happy to answer any questions if there are some.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saplinski. Appreciate you coming. I see no questions. Up next is Ron Hurt.
Thank you.
Ron Hurt.
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, hello. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Walker, Chair Ostin, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Ron Hurt, and I'm the alder of the 3rd Ward in New Haven and a leader in New Haven Rising. I'm here today to testify in support of HB In New Haven Rising, we are campaigning to change the maps of segregated development. I represent the Hill as alder, and my neighborhood was redlined in 1937. In the 60s, the Hill was cut off from the New Haven's downtown when the Oak Street connector destroyed the Oak Street neighborhood. This connector was designed to ease the commutes of suburban residents who had moved out of New Haven, but it ended up as one more way that the residents of the Hill have been deprived of opportunities to build wealth. This history of segregated development has created a situation where residents in my neighborhood don't have the same opportunities as residents of wealthier neighborhoods and cities. And I do apologize for the noise in the background, but we're out here. Kamala Harris, Vice President of the United States, is in my ward today. The median annual income of a resident in their 30s who grew up in my ward is $25,000. In a community like Darien, the median income jumps to $78,000. 1/3 of the children in my ward go to bed hungry at night. Life expectancy in my ward is 75.9 years, while life expectancy in Westport is 89.1 years. The suffering and lack of opportunities that are provided to residents in my neighborhood, like the Hill, is something that every Connecticut lawmaker should be focused on changing. In New Haven Rising, we are campaigning to get powerful organizations like Yale University, Yale New Haven Hospital to pay their fair share. My neighborhood hosts Yale School of Medicine and Yale New Haven Hospital, and so clearly they need to do more, especially when the real estate tax break costs our city so much. But we cannot solve this historical problem that has been decades in the making without pressing on multiple fronts. HB 6659 is an important step towards giving Connecticut's poorest residents more opportunity. The baby bonds will give youth in my neighborhood opportunity in a moment when they are trying to start their lives. More will have a chance to complete college, start businesses, put a down payment on a house, or take other actions to help them build wealth. In addition to helping to correct decades of injustice, it is a wise investment that will help stabilize neighborhoods, make our cities more dynamic, and contribute to long-term economic growth. For these reasons, I urge you all to pass HB 6659. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And tell the Vice President we all said hello.
I certainly will.
Up next is Robert Buck, followed by George Mathenall. Robert Buck. Mr. Buck, are you on? Is Mr. Buck on?
He is on, Madam Chair, but not responding.
I'm going to go on to Mr. Mathenall, if you can reach him, please. Mr. Mathenall, you are up.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Sorry, good afternoon. I know you've been on a marathon this whole day. I thank you for your time and patience, and appreciate your listening to my testimony. I'm the former chairperson and current commissioner of the Town of Groton Economic Development Commission. I'm the commissioner of Groton Utilities, a board member of CT Next, and a board member of Connecticut Minority Business Initiative within the Department of DECD. I'm here testifying in support of SB 705. The current COVID-19 crisis has challenged Connecticut's ability to respond rapidly to many needs. We must procure critical goods and materials within our supply chains. We must find ways to locate new and updated resources across our state, production assets, and all kinds of alternate resources. But more importantly, we need to find an effective way of distributing supplies speedily across our 169 townships and communities. If we were looking to recover from the current crisis and being prepared for the next one, it is crucial now that we establish an Office of Pandemic and public health preparedness to be able to coordinate statewide efforts against pandemics and other public emergencies. Our state, we have a systemic lack of up-to-date data on all businesses. We are unable to take an accurate snapshot today of all commercial entities within our 169 township. We do not have the capabilities across the board from all the state agencies. To remedy this, in order for the Office of Pandemic to be effective, the state needs to establish beforehand an independent entity to build and maintain a real-time database, come authenticated state-based marketplace to serve as a business repository of all commercial enterprises within the state's 169 townships, for domestic mobilization of all inventories, for equitable access by municipalities and federal agencies, businesses, nonprofits, and utilities. We are looking to harness the American Rescue Plan, which is offering grants to establish state-based marketplace. This Office of Pandemic should adopt technological advantage by using artificial intelligence to dynamically view online the kind of resources and supplies, new and current, that are constantly evolving across our state, to pinpoint manufacturers, their location, identify their small or medium or minority-owned businesses, to pick up the equipment necessary for disasters, emergency, pandemics, even for jobs creation. I was listening earlier today about unemployment among Latinos. We do not have a mechanism to identify all companies less than 101 employees, to know where they are, to reach out to them and find out if they need employees or apprentices. We do not have mechanism to provide comprehensive workforce training because we do not have a database of all companies within the state of Connecticut, which makes it difficult. If you're looking at it from a point of a table, the key component is a database, one of the links, and we lack that. And to achieve all the conversations that we had earlier this morning, workforce training, unemployment, diversity and all that, we need a database that is able to provide that kind of information. We need to help with our promotions of our tourism sector. We need a front door and a database that is artificially intelligence operated will serve more and much more than that, accommodating all our needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mathenall. Are there any questions? I appreciate your testimony on this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Up next is Mr. Buck back yet?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Bob Buck, and I'm a resident of Farmington. I was a teacher in Hartford for 32 years. Before that, I taught in Asia and as a Peace Corps volunteer in Africa. I am speaking in support of Senate Bill 1082. I support the bill in its entirety, but I will address 3 of its features. I am in favor of the bill because it adds an advisory council which would benefit retired teachers and the TRB. It would not add a burden to the TRB. It would lead to better communications between retirees and the TRB and the transparency which the board needs. The bill would also add a retiree to the TRB. At present time, the retirees are underrepresented on the board. The ratio of active teachers to retired teachers has changed over the years. The bill would correct this. And finally, supplemental plans are traditional Medicare. Keeping a supplemental plan is a key issue for many retirees. I am very thankful to have one. There is no additional cost to the state of Connecticut for a supplemental plan. Retired teachers who have the plan pay the cost difference. In conclusion, I want to thank you, all of you, for your work for the state of Connecticut and I hope that you will support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buck. Appreciate it. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Up next is Kathy Flaherty.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Kathy Flaherty. I am the Executive Director of Connecticut Legal Rights Project, and as you probably already know, we provide legal services to people who are eligible for mental health services from DEMIS. I am here in strong support of HB 6662 and in strong opposition to HB 5123. I thank you for giving me the time to testify today. I think it is very clear, as someone who has lived in Connecticut all of my life, that Connecticut has a systemic racism problem. That is not saying individual people are racist. It is saying that the systems that we have perpetuate ongoing harm. And when you combine a disability with being Black or brown or Indigenous, you profoundly get underserved and marginalized. I have attached to my testimony 2 pieces that we prepared at Connecticut Legal Rights Project. One is showing the disparate impact that the Psychiatric Security Review Board system has on Black men in particular. And the other asks that the state start to collect and measure race, ethnicity, and language data with regard to forced psychiatric treatment. And I really think if 6662 passes, this is something that I hope that the commission takes up. 5123, I understand the intentions, but the reason I am against it is because forced treatment does not lead to long-term recovery. I would encourage the committee to look at the testimony of Paul Acker and reach out to the folks at CCAR, the Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery, because anybody with lived experience of substance use disorder or people who use drugs know that force doesn't work. Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Are there any questions for Ms. Flaherty? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Have a great afternoon.
You too. Next is TJ Sayoka. I know I'm not saying your last name right. Is TJ here?
He is on, Madam Chair.
TJ? Okay, I'm going to go to the next person. Boys. Kimber?
Not present, Madam Chair.
Okay, Bill Garrity, you are up next.
Thank you, Senator Austin. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Bill Garrity, and I'm a registered nurse with more than 25 years of experience in bedside nursing. I was elected as president of University Health Professionals, Local 3837, and I'm serving my 3rd term in that capacity. I'm also an AFT Connecticut Divisional Vice President for Healthcare. As the UHP president, I represent over 2,800 members who are proud UConn Health employees and state employees. A lot of stuff going on in this committee today, so I'm going to try and split my stuff between 2 different bills. First, I'd like to say I support SB 134, an act requiring the comptroller to fund the unfunded liability portion of the fringe benefit cost for the University of Connecticut Health Center. I've come before this committee multiple times on this issue, asking for help with UConn Health's unfunded liability issue. This year, we got a bill proposed for just what we've been trying to get accomplished. And then I look at the statement of purpose and my heart sinks. I take issue with the statement on the purpose of the bill, but I support the substance of the legislation. UConn Health should not be singled out. My members are just tired of being such an easy opportunistic target for legislators. These healthcare providers, researchers, and educators are not the enemy here. Decades of underfunding by your predecessors caused these issues. I have worked for UConn Health in the state of Connecticut for 25 years, and I feel like I'm holding up my portion of the deal. I'm asking for the state to do the same. And I urge the committee to support the bill with an amended statement of purpose. I'd also like to say that I oppose HB 5209, which is an act excluding overtime pay and legislative mileage allowances from the calculation of state pensions. Again, I've come before this committee multiple times on this issue as well. I'm asking you not to move this bill or any of the other same bills forward. As healthcare professionals, much of the overtime we work is forced on us. Even before the pandemic, overtime for my membership has been an issue. And this is because of staffing, and it's entirely in the hands of management. Staffing issues that could be fixed with hiring additional staff, so there are minimal to no holes in the schedule. It's not that tough to figure out. As a state employee, I must look at you, our employers. You don't like the overtime, you have the ability to fix it. If we work the overtime that we are either asked to work or are forced to work, that becomes part of our compensation. We pay taxes on it. It was earned as a state employee. Why would you now want to take that away from a nurse, a pharmacist, a radiology tech, a respiratory therapist, or any one of the hundreds of people that have been called heroes for the past year, and then put forth something like these bills? Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on both these bills today, and I will try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Garrity. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Up next is TJ, and I'm not certain how to say your last name, Sayoka? TJ, you're muted. If you could unmute yourself, that would be great. TJ, can you unmute yourself? Can you unmute yourself? Randy McCray, are you on?
Yes, I'm on.
Go ahead. You can start your 3 minutes, ma'am.
Hi, thank you, dear Senator Austin and Representative Walker and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Randy McCray, and I'm an equity consultant and social justice advocate in the state of Connecticut. I'm writing in support or speaking in support of HB 6659, an act concerning the establishment of baby bonds trusts, and ask the committee to add some modifications. The bill as proposed will create endowments for children born in poverty. However, it is my strong belief that this benefit needs to be extended to wage earners who have been identified as the ALICE population in the state of Connecticut. I have included in my full written testimony why we believe that that needs to be extended due to the data that the United Way has collected, which indicates that a good number of families are earning wages in Connecticut as full-time workers, but are unable to meet their basic needs. So we, when we pulled together some focus groups to share with parents and families about this baby bonds bill, that was what we heard back from families, and we wanted to make sure that that got uplifted in this conversation. I thank you for your time today and ask that the committee fully consider adding those amendments to the bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your comments. Are there any questions for Ms. McCray? Seeing none. TJ, are you up? Can you unmute yourself? Hey, TJ, can you unmute yourself? I see you there, but you're not unmuted yet. We'll keep trying to come back. Up next is Kathleen Hennessy. Kathleen Hennessy.
Not present, Madam Chair.
Next is Veronica DeLandro.
Yes, present.
Okay, go ahead and start, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Senator Catherine Olson and Representative Tony Walker and members of the Appropriations Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Veronica T. DeLandro, and I live in New Britain, Connecticut. I'm here today in support of HB 6662, an act declaring racism as a public health crisis and establishing the Commission on Racial Equity in Public Health. On June 24th last year, I called into the City of New Britain's Common Council meeting and shared the following. Declaring racism a public health crisis or emergency offers a clear path to intentionally acknowledging and addressing disparities and inequities in the city. The emotional, psychological, mental, and physical stress of being Black, brown in America has taken a toll and has a direct correlation to one's health. Racism is embedded in every facet of our lives, from education to health, to housing, to public safety, to hiring practices, all the way down to how we vote. And I'll say we just witnessed that yesterday with Georgia. Adopting this resolution can and should lead to the examination of existing policies in the city so we can dismantle or course correct problematic systems and structures. We need to make sure all elected and appointed officials in the city are embedding racial equity in every decision they make. Now, during a council meeting, a resolution was passed, 15-0, declaring racism a public health in the city of New Britain, and that was just the first step. It is now time to take action, and so I respectfully recommend that the bill include not only staffing to create racial impact assessments on proposed policies, but also that it will enable the Connecticut General Assembly to evaluate the potential for policies to promote equity or have a disparate impact. The pandemic did not create the deep racial inequities in our state, but it can be an opportunity to address them. This bill takes steps to dismantle components of systematic racism and to move Connecticut closer to health equity. So I'm here today again supporting, I feel that HB 6662 is an opportunity for our state to lead the pursuit for racial justice with action. I stand with the Connecticut campaign to address racism as a public health crisis, and I ask that this bill be amended to include a review and a reform of the legislative process to improve public accessibility and set in place mechanisms to determine the impact of proposed legislation on race. I thank you for an opportunity to testify in support of HB 6662, and I strongly urge you to support it. As it is important to take not only action, but to not only to declare it, but take an action in declaring racism as a public health crisis and establishing the Commission on Racial Equity in Public Health. I thank you so much for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming today. TJ, are you unmuted? You are unmuted. Can you speak?
Oh, good. Yes. Good.
So you've got your 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Senator Osteen, Representative Walker, Senator Minor, Representative Frantz, and members of the Committee on Appropriations. My name is TJ Sioka, and I'm privileged to work for New Reach, a nonprofit that provides housing and supportive services to over 3,600 individuals in Greater New Haven and Fairfield County. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 340, an act concerning funding for housing services. I'm here today to respectfully request the state enact a law requiring state agencies to ensure that funding levels for homelessness and housing assistance services reflect the true cost of these professional services, to include paying competitive wages and benefits to frontline workers who staff shelters, coordinated access network appointments, homeless outreach, and housing navigation and case management services. The truth is that the supportive services that complement emergency housing are professional services that require professional compensation. As the grant writer for New Reach, I see how unpredictable, flatlined, and declining public funding has impacted our organization, while our client counts and costs to sustain high quality operations of facilities continue to escalate each year. Furthermore, the introduction of the state's coordinated access network has certainly and positively ensured that the most vulnerable are prioritized and matched to the appropriate shelter or housing in the region. However, this highly collaborative and streamlined system has also resulted in an increased intensity and complexity of cases. Such a consequence requires a high level of knowledge and skill from our frontline staff, and also increases their likelihood of being affected by vicarious trauma and compassion fatigue. This has also required a higher level of staff training, adding more costs. With the current pandemic crisis and increase in households facing traumatic life experiences, our infrastructure is challenged again. Staff are continuously focusing on the safety of all clients and staff with regard to the COVID-19, communicating the need for testing and educating clients on the accessibility and pros and cons of vaccinations. Although New Reach operates on a housing first philosophy of care, our staff do far more than housing. There are many complexities involved in the housing piece alone, for which they are given the highest level of support while earning minimal wages themselves.
Thank you very much for coming. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much, and I'm so glad we were able to get you unmuted.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bruce Adams? Is Bruce Adams on?
He is on, Madam Chair.
Mr. Adams, can you hear us? I'm going to go on to the next person. Margaret Middleton. Margaret, you can go ahead. There you go. You've got your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madams Co-Chairs and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you so much for your time today. My name is Margaret Middleton. I'm the CEO of Columbus House. We help extremely low-income people achieve safe and affordable housing in New Haven, Middlesex, New London, and Hartford counties. I'm here today to urge you to support proposed Senate Bill 340, which would help providers such as Columbus House be contracted appropriately with the state to pay for the services we actually provide. Let me paint a little bit of a picture for you. Tonight in Hamden, people will queue up outside of a chain link fence in order to claim a spot on a concrete floor donated by a church. There's yellow tape sectioning off the part of the floor that they can claim. This program is funded strictly by the city of Hamden and by charitable donations. What I'd suggest to you is that what we're actually doing and what COVID has proven is that the emergency housing crisis response system is part of the state's emergency crisis system. It's part of the state's public health system, but we're funding it as if it was something that volunteers did in church basements a generation ago. Actually, what we do is that we have professionally trained staff who are paid wages and have health insurance, who show up for work to help people who are in intense crisis. Of the over 1,000 people that Columbus House served in fiscal year 2019 who had no place to sleep, for whom we were providing emergency services, just over 1/3 of those people were in a program funded by the state of Connecticut at all. So I agree that with my colleague Ben from the Connecticut Alliance for Nonprofits, the nonprofit sector has done a great job making the case that the nonprofit sector is underfunded across the board, which it is. And I would propose to you that the emergency housing response is not underfunded, it is unfunded by the state of Connecticut, when almost 2/3 of the people that we serve are in spaces that are in no way connected to funding from the state of Connecticut. SB 340 would address this. There's a second aspect of why I think SB 340 is important that I would bring to your attention, and I think it's relevant to the amount of testimony you're hearing today about HB 6662, and that's a question of racial equity. The fact that the state of Connecticut doesn't fund these services and allows them to be funded by charitable donations and meager city and municipal budgets means that the Black men and women who make up the majority of the frontline workforce in the emergency shelter system, who make the emergency shelter response system possible, are really the ones who bear the burden of the state's failure to fund this system. So by passing proposed Senate Bill 340, you would be taking the opportunity to correct that racial inequity. Finally, I just would like to say that we also support HB 6662. Homelessness is absolutely a manifestation of systemic racism and one of the many problems that I hope the bill would, the commission created by the bill would address. I'm very grateful for y'all's time. This is my 3rd time testifying in front of this commission this session, and I know that you guys really do incredible work listening to the needs of the people of the state of Connecticut. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Up next, Mr. Adams, can you hear me? Bruce Adams, can you hear me? Mr. Adams? We're going to go on to Antoinette Badillo.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Thank you for having me here to have this opportunity to speak amongst you all. I am Antoinette Badillo. I'm the Political Action Chair for the Greater New Haven NAACP, and we are here in support of House Bill 6662, an act declaring racism as a public health crisis and establishing the Commission on Racial Equity in Public Health. As the mission of the NAACP is to secure the political, educational, social, and economic equality of rights in order to eliminate race-based discrimination and ensure the health and well-being of all persons. And for 112 years, we have been focusing on deep-rooted systemic racial disparities that have impacted every facet of life for Black, Brown, and Indigenous people. And today I wanted to highlight some examples of levels of barriers to equity that we have been facing in regards to police brutality, where we've witnessed police murders of Black and Brown people in our state. Black people make up 41% of incarcerated persons in a state where they are only 10% of the population. COVID-19 has disproportionately impacted and killed Black and Brown people, yet data already shows that our state's vaccination rollout is inequitable. Black people make up 30% of people experiencing homelessness, a situation only exacerbated by the ongoing pandemic. Longstanding inequities in wealth and wages have left communities of color, particularly vulnerable people, during COVID-19. Connecticut has the highest level of income inequality in the US. Black median household income is only 60% of white household income. Connecticut also has one of the highest rates of unemployment in the country for Latinos, which is 5.8%. There is a $639 million funding gap between BIPOC and white school districts, a 2,300 spending gap per student. And systemic racism not only impacts myself, but my family and Greater New Haven NAACP members and community, especially with our mental health, as we are continuously re-traumatized every day, whether it's police brutality or the school to prison pipeline for our students, or lack of resources in regards to our health. Connecticut needs to quickly reassess its priorities. Already generations have suffered and we need equity now. For this reason, the Greater New Haven NAACP are supporting legislative efforts to declare racism a public health crisis in our state and to take immediate action to address the crisis. These legislative efforts, however, must go beyond simple declarations and need to include meaningful outcome-based amendments. As a result, we are calling for amendments to HB 6662 that, one, clearly defines the problem, two, mandate the collection of standardized, transparent, accessible, and locally based generated data throughout the state, create accountability procedures and mechanisms, set sufficient and substantial appropriations, take immediate action and provide immediate relief, and increase accountability. These modifications will turn HB 6662 into the transformative piece of legislation that the people of Connecticut need and deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antoinette. Are there any questions? Seeing none, Mr. Adams, can you hear me now? Mr. Adams, can you hear me now? If the clerk could try to get in touch with Mr. Adams, that would be good. Up next is Bruce Dvorak.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone, members of the committee. Thank you very much for giving me some time to testify this afternoon. My name is Bruce Dvorak. My company is Hobson & Motzer. We're located in Durham, our headquarters, and we also have a satellite facility in Wallingford, so 100% Connecticut company. I'm the trustee of the Connecticut Tooling and Machining Association, been on their board for many years, and also recently became part of the leadership team on the Connecticut Manufacturing Collaborative. I think most of you are probably familiar with some of our work there with the collaborative. So I'm here to testify in favor of Bill HB 5172. I want to talk a little bit about the personal property tax exemption on manufacturing and machinery equipment that was put through many, many years ago. Something was a long-term issue for our trade association that we fought for, and finally were successful with it many years ago. So the property tax exemption for manufacturing machinery equipment is vital for Connecticut's economy. Manufacturing jobs have higher average compensation and support additional employment in the service and support sectors more than most any other industries. Yeah, as an example, we have a lot of building trades people on site today and some machine installs going on. Manufacturers, a lot of us are pivoting back to growth, but profits may still be lagging due to increased costs and the business still being down from last year, higher absenteeism, a lot of things driving the costs higher. And the property tax is something that would have to be paid regardless of profitability. So it can hurt some of the more vulnerable companies that are trying to make it through. Before we eliminated the tax many years ago, it put Connecticut manufacturers at a competitive disadvantage. Most states do not tax manufacturing equipment. Cutting edge technologies are becoming more critical, more capital intensive, and carry implementation risks. Over the past 3 years, my company, we've invested a few $1 million actually on advanced technologies, and they're actually not yet producing product. However, we deem these machines critical to maintaining our technological edge. So being taxed on this equipment as soon as it was installed would influence these types of decisions that we want to have to grow our state. And many of our manufacturers also have locations in multiple states, so Connecticut is competing for their investment dollars. So taxing the equipment in Connecticut would unfortunately make a lot of these decisions a lot easier, but unfortunately it would not steer investment toward our state. So please support HB 5172 and protect the personal property tax exemption on manufacturing equipment. We need to compete for manufacturing jobs, and taxing equipment would put us on the wrong track. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask you one question on that exemption? Do you know if the exemption is still reported to the assessors on the value of what that would be worth?
I do not know.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Are there any questions? Seeing none, you are all set. Mr. Adams? Mr. Adams, can you hear us now? There you go. You're up. There you go.
Thank you for indulging me. I had a conflict right in the time when my testimony came up, and in these days of randomized order, it just sort of happens. So Senator Austin, Senator Hartley, Representative Walker, Representative Dathan, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Bruce Adams, and I'm the president of the Credit Union League of Connecticut. It's an honor to testify before you today. I'm testifying in support of House Bill 6661, the Financial Literacy Trust Fund Bill, as well as House Bill 6659, the Baby Bonds Bill. But before I do that, I'd like to make mention of House Bill 6662 and remind the committee that we wholeheartedly support the declaration of racism as a public health crisis. Credit unions traditionally are the financial institutions that step in to fill banking deserts where access to financial services is limited. And we work diligently, really by design, to build financial wellness and independence among underserved, underrepresented, and underbanked populations. So for Connecticut to put its money where its mouth is and start to act in this direction rather than talk is something that the credit union industry would get very much behind and offer to join in whatever way we can to help. With respect to 6661, credit unions really are unique businesses. We're financial cooperatives. And so the deposits that come in from our members, from our depositors, are used to fund the loans that we put out to our borrowers. So we don't have a distant set of investors who are looking to take the profit out of the system. When credit unions make a profit, they push it back into the members in the form of lower rates on on loans and higher interest rates on deposits. We've begun an initiative this year to bring a financial counselor, a certified financial counselor into every credit union in the state so that when a person walks in looking for help, they can speak to somebody who has their best interest at heart, as opposed to the financial institutions. So when we look at a financial literacy trust fund, a fund like this would allow the treasurer's office to fuel our efforts to deliver financial education into the community through what we do as our financial reality fairs. And we've put it onto an app now so we can deliver it virtually into schools. I think the most recent one we did was Crosby High School in Waterbury, where we help people model up a budget with a randomized set of financial circumstances, and they have to figure out how to get from day 1 to day 30 without falling financially underwater. And we need to do more of that. We need to teach financial literacy, what we like to call money maturity, for kids beginning, as early as middle school. We think that is a pathway to financial and social independence. I think my 3 minutes may already be up, so I'm going to be quiet. And thank you very much. I'm happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adams. Are there any questions for Mr. Adams? Seeing none. Have a nice weekend, sir. Up next is.
Thank you, Senator.
Rakaya
thank you.
Yervi.
I thank you very much. You have your 3 minutes now, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Connecticut Appropriation Committee. My name is Rakaya Yerbi. I'm a professor of health law at St. Louis University School of Law and co-founder and executive director of the Institute for Healing, Justice, and Equity at St. Louis University School. I received a Master of Public Health in Health Policy and Management from Johns Hopkins School of Public Health and a law degree from Georgetown. And prior to becoming a law professor, I worked at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services as an assistant regional counsel. I was invited to speak today by the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance because my work focuses on structural racism and the resulting health disparities. I'm here testifying in support of House Bill number 6662, an act declaring racism as a public health crisis and establishing the Commission on Racial Equity and Public Health. The report that my colleagues and I wrote as part of the Institute, which was issued in September 2020, has already been discussed, and Professor Lewis has talked about other states that are doing this work. I'm going to focus on some key areas. One being the use of racial equity tools. Many cities and counties have already begun to use racial equity tools to address structural racism. These tools include training, impact assessments, guides for community engagement and partnership, and are important for changing the process around policymaking to address structural racism. They ensure that laws and policies will not only eradicate structural racism, but also meet the needs of racial and ethnic minorities and can be used to support the gathering of disaggregated data, which is so important. Research has already shown us that experiencing racism increases the odds of being a current smoker, binge drinking, and being overweight or obese for all racial groups. But it's important to disaggregate the data to show how racism negatively impacts all racial groups. When we disaggregate the data, it's important that we do so not just based on Black or white, because even if we think about infant mortality, Black women from the Caribbean have the same infant mortality rates as white women. And so if we group them simply in Blacks, then we miss those particular parts. I think that we also need to ensure that we don't just do comparisons between Blacks and whites, because we miss the fact that Chinese, Japanese, and Korean women have the lowest infant mortality rates of all women. Two more things I want to highlight about strengthening the bill is that we need to add, I would suggest adding language requiring the use of legal epidemiology to support legal and policy changes. This is the scientific study of how laws affect individual and population health. And and gives you a way to scientifically study how laws influence health outcomes. Furthermore, I would ask that you focus on employment practices related to hiring, pay, and benefits, because these are key factors to addressing poverty and income inequality. So thank you for allowing me to testify, and I am willing to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, appreciate you coming today. Up next is Kathleen Hennessy.
Distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee, thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Kathy Hennessy, and I am a retired teacher living in Rockfall, Connecticut. I taught as an elementary teacher for 38.5 years in Regional School District 17. I retired from teaching in 2009, shortly after my husband passed away. I am a Connecticut native and I love our state. I am speaking in support of SB 1082. I support the entire bill, especially the section that provides for permanent inclusion of the original Medicare supplement plan among those healthcare insurance plans that are to be offered to retired teachers through the TRB. I place more trust in an original Medicare supplement plan than the Medicare Advantage plans that are being sold to the public now. Advantage plans are under the control of the big insurance companies, which make big profits from their products. Even though I pay more for the original Medicare with a supplement, I am happy to pay this difference. I feel the cost is worth it. My budget currently allows me to do this. I also feel very strongly about Section 1 of this bill, which calls for the establishment of a retired teacher advisory council. This council would be able to improve communications between the TRB and its members. Presently, there is only a restricted public comment portion at the end of the meeting, with no response from the TRB. Once, while waiting to gain admittance to a monthly TRB meeting in 2019, I had a very unsettling conversation with a representative from a large teacher organization. The representative was very concerned about the large number of retirees who had gathered wanting to attend the meeting. If there were to be an advisory council, this council could be the intermediary to receive questions and concerns from retirees and present these items to the TRB for response. This advisory council would provide a more comfortable way for an informational exchange to occur between retirees and the TRB. Please, I implore you to vote yes to support SB 1082 for Connecticut retired teachers. Thank you for all the hard work you do for the people of the state of Connecticut.
Thank you very much, Kathleen. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none. Up next is Danielle Wong. Danielle.
Thank you. Namaste, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Danielle Wong, and I am a member of the Bloomfield Town Council. I am here today testifying in support of House Bill 6659, Baby Bonds Trust. This bill creates endowments for children born into poverty. This bill is an innovative approach that addresses Connecticut's racial wealth gap by allocating $5,000 each for each child born into Husky. As it requires recipients to spend in-state, it also stimulates the economy while encouraging resident retention. This money could be used for tuition or a down payment for a house or even starting a business. The New York Times editorial board released an article in September 2020 discussing similar concepts where New Jersey lawmakers take this very same approach. And I quote, "Establishing baby bonds creates a baseline for individual wealth, limiting inequality in much the same way free public schooling limits inequalities in education," end quote. Now, zooming in, racial wealth inequality clearly exists in my town, Bloomfield. 8,613 households are assigned what we call ALICE population, asset limited, income constrained, and employed, a research initiative headed by the United Way. This population represents our working families, our working poor, and our Black and brown families that are suffering to afford basic needs. Our families cannot afford to put food on the table each day. They cannot afford to bury their loved ones, and they cannot afford decent Wi-Fi so their children can attend schools remotely. Bloomfield residents, mostly Black and brown homeowners, have been robbed of equity and generational wealth because of historic racial and discriminatory housing practices like redlining and blockbusting. Right next door to Wayha or West Hartford, a house, same size, same quality, would sell for up to $100,000 more. Our schools are predominantly Black, yet our population is 40% white. These conditions are rooted in leftover Jim Crow laws and persistent labor market discrimination and segregation, which means less access to stable jobs, good wages, and retirement benefits at work. Connecticut is in need of real solutions and thoughtfully and specifically address the massive generational deficits in the Black and brown communities, like this bill today. A pathway to racial equity is through economic justice. We know this. So I do thank the treasurer for raising this bill and doing this very important racial equity work. While I'm not prepared to formally testify on Bill 6662, I do, the Declaring Racism a Public Health Crisis, I do want to place my support on the record. The town of Bloomfield in 2020 passed a formal resolution to declare public health a crisis, racism a public health a crisis, excuse me. So I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record. So in sum, I do support the passage of these bills, and I ask and urge each member of this committee to support and ultimately fund this bill as well. Thank you for your time. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Danielle. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for taking your time. Up next is Ala Oshimer. And I have no idea if I said your name correctly, and I apologize if I did not. Please go ahead.
Hey, you got it closer than most folks do. Hello, my name is Ala Ashumare. Thank you so much to the entire committee for being here today. And I want to extend a thank you to Ritter and McGee for taking the first step and co-creating an equitable Connecticut. I am standing here, or sitting here rather, today in support of HB 6662. I would also like to make some recommendations to the bill to make sure that the true nature and the true intention behind the creation of this bill becomes an actuality for all residents of Connecticut. Again, I would like to extend my gratitude for what folks have put forth already. Connecticut faces some rather mollifying statistics when looking at the outdated laws and policies and how they affect the entire state. Make no mistake, the worldwide public crisis of racism does not just affect Black and brown and poor communities. It affects our mental health, education, food security, housing, employment, etc. Although there is a misconception that the various municipalities, police departments, and Connecticut state troopers do not murder and maim folks here in Connecticut, that is fake news. We have witnessed various police departments harm the communities they are charged to care for. To name a few of the victims of this brutality, we will name Jason Negron, Mubarak Salomon, Vincent Folks, Jose Soto, Alfonso Zaparta, Zoe Dow, Jose Vega Cruz, and Carnell Williams, to name a few. Black folks make up 41% of incarcerated folks in Connecticut. However, we only make up 10% of the population. Black people in Connecticut make up 30% of the people experiencing homelessness. The Black median household in Connecticut, the Black median household income in Connecticut is only 60% of the white income. The unemployment rates for Latinx folks in Connecticut are the highest in the country at 5.8%. There is currently a $639 million funding gap between Black people and people of color and white school districts, which breaks down to an almost $2,500 spending gap per student. These are the various ways that we can see racism being written into public policy, and it just expands on the various things that folks have come to speak to previously today. The recommendations that I have and many others have for HB 6662 are to make clear definitions. Currently, the bill does not clearly define the above terms of systemic and institutional racism, public health crisis, and social determinants of health. Without the definition and the explicit definition, this is wherein folks will be able to use this bill once it is passed, if it's not passed with teeth, to not make sure that there is an accountability. That goes into naming the mandation of cities, towns, and municipalities to collect and report data, and to do that in a timely fashion, to make sure that that data is standardized and make sure that is rapidly and readily available to the public, and that it should be shared on a quarterly basis. Currently, the bill does not include accountability mechanisms. To hold state and city leadership responsible for providing data and acting to address systemic racism, there has to be an accountability measure explicitly written into this bill. Currently, there is not one. Currently, the bill does not. Currently, the bill does not include relief funds. Are you cutting me off?
I'm asking you to wrap up.
Okay, yeah, sure, I got you. I got you. Currently, it does not. The bill does not make immediate actions to address the crisis that we're facing, and we need the commission to be sat upon by the folks in the community that are most directly affected by the systemic racism that we see in policy written in Connecticut. Currently, the bill would have a lot of politicians and those kind of folks sitting in that commission, but we need—
Buddy, I can probably take you, but
we need folks from the community to sit on this commission and make actionable items and action steps for the municipalities that follow. And I know that I'm running out of time, but I just would like to say again, thank you for currently what you have on record. And I will be submitting a lengthy written testimony so that you can see explicitly the recommendations that we have, as 3 minutes is definitely not enough to address something like a public health crisis. But I do implore you folks to please move with urgency. Folks in Connecticut are dying.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Are there any questions? And 3 minutes is not long enough. That's why we encourage people to put written testimony in. So up next is Brian Anderson.
good afternoon, Chairman Austin, Chairman Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Brian Anderson. I'm a legislative coordinator for Council 4 AFSCME. I'm testifying on behalf of Corrections Local 387, 1565, 391 in Council 4. Our union strongly opposes House Bills 5149, 5209, 5750, and 5754. These bills take overtime wages out of the state employee pension calculations. Pension should be based on true income, not a fiction. The baseline contract wage number for corrections employees, police officers, firefighters, hospitals, and other workers is a fiction. Every year, the state population rises, but state municipal employee numbers shrink. Fewer and fewer public employees are asked to do more and more. Corrections employees are constantly ordered in for hours exceeding the normal work hours. This is chronic. These employees work large amounts of mandated overtime. As people's income grows from overtime pay, their lifestyle expands and changes. When they have no time to do normal home improvement because of the extra hours that they work, they hire someone else to do it. It is wrong at the end of their career to then say, hey, we're going to pretend that we only pay you for 40 hours of work during your career now that you're retiring. If overtime is too high, there are ways to control that. The biggest way is to hire more employees. It is not our members' fault that they are ordered to work a lot of overtime. Overtime is ordered by management. Let's face it, the state and town save money by hiring fewer employees and using more overtime. This is the reason that overtime is used. It's used for employer convenience. Often overtime interferes with our members having a normal life and engaging in family, recreational, and civic activity. Often our members are mandated into work against their wishes. It is wrong to penalize our members by denying them a pension based on true income. Connecticut has cut its state employee pensions repeatedly. Governor Malloy brought in Boston College experts to examine our state's pension system. They described 4 or 5 tiers as low pay. Each new tier is paid less than the last one. Connecticut has made pension spiking impossible by basing pensions on annual income over a worker's lifetime. There are legal caps on the amount that a public employee can be paid in pension. Every year, the discussion of cutting or destroying public employee pensions comes up. Please flip the equation. Consider mandating what our peer countries do, such as Canada. They mandate that everyone who works should have a pension. Actually, implementing Connecticut's Retirement Security Authority would also help. Thanks. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Brian. Are there any questions for Mr. Anderson? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Up next is Ashley Zane.
Good afternoon, Chairs Austin and Walker, ranking members Minor and France. My name is Ashley Zane. I'm a Government Affairs Associate with the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. I'm here in support of 3 bills, but I promise I'll be brief on each one, starting with SB 885 and in particular, Section 11, which codifies the Office of Workforce Strategies. The business community supports this as a way to align K-12, post-secondary education, and workforce needs. We do acknowledge the invaluable work done by workforce development boards, our chambers of commerce, and of course the state agency programs, but oftentimes these programs operate in individual silos competing for resources against each other. Workforce development knows no regional boundaries, and the office would seek to collaborate all of these entities and maximize resources at both the state and federal levels. Secondly, we support HB 5172, the pilot to municipalities for manufacturing, machinery, and equipment. This bill would provide additional stability for municipalities. While this program is currently funded using bond dollars, it's less predictable and leads to decreased revenues for many of our municipalities. This has an impact on our local manufacturers, which is becoming a booming industry within our state. It's been essential during the pandemic and is a critical part of our state's economy. Lastly, we support SB 705, which creates the Office of Pandemic and Public Health Preparedness. As you guys constantly know, we're always asking for stability and predictability. So we applaud the portion in the bill that would connect small businesses with local PPE providers. I'm sure throughout the pandemic, you heard from many of your smaller local businesses that they had trouble accessing PPE. So we applaud this effort. We also support the portion of the bill that would require the office to examine policies related to restoring jobs at the conclusion of any pandemic or public health emergency. This is absolutely critical. We surveyed our membership and saw that 40% of our member companies experienced supply chain disruptions during COVID-19 and are still experiencing supply chain issues a year later. We would also strongly encourage that the office reach out to the business community through public hearings or a working group process, because the business community has compiled some best practices and learned quite a few lessons, both good and bad, about ways to educate consumers, acquiring PPE, and techniques to reduce risk. So with that, we support these 3 bills, and thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zane. Appreciate it. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for staying this afternoon on a Friday.
Thank you.
Up next is Selena Fernandez Ayala.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Selena Fernandez Ayala, and I live in New Haven, Connecticut. I stand in support of HB 6662 and am an MSW candidate at UConn. Declaring racism a public health crisis is critical because racism affects BIPOC at every life stage, if we even grow up. According to the CDC, Black babies have 2.3 times the infant mortality rate of non-Latinx white babies. According to a 2019 study by Edwards et al., Latinos from ages 25 to 29 are killed by police at a rate between 1.4 and 2.2 per 100,000 men. Black men are killed by police at a rate between 2.8 and 4.1 per the same number of men in age range. The overall male mortality rate ranks, quote, police use of force as one of the leading causes of death for young men, unquote. Racism ensures that if not at the hands of police, BIPOC still encounter different ways to suffer or die prematurely. We have disproportionate levels of asthma, diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, certain cancers, and more. These conditions correlate with social determinants of health, such as housing, employment, poverty, access to insurance, to name a few, all areas of extreme inequity. Racism itself is a stressor, which contributes to and exacerbates physical and mental health conditions. Establishing the Commission on Racial Equity in Public Health represents a starting point in accountability to people like me. My uncle died from racism. He went to the doctor consistently complaining of the same symptoms for a year. The doctors kept saying he was just constipated. They found a mass in his colon and did nothing. He went to an urgent care where a nurse had to beg for an ultrasound because no one wanted to give him one. She found lesions on his liver and other organs. He had stage 4 colon cancer. He went to hospice on Wednesday during Holy Week, and he died midnight on Easter Sunday 2015. He was 53. His daughter physically suffers from racism. She had abdominal pain for years, only to be told that she was constipated. She finally received an ultrasound revealing an ovarian cyst that had burst. The pain was from the buildup of fluid in her body. What did her doctor say? Oops. These are two people from the same nuclear family, two people from my extended family. Am I next? I strongly support HB 6662. The pandemic did not create the deep racial inequities in our state, but it can be an opportunity to address them. Legislators should act on these issues now, lest we perpetuate necropolitics, which refers to how systemically, quote, certain bodies are cultivated for life and production, reproduction, while others are systemically marked for death, unquote, Keenan and Thiel, 2020. Between slavery and genocide, the US was founded on the overlap between racism and public health, but Connecticut can lead what this country could and should look like. We must learn from our past and choose to be better. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of this bill.
Thank you very much, Selena. Representative Gilchrist, do you have a question?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment. Nice to see a fellow social worker. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Selena, for coming. Up next is Bianca Shin Tesseras.
Got it.
Oh.
You did well. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bianca Shin Desros. I am from Stamford, Connecticut. I come before you and speak before you today, declaring racism as a public health crisis in support of the bill HB 6662. This year, the League of Women Voters of Connecticut is celebrating its 100th anniversary of empowering voters and defending democracy. We are proud to be nonpartisan, neither supporting nor opposing candidates or political parties at any level of government, but always working on vital issues of concern to members and the public. The National League of Women Voters and the League of Women Voters of Connecticut are fully committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion in principle and in practice. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are central to the organization's current and future success in engaging all individuals, household, communities, and policymakers in creating a more perfect democracy. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are necessary because of the persistent racism in our very flawed but beloved country. Nothing could be more central to the health of our democracy than the health of its voters and all within its borders. Over the past year, our society had to confront the pandemic and its effect on people of color, continued police violence against unarmed Black civilians, and the persistence of different outcomes in such areas as maternal mortality, asthma, food insecurity, and diabetes. It is vital that Connecticut address these public health issues directly and unflinchingly as outlined in this bill. I also would like to lastly say, the time is now We know what the data is saying. We know the history. The time is now to act in support of this bill and show that Connecticut is going to take the lead in promoting equity and in eliminating racism. We cannot prosper as a state when we know the data is telling us, the videos are telling us, you look in your communities that are diverse, you know there's a problem. So the problem is that it must be resolved by policymakers now, not tomorrow, but now, not next year, but now. Thank you very much. Again, the League of Voters of Connecticut supports HB 662, and it urges this committee to send it to the House and Senate for a full vote. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Bianca. Appreciate it. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none. Up next is Pastor William McCullough.
Finally, thank you so much, Senator Osteen and Representative Walker and all of the distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for allowing me to appear here today. My name is Pastor William McCullough. I am the pastor of the Russell Temple CME Church in Bridgeport, Connecticut. I'm also the president of the Interdenominational Ministerial Lines of Greater Bridgeport and vicinity and the founder of FaithFacts for Education. I'm here today to represent 80 congregations and countless children and families across our state who make up the FaithFacts family. We support House Bill 6659, an act concerning the establishment of the Connecticut Baby Bonds Trust. And we are also here to support Raise Bill number 6662, an act declaring racism as a public health crisis and establishing the Commission on Racial Equity in Public Health. Racism and poverty are two of the most powerful demons our children face today. They go hand in hand. They extend their nasty claws into every aspect of a child's life, from the home they live in, to the food they eat, to the safety of their neighborhoods and the opportunities they receive to reach their God-given potential. They even drag their craggy fingernails across the blackboards of substandard public schools because the powers that be in this state have decided they aren't worth funding. We know poverty is all too willing to point the way to poor health, to poor addiction, to violence, and even despair. We know racism is there every step of the way, infecting how our children are seen and how they are treated by other people, and yes, even their state government. We know poverty steals the hope of a child, and hopelessness is a dangerous state of mind. We know all too well that racism kills, sometimes in an instant, sometimes in 9 seconds, sometimes over a lifetime. But we know the mortality rate from racism is 100%. This is a public health crisis. I heard it once said that a poor Black and brown child in our cities will know the sound of gunfire before they know the sound of an orchestra. This is a sin of racism and the curse of poverty. Yes, it is possible to escape, but it is so hard. It is so hard because so many other painful and ingrained difficulties of life ride in its wake. So House Bill 6659 can be a tool to help children make that escape. Raise Bill 6662 can set us on a long-term path to righteousness. Connecticut needs to move quickly and it needs to reassess its priorities. Already generations have suffered and we need equity and we need it now. As I come to a close, funds set aside and invested by the government can provide thousands of dollars for Connecticut's children to invest in when they're old enough, not in stocks and bonds, but in themselves and in their futures, in higher education, property, or even startup businesses in their own home state. Baby bonds aren't a magic solution to poverty, but it will go a long way to telling our state's poorest children that our government believes in them and will invest in them so that they can reach their God-given potential. Declaring racism a public health crisis and creating a commission on racial equity in public health, it won't destroy the demon that racism is and end the tragedies it encourages, but together and in tandem with several other measures before legislators this year, they will put our state on a better path. So please, ma'am, please, sir, support House Bill 6659 and act concerning the establishment of the Connecticut Baby Bonds Trust, and raise Bill number 6662, an act declaring racism as a public health crisis and establishing the Commission on Racial Equity in Public Health. Thank you so much again for listening to me, and may God continue to bless each and every one of you real good. You on mute.
I go from mute to unmute. You would think by now that I would know. I said, are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Have a nice night, Pastor.
You too. Bye now.
Bye. Up next is Charles Decker.
Not present, Madam Chair.
I'm present.
Charles Decker is here.
I'm sorry.
That's right. Thank you, Chair Austin and Chair Walker and members of the Appropriations Committee. The pastor is a very tough act to follow, but I'll do what I can. My name is Charles Decker, and I live in New Haven, where I'm fortunate enough to be an alder representing the 9th Ward. I'm testifying today in support of HB 6659, an act concerning the establishment of the Connecticut Baby Bonds Trust. As an alder, I've seen firsthand that economic inequality has devastating impacts, not only on individuals, but on entire families. Worse, this inequality often entrenches itself more and more deeply with each succeeding generation. My city, New Haven, continues to struggle against the lingering effects of redlining and segregated development. The same New Haven neighborhoods that were redlined in the 1930s saw the highest rates of unemployment and foreclosures after the 2008 recession. During this devastating time, our city also had to give a $150 million tax break to Yale University and Yale New Haven Hospital, even as we struggled to meet the needs of our constituents. The aftermath of that recession saw violence spike in the city, leaving families reeling from loss and sorrow. Today, as we still face a pandemic that has disproportionately targeted Black and Latinx people, we need to do everything in our power to ensure that history does not repeat itself. We know that the pandemic has increased the unemployment gap between white and Black individuals. This is one reason why passing, for example, worker recall legislation is important, but it's also a reason why baby bonds are vital over the long term. This unemployment gap is doubly challenging given that Black households have far less wealth going into the current crisis. In fact, the Brookings Institute reports that in the second quarter of 2020, and I'm quoting here, white households, who account for 60% of the US population, held 84%, or $94 trillion of total household wealth in the US. Comparatively, Black households, who account for 13.4% of the US population, held just 4%, $4.6 trillion of total household wealth, end quote. Without wealth to weather hard times, Black households are at greater risk of losing everything when they lose access to income with a loss of employment. Even just restoring wealth to Black households, much less addressing the current wealth gap, will require bold policies like HB 6659. This bill is an important step towards closing the racial wealth gap in Connecticut. By allocating funds to children born on Husky, it opens up opportunities and possibility for our youth. These are the kinds of policies our state needs to be implementing in order to meet the challenges of the moment and to end the economic inequality, which has had such devastating impacts on people's lives in my city and cities across Connecticut. Thank you for your time, and I urge you to support HB 6659.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for staying today. Up next is Ruby Blackman.
There we go. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Osteen, Chairwoman Walker, and members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Ruby Blackman. I live in New Britain and recently retired from my position as a processing technician at Central Connecticut State University. I'm also the president of ASME, Council 4 Local 196, which represents 450 administrative clerical workers in this region, including more than 275 staff at UConn Health. In addition, I'm a member of the Civil Rights Committee for ASME Council 4. I would like first to speak in favor of SB 134, which would require the controller to fund and unfund portions of fringe benefits at Yukon Health. Removing this cost would bring them in line with other state employees rather than sanctioning them off by themselves. This would allow the greater flexibility in their budget to hire more staff and expand services to the community. For the last several years, the members of our local 196 have been concerned about the possibility of health center, about the possibility of the health center being privatized. Yukon Health is the state's only public hospital and provide many benefits for our citizens, including many who cannot afford treatment at a private hospital. This is why we strongly object to the statement of purpose that would facilitate privatization. The peoples of Connecticut do not deserve to have their only public hospital taken and turned into a for-profit company. That is why we are urging the committee to include a moratorium of at least 2 years in any privatization of any facility. The hospital should be able to determine the impact of this bill and of COVID-19 before pursuing any privatization. I'm also want to speak in favor of HB 6662, which would declare racism a public health crisis in Connecticut and create a commission on racial equality in public health. COVID-19 has amplified the racial disparities and inequality that exist in Connecticut throughout the last year. Blacks and Latino residents are overrepresented as frontline essential workers and has higher cases of COVID-19 in our communities. Declaring racism an emergency and forming this commission would make Connecticut confront its history of racist laws and policies and take actionable steps to address them. This should include everything from zoning laws that still segregate communities to the policies of the state that lead to wage gaps and disparities. No one here created racism or the law and the policy that boards racial disparities results by passing this bill. We can fix a structural problem that is impacting people in every community. We strongly urge the committee to support SB 134 and SB 662 and pass them out of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blackman. Appreciate it. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Up next is Daria Larson.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Senator Austin and Representative Walker and the rest of the members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Daria Larson. I'm a resident of Willimantic, Connecticut, and I'm a graduate student pursuing a Master of Public Policy at the University of Connecticut. Today, I'm testifying in support of House Bill number 6662, co-sponsored by Representatives Nolan, Reyes, Simmons, and Dathan. I also want to add a declaration of support for House Bill 6659, as I've been moved by the previous testimony, and I think it will assist Connecticut in moving towards a more equitable society. I do want to start off by acknowledging my privilege as a white cis female to learn about racism rather than experience it. However, I think it is still abundantly clear how systemic racism is a public health crisis in Connecticut. There are many examples, but coming from a background in environmental studies, I will focus on environmental justice in Connecticut and how it displays the issue. The Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection has stated that over 600 pollution sources exist in Connecticut's 5 major cities. These cities are also home to 71% of the state's minority populations. Studies by the University of Hartford and Deep have also found that the greatest predictor of where environmental hazards are placed is the percentage of Black, Indigenous, and people of color in the community. The pollution in these areas consequently leads to greater occurrence of health problems, as we've heard, such as asthma, which is 10% higher in Hartford than the national average. As we've heard from previous speakers, COVID-19 did not create these issues by any means, but it certainly exacerbates them. It puts these individuals with pre-existing conditions at higher risk, and it also disproportionately impacts communities of Black, Indigenous, and people of color. We've also heard the healthcare system that is riddled with both implicit bias and overt racism, and therefore these health disparities can be fatal. Unfortunately, we live in America where your zip code can predict your life expectancy, and I think that environmental justice issues are just one example of how racism is a public health crisis. Although I am in strong support of this bill and the idea behind it, I will say that I think as it stands, there's not enough to create meaningful change. I do not pretend to be an expert in these things, but in support of Connecticut Equity Now's declaration pillars, I am asking you to consider amending this bill in a few ways to more clearly address the issue of systemic racism to echo previous commentators and testimonies. I think we need to clearly define the problem. As some previous comments made, we need to define exactly what racism means, what systemic racism means in Connecticut. I think that we need to mandate the collection of data throughout the state to study this more clearly, standardized, transparent, accessible, and locally based data. I think we need to create some accountability procedures and mechanisms to ensure that these policies continue to be enforced and implemented. And most of all, with the COVID-19 pandemic, we need to take immediate action for these communities that really have felt a disproportionate effect. Again, I want to reiterate, I am in full support of the idea behind House Bill 6662. I'm just asking you to further develop this declaration into a more transformative piece of legislation that the people of Connecticut really deserve. In solidarity with the Black, Indigenous, and people of color members of our Connecticut community, I will end this testimony in support of the bill to declare racism as a public health crisis and establish the Commission on Racial Equity and Public Health with the addition of the noted amendments. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none. Up next is Ellen Cupo. Ellen, are you here?
I'm here. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. Dear Chair Austin, Chair Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee, my name is Ellen Cupo, and I am the alder representing the 8th Ward of New Haven and a leader with my union unit here, Local 34. I'm testifying in support of HB 6659, an act concerning the establishment of the Connecticut Baby Bonds Trust. As an alder and a union leader, I have seen the ways that racism and inequality are entrenched in New Haven and devastate our communities and families. Every year, our city's leadership works to provide the city services that would be transformative for our constituents, while also having no choice but to give a $150 million tax break to Yale University and Yale New Haven Hospital. This situation has become unsustainable, especially for our youth who are looking for opportunities and struggling to find them. This bill, which would allocate funds to children born on Husky, is exactly the kind of policy our state needs right now, as we struggle to recover from the economic impacts of the pandemic. It gives youth an opportunity at the exact moment they need it most. I know firsthand that opportunities like this can be life-changing. Like many people in my city, I was hired into a good union job at Yale through New Haven Works, a program that my union and community organizations fought to implement. Many people who come to Yale through this program go from working minimum wage jobs with no health care to having a union standard which guarantees them good wages and benefits. When people are given opportunities, it's not just individual lives that are changed, but entire communities. A baby bond that grows into $15,000 to $20,000 over 18 years will provide many with an opportunity to build wealth. This is the start of a business, a way to fund educational opportunities, or a significant start in investing in retirement. When times are tough, this wealth might protect a family from losing their home, destroying their credit, or going into deep debt. As violent crime creeps up across our country, policies like this one are all the more important. We know that violent crime in New Haven closely tracks the unemployment rate. Violent crime is both a symptom and cause of hopelessness. Baby bonds could give people hope. They could provide people with a vision of how they can build wealth and win more freedom. They are a way that elected leaders can show they are committed to fighting for the future of all our residents. Thank you for your time, and I urge you to support HB 6659.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, up next is Deb Cantor. Deb, you are muted. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Rabbi Deborah Cantor. I am the rabbi of B'nai Tikva Shalom, a synagogue in Bloomfield, and we are charter members of GIA, the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance, which includes more than 40 congregations and growing in Greater Hartford. Our members are from urban and suburban settings. We are interfaith, and we come from really all walks of life. And we work together to help make Greater Hartford a better, more just place and to undo racism. I'm a constituent of State Rep Bobby G. Gibson, and I'm here to show my support of HB number 6662, an act declaring racism as a public health crisis and establishing the Commission on Racial Equity in Public Health. I came from the kitchen just a little while ago. There's a lot going on in my kitchen today because it is the eve of the Sabbath of Shabbat and also of Passover. And we are preparing for the Sabbath and for 2 Passover Seders in my kitchen. There could not be a more pressured and chaotic time in my household. Things are really a wreck. And when I told my husband, I have to leave now, I have to go to this hearing, he was shocked. But when I told him what it was about, he understood completely. And he said, this is the most important way that you could prepare for the Sabbath and for Passover this year. Tomorrow, Jews all over the world will gather, as we have for over 2 millennia, at our Seders, which commemorate our people's passage from slavery to freedom. At the Seder, we are meant not simply to remember, not simply to tell the story, but to re-experience what it means to be a slave, to be oppressed, and to struggle to be free. Our tradition demands of us that we take the experience of our slavery in ancient times, and indeed our experience of hate and oppression and prejudice during much of our history, and that we translate that into action, into hope for the future, that we work to fight hate and injustice in every single generation. The Jewish community itself here is increasingly diverse. There are growing numbers of Jews of color in our country, including in my congregation, yet still the vast majority of Jews here in our community, like me, are white. During this past terrible pandemic year, so many of us, so many white people, could not help but see the racial disparities, the health disparities, the injustice, the racism baked into every aspect of American society. We could not look away. And we could not simply say, oh, I'm not a racist, because it's not about being a racist or not being a racist. It's a matter of racism as a structural reality, racism as part of our entire society from before we were even called the United States. And racism then plays a huge role in determining exactly the conditions into which people are born and grow, and people's access to decent housing, education, food, transportation, power, everything. We've heard testimony after testimony today. And I think that there's nobody here who could really doubt that racism affects health. It affects mental, physical, spiritual health, with depression, anxiety, hypertension, shortened lifespan, health consequences of all kinds. It kills. So I ask you, as a rabbi, as a mother, as an educator, as a citizen, I urge you all to take a step to undo this structural racism, begin to address it by supporting HB number 6662, an act declaring racism as a public health crisis, and establishing the Commission on Racial Equity in Public Health. It's only a beginning, but we need to make that start. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming. Is Dory Dumas able to hear us? Dory Dumas?
Yes.
Dory, you can go ahead. You've got your 3 minutes. Did you testify already?
Okay. I did not.
Go ahead then.
So I'm, hold on. I'm Dory Dumas, President, Greater New Haven branch of the NAACP. And I am here in support of HB 662, an act declaring racism. Like everyone else has spoke, I won't spend a lot of time, but this has long been a fight for the Greater New Haven NAACP, the state NAACP, and at the national level. It's time for Connecticut to set the example and to step up, and the time is now. Make it a priority. Do the right thing. COVID-19, as we've all heard, I'll talk about a few things, and a lot of it we've already heard, and I know you heard from our branch, but we know that it disproportionately impacted the Black and Brown communities, with death rates at 25 to 50% higher in the Black and Brown communities. We have long known about this problem in the Black and Brown communities, and we know why we were affected this way. We had the highest rates and levels due to chronic health conditions such as heart disease, diabetes, asthma, lung disease, you name it. And these diseases are underlying conditions that have been affecting the Black and Brown communities for years. This is not new, and these excessive rates and health disparities have always existed and impacted our communities. COVID-19 just shined a very bright light on it. It is and has been unacceptable, and it's wrong. The NAACP has been advocating for health equity along with equity across the board for decades. In order to see the change in Connecticut, we need stakeholders. We need our representatives. We need our state, our hospitals, and others to step up and to commit to addressing health inequities. Make it a priority. Make it strong. It needs to be life-changing. It needs to be with the modifications. And we also really want, and people have already listed all the modifications.
Dory, you're frozen. Can you hear us? If you come back on, we'll come back to you. Up next is Allison Ware.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Minor, Representative France, and members of the committee.
Hold on 1 minute, Allison. Dory, can you hear us now? Dory,
Yeah,
continue.
I'm having some technical difficulties, but I know that we've already had someone from our branch. I keep seeing my system is saying this week, but I did want to take the time. I appreciate what everyone's saying, but the time for equity is now. It's time to support this. And so I don't know what you heard and couldn't hear because I saw that my system was getting weak, but I did want to take the time. I wanted to come on earlier and I had some things with work, but this is important. And Connecticut could set the standard of equity and the time is now. So I won't repeat everything I said. I'm not sure what you heard, but
We heard
I
most
know
of it.
others have spoke up for us.
Yeah, we
around the
did hear
NAACP.
most. Thank you very much, Dory. I just wanted to get back to you before you lost your system again.
Thank you.
Up next is Allison Ware.
Good evening. My name is Allison Ware. I'm a policy advocate and attorney at Greater Hartford Legal Aid. I'm writing in support of 6662, an act declaring racism as a public health crisis and establishing a commission on racial equity in public health. This bill would address a problem that has been long festering, but has come to special prominence during the pandemic. COVID-19 has had a devastating and disparate impact on our communities of color, and still today, vaccines have not been distributed proportionally to these communities, let alone to those most impacted by the disease. This bill would approach racial disparities in public health from a multidisciplinary approach and would bring to bear the expertise of multiple state agencies to address issues that affect the health of our BIPAC residents. These issues are not limited to laws and regulations regarding public health, particularly, but also bear on those aspects of life that affect the health of communities of color: access to safe and affordable housing, food insecurity, access to healthy food, clean air, water, access to recreational areas, and access to quality education, among other things. It also provides a criteria to determine the success of the commission with a measurable target to reduce disparity by 70% in a number of areas. It would also require the Department of Public Health to study and implement a plan to increase recruitment and retention of public health workers of color, the Department of Energy and Environmental Protections to assess racial equity within its environmental health quality programs, and the Office of Higher Education to develop a plan for recruiting more people of color in healthcare training. Legal Services appreciates the multidimensional approach to address the deeply rooted disparities of public health for the BIPOC residents of Connecticut, the impact of which we see daily among our clients. There is much work to do, and we believe publicly declaring racism a public health crisis and establishing an interagency commission to address the issue with a stated and measurable goal is a step in the right direction. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much, Allison. Are there any comments or questions? Representative Dillon, I saw you had your hand up. Was that for Doria from before? Representative Dillon?
Yes, Madam Chair. I attended a forum that Ms. Dumas conducted on vaccines, and I simply wanted to thank her for her incredible work out in the community.
Thank you. I'm sure she heard you. And thank you, Ms. Ware. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Have a nice weekend. Up next is Kellyanne Day, followed by Kathy Saint.
Good afternoon, members of the Committee on Appropriations. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 340, an act concerning funding for housing services. My name is Kellyanne Day, and I'm the CEO of New Reach, an organization whose mission it is to make homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring. I'm here today to respectfully request the state consider SB 340 and enact a law requiring state agencies to ensure that funding levels for homelessness and housing assistance services reflect the true cost of these professional services. I'm here speaking on behalf of the close to 100 employees at New Reach and the thousands of people we shelter and house in greater New Haven and Fairfield County. But you've heard from my colleagues around the state. Women and people of color are offering life-saving housing and services to men, women, and children of color who are homeless. SB 340 can correct two problems that I believe that we have. The first problem is a gender and racial inequity. I think we've heard loud and clear today with testimony in support of House Bill 662, declaring racism as a public health crisis, that housing is an issue. The majority of the paraprofessionals and professionals who are employed by nonprofits providing shelter are predominantly female and people of color. For example, at our New Reach shelters, Life Haven and Martha's Place, 95% of our amazing staff are female and 81% are people of color. Women and people of color represent the majority of the social service jobs and should be paid for the value of their work that they bring to the community. The second problem is the lack of structure or coordination for how agencies are reimbursed for the emergency housing response system. Our work seems to be undervalued and dismissed, and our staff feel that way. In addition, agencies cannot give staff the tools that they need to support these very important jobs. The state does not pay full for the safety and health of the operations of our physical sites, nor competitive wages, benefits, professional development, and support of our staff. Organizations that successfully have privately fundraised in the market have been filling the gap for the state's abdication for years. But we can no longer have private philanthropy fill that gap. I'm worried that the impact of COVID and the increase of people seeking shelter will push the meagerly funded shelters over the edge. And I heard over and over today with folks in support of House Bill 6662 that housing is an issue. And I can tell you that passing and considering Senate Bill 340 would be one small step towards rectifying these problems. So please partner with us to change the way this system is funded, correct the disparities in wages for women and people of color for the services that are being provided predominantly to people and women of color. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kellyanne. Appreciate it. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you. Have a nice weekend. Up next is Kathy Saint, followed by Corinne Prescott.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Kathy Saint, and I'm the president of Schwertel Incorporated, which is a 142-year-old manufacturing company, and we're located in Bridgeport. I'm also a member of the CMC and an officer of Manufacturer CT, which is a statewide organization representing primarily small to mid-sized manufacturers. I'm here today to testify concerning Senate Bill 885 and more specifically Section 11, which outlines the creation and codification of the Office of Workforce Strategy under the leadership of the Chief Workforce Officer of Connecticut. I've served for many, many years on the tech advisory committees for a range of educational institutions, from our Tech high schools to Housatonics Community College's Advanced Manufacturing Center, UConn's Material Science and Engineering School, and the Tech Park at the Innovative Partnership Building at UConn. These activities have given me valuable insight into the innovative things that are being done here in our state around workforce training, yet there has been a lack of an overarching strategy in order to break down the silos and truly leverage our investment in our schools. We have a real and critical shortage of skilled workers here in Connecticut. It is currently estimated at about 6,000 per year. And with the massive new contracts that Sikorsky and Electric Boat have gotten and early retirements due to COVID, we can only expect it to get worse. The Governor's Workforce Council released its strategic plan on workforce development in October of last year, and the plan included 19 different strategic initiatives, each of which are critical to the development of a high-performing overall system. This strategic plan was the result of input and collaboration from the hundreds of stakeholders involved in education and workforce development. The initiatives identified in this strategic plan require the hundreds of stakeholders to be coordinated, and I don't see any possibility of that continuing without an entity such as the Office of Workforce Strategy leading these efforts. Kelly Valeris, the current executive director of the Office of Workforce Strategy has accomplished a Herculean task in identifying all of these stakeholders, and I have seen firsthand the power that the OWS has in executing on the strategic initiatives that are outlined in the strategic plan. This is the first time we manufacturers are seeing a real alignment of all aspects of the workforce pipeline in a way that is going to benefit not only companies, but employees who will have access to better opportunities. In the past, many of the providers of education and training worked in a vacuum and duplicated efforts or built programs that did not meet current needs. The Office of Workforce Strategy is the way we get in front of this. The proposal that the Office of Workforce Strategy and Chief Workforce Officer exist within the Department of Economic and Community Development for administrative purposes will continue to give them the flexibility to work with and across leadership in state government, companies, educational institutions, and other key stakeholders to ensure existing and new workforce programs are effectively aligned and coordinated. This is not just about training, it's about strategy, which means Industry 4.0. It means pathways from K through PhD. It means connecting students in systems like Bridgeport's, which has the worst education gap in the country, to careers that are stable, high paying, provide benefits, and offer the lifetime opportunity for lifetime learning and advancement. It is about positioning Connecticut at the forefront of high tech in all areas, and that can't happen without such an entity as the Office of Workforce Strategy leading the way. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Are there any other comments or questions? Seeing none, up next is Karen Prescott. Have a nice weekend, Kathy.
Thank you. You too.
Karen Prescott. There you go. You are up, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Prescott. I am a member of Connecticut Equity Now. I'm also the president of Power Up CT. And today I would like to talk to many of you, all of you, those watching, about racism as a lived experience. Today, you've heard a lot of testimony. I'm here in support of HB 6662. And many of you have heard a lot of testimony, a lot of data, a lot of percentages, facts. But today I want to talk to you about why we need to declare racism as a public health crisis from a personal position. While it's important for us to look at the data and look at the facts that are out there, I think sometimes that the personalization of what racism does to us gets lost. And sometimes we are unable to connect the data to individuals that we know, people that we work with, people we go to school with, people we love and care about. And so today, that's what I really want to share with you in my time of 3 minutes. I, Karen Prescott, have been just one of many Black women that we know of in this state alone who has been attacked due to white supremacy. Regina Mosley from New London arrived to her home one day this past year with a package on her doorstep that said, "Die, nigger, die." Crystal Caldwell was working, like many of us work, when she was attacked by a white couple. Joanna Hayes was attacked during a Zoom when they looped over and over music playing with words like "nigger, go pick cotton" in the song. And on January 6th, myself, I was attacked by a white woman while protesting at the Capitol, asking or demanding Ned Lamont to make this declaration by executive order when a white woman spat in my face. And as I watched the police only move after I went to go after the woman to get a picture of her so I could get Twitter to identify her, is when the police moved in, but not to arrest her, even though they watched what happened to me in real live time, but to escort her away from me and to stop me from going after the woman. That is when I realized that that Connecticut also, after looking at all these instances that have happened over the last year of uprising, after the murder of George Floyd, that's when I really realized, it became clear to me that Connecticut is no different than any other state in this in this nation when it comes to racism as a lived experience. And that is why we need to make this declaration. We cannot wait for people to sit in high places to talk about this and debate this. Real lives are at risk in this state right here. I'm in Manchester. I've been doxxed. I've been threatened with the Proud Boys to come and F me up. I have been almost hit several times when I protested in Wethersfield, when I protested in Summers. I've almost been hit by a car. A car even came up onto the sidewalk when we were just walking down the sidewalk as they watched us marching to Joanna's restaurant in Summers. And so it needs to be clear that if we do not make this declaration, the continued lives that will be lost, whether it be to direct violence of hate crimes, or whether it comes from mental health issues from hate crimes, or whether it comes from real health issues like increase in blood pressure. We're talking about risk for stroke, risk for heart attack, heart disease, all things that come from cortisol being released into our bodies because we are in a constant state of fight, flight, or freeze. If any of these Black and brown lives are lost because you cannot vote to make this declaration, that is on your hands. It's not my job as a Black woman to make this thing a reality. It is the job of the white citizens and the white elected officials to understand their white privilege and understand their role in making this declaration. I call upon you to make this declaration, not because I'm sitting here just pouring my heart out and pouring out my experience, because it's the right thing to do. It is the step in the next direction, in the right direction, for us to reconcile with what has happened to my people over the last 500-600 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments or questions? Seeing none, have a nice weekend. Up next is Pastor Trevor Buford.
Yes, I'm here.
You're up now, sir.
To the honorable members of the Appropriations Committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Pastor Trevor Buford, and I'm the senior pastor of Union Baptist Church located at 1921 Main Street in Hartford. And I also serve at Trinity College as the interim college chaplain and interim director of spiritual life. I'm here today to speak so strongly in support of this bill, House Bill number 6662, along with the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance, known as GIA. You've already heard from many experts on this bill, experts who have demonstrated the wisdom and value of the declaration of racism as a public health crisis, and using this as a statewide tool to begin to take action locally, regionally, and on many levels. But I'm not here to speak as a content area expert. I'm here to speak as a pastor who's in the community, who has and walks with people every day inside of the lived experience when you understand what happens when we don't address racism directly. We understand that this declaration is a good, worthy first step, but the reality is many of our people are still dying. While we are in our houses or we are sitting at the State House or on a Zoom today, there are many people who are still dying who need each of us to heed the call to step forward. In particular, there are two areas of urgency that I want to focus on today that are a part of racism as a public health crisis. They're the areas of education and criminal justice, addressing how these two co-determinant areas intersect and have negative health outcomes in the lives of our people. They're important because we know that there are experts who remind us that Black people have a higher death rate than white people for all causes of morality. And in Connecticut in particular, this difference in the death rates between one area or another may simply be a few miles between the two. Black people like me literally are the highest rating in most categories. And so that is why I'm here. Your brothers and sisters are in need. And though you may be white, you may come from a different parts of the world, we are still brothers and sisters, and our neighbor needs us. My Bible teaches me that whoever has the world's goods and sees his brother in need and closes his heart against him, how can you have the love of God and people in your heart? So the call today is to not close your heart, to use this bill as to build greater accountability mechanisms and make this declaration real. I'm here asking you to pass the bill that declares racism as a public health crisis and allow it to be a good beginning first step to create truly effective mechanisms that resolve the issues that lie deep in our state's history. So often, we close our eyes and close our ears to the very real reality of what it means to live in a racist state. And we have to today begin to declare that, say we acknowledge it, and then not stop until our education system is resolved, not stop until we have a criminal justice system that's resolved, and not stop until we establish a commission that will develop and regularly update on our comprehensive strategic plan to truly eliminate the health disparities and inequities across the sectors of our state, in environmental, in resources, in education, in all the many different areas that we many times sit by and say, well, Connecticut isn't racist. But we have to declare this as a public health crisis and then begin to do the work that we're called to do. As the senior pastor of Union Baptist Church, I stand at the helm of a congregation that was born in 1871, a few years after Emancipation Proclamation. And I stand proudly today in the midst of all those other clergy leaders in our community who are asking you, representatives, who are asking you, senators, to have the intestinal fortitude and the moral authority to declare racism as a public health crisis, pass this bill, establish our commission, and begin to do the real work. Will you have the courage to look in the mirror, declare racism as a public health crisis, acknowledge the very inherent natures of our state, and then establish our commission to begin to address these issues one by one and know that we're standing on good moral ground? I hope that in the midst of all the hundreds of testimonies you will hear today, that you will hear this plea from me as a member of this community. Will you take courage today and support House Bill 6662, addressing racism as a public health crisis here in Connecticut?
Someday I'm going to your church to hear you speak, Pastor. I'm just saying.
1921 Main Street.
I'll just show up one time, okay? Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, have a nice weekend, sir. Up next is Danny Livingston, followed by Tom Nichols.
Thank you, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, members of the Appropriations Committee. As the Chief Negotiator for CBAC, I want to start by thanking Julius Preston for his testimony today, expressing our coalition's strong support for House Bill 6662, and thank the advocates that you all have heard from and this committee for bringing this important bill forward. My job today on behalf of Connecticut's 45,000 state employee union members is to strongly oppose House Bills 5149, 5209, 5750, and 5754, which collectively seek to take overtime out of pension calculations. In the midst of a pandemic, their intended impact is to lessen the retirement benefits of precisely those upon whom we've relied the most. The frontline hourly workers who risk their lives and the lives of their families to keep our state going in a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. And since in our state workforce, as in our whole society, Black and brown workers are more concentrated in frontline blue-collar jobs than white workers are, the pernicious effects of these bills would be felt disproportionately by workers of color. These bills send a message of disrespect to precisely those who deserve our respect the most. And of course, they remain wrong-headed overall. Connecticut's defined benefit plan is the employer's way to encourage long service from its employees by taking some of the money the employer would otherwise pay in wages and investing it instead in a pension fund. But a pension plan fulfills its purpose because employees trust the employer's word. These bills clearly say the state's word means nothing, and employees rely upon our promise of a pension at their own peril, thus discouraging long service and defeating the very public purpose of a pension system. They also subject the state to huge liability. The CBAC agreement says overtime counts, and courts have found that contractual pension benefits cannot unilaterally be changed. This alone will subject the state to hundreds of millions of dollars in liability. Will the state refund the years of pension contributions employees have made plus interest to all employees who've earned overtime, perhaps over 30 years or more? How many hundreds of millions of dollars will the state return? Removing overtime from pension also discriminates against blue-collar workers who get paid hourly for extra time away from their families in favor of managerial and professional workers who get higher salaries in part because they don't get overtime pay. You would cut retirement benefits from snowplow drivers and nurses and CNAs, some of whom pay double daycare bills because they spend a career of constant forced overtime. You would cut retirement benefits from correction officers held over almost every week because there aren't enough co-workers to relieve them so they can go home to their families. And from first responders who can't go home because their job is to run toward the dangers that the rest of us run away from. Retirement security is for all workers, salaried and hourly. Our state should not ignore hourly workers who show the same dedication as salaried do and have only overtime to reflect the toll it takes on them and their families. These bills are bad for the heroes who've risked the most in the pandemic. They're a dishonor to the state's word, a risk of hundreds of millions in state liability, and a disservice to public employees and the public they serve. The coalition respectfully urges their rejection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Livingston. Someday I'm going to have you do a little bit of a work on a understanding on the unfunded liability, and maybe do a little forum just based on how cheap an employee that is in tier 3 and tier 4 really is, unbeknownst to many people that both sit on this committee and the general public. So I'll get in touch with you. I see no questions. Have a nice day. Up next, you two. Up next is Tom Nicholas, followed by Mary Hendrickson.
Thank you and good afternoon, Senator Austin and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. On behalf of thousands of Connecticut Education Association teachers who I represent as the Vice President of the CEA, I come before you to testify in favor of having racial equality in public education, the HB 6662. I'm sorry, before I begin, I want to thank Ms. Prescott for her testimony today. So race and ethnicity determines access to crucial resources such as knowledge, money, prestige, power, as well as resources which help people to avoid diseases and their ill effects. Wealth, poverty, and race are intertwined. Over the past 30 years, the average wealth of a white family has grown 84%. The average Black family would need 228 years for parity, and the average Hispanic family would need 84 years to reach that same level of parity. Our members see racism and the effects of racism on health every day. Black school children are more likely to experience trauma from the loss of siblings. When Black mothers are losing 4 times more likely than their babies than white mothers. Black school children are also twice as likely to lose their father to prostate cancer than white children. The impact of such loss on children, as well as other adverse childhood experiences, drives these racial disparities and creates this health crisis. Additionally, the prevalence of asthma in children in Connecticut is above the national rate. It affects roughly 3 out of 20 Connecticut school-age kids. Most of the state's minority students attend schools in urban areas, which is where asthma is the most prevalent because of the pollution. Disinvestment in our communities of color leaves schools dilapidated, adding to the disparate childhood asthma rates. The results in Hispanics being 4.5 times more likely to end up in an emergency room than their white peers. For Black children, the rate of emergency room visits because of asthma is even worse, at 5.5 times white children. Unfortunately, racial disparities in health become disparities in the learning and the development that happens in our schools. For our part, CEA has developed resources to help facilitate conversations about race, including classroom appropriate lesson plans and guides on how to have tough conversation with peers and students. Implicit bias training to schools and districts is also available. We stand ready as partners in turning back the tide of racism. CEA also supports the establishment of a commission on racial equality in public health to study the impact of racial disparities. We commend the committee for including housing discrimination and hiring practices among the aspects to be studied. We see the impact of racism on students' health, as well as that impact on housing and ultimately the patterns that resulted in our highly segregated school districts. This needs to change. As this bill moves forward, final passage, we suggest that it include the commission's study, the impact of racism on schooling. To that end, we offer participation of our organization and in particular, our educators of color in that discussion. We can also bring to the table and the discussion the resources that are at our disposal through the National Education Association. I thank you so much for your time, and I am so glad this bill is moving forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nicholas. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, up next is Mary Hendrickson, followed by Ivelisse Correa. Mary, you're up.
I'm here?
You're up. You go ahead.
Okay, thank you. What a long, wonderful day. Oh my. Hello, my name is Mary Hendrickson. I am here today as a retired teacher, offering my enthusiastic support for all 5 components of Senate Bill 1082. Before I start, I would like to say a thank you to the members of the Appropriations Committee for raising this bill and to offer my genuine appreciation for all of the time and the hard work that you do each day for the citizens of Connecticut. As a retired teacher from several school districts in Connecticut, I appreciate the work of the Teachers Retirement Board. This state agency has served the retired teachers of Connecticut admirably for many years. I started to become very familiar with the TRB in 2018 when I began attending every board meeting. In July of that year, all of the retired teachers were abruptly moved out of our traditional Medicare with sterling benefits. A Milford, Connecticut company administering the self-insured plan and put into a Medicare Advantage plan from Anthem unless we opted out. Because there is great trust in the TRB, many teachers did not spend much time looking into this. I did. As you may be painfully aware, the world of health insurance has become more complicated each passing day. The average person has a very difficult time trying to understand what is traditional Medicare? What constitutes a Medicare Advantage plan? What's the difference between diagnostic and preventative? What say does your doctor actually have? Can you just use certain labs, certain hospitals? So at the TRB meetings that I attended, I discovered that Connecticut has 51,000 active teachers and 38,000 retired teachers. There are 4 members on the board elected to represent the active teachers. There are only 2 people on the board representing retired teachers. One is the chairperson, who was elected in 1991, and the other is the vice chair, who was elected in 2017. Senate Bill 1082 has provisions to address some of these inequities. First and foremost, always maintaining access to our traditional Medicare with a supplement plan. Placing corporate profits ahead of the health care prescribed by our doctors is wrong. Anthem is a for-profit company. Their goal is to make money. Traditional Medicare has as its goal to provide for the health care of its members. This adds no cost, every retiree pays for this buy-up option. The second option would be to add another retiree to the teacher's board. The third is to establish an advisory council. The retired teacher members of the board do not sponsor any occasion for retired teachers from around the state to share their current concerns. There is no communication mechanism with the TRB for retired teachers. This bill would also set term limits for the board members. And finally, it would set a reasonable limit on the funds that are being spent for health care consultants. These insurance consultants from the past have to be, it's a necessity that past experience necessitates that these consultant fees must be closely monitored. This bill addresses all of these concerns, and it makes transparency a key part of the workings at the Teachers Retirement Board. I strongly encourage each one of you to vote yes to every one of the carefully crafted components of Senate Bill 1082. I have submitted my written testimony also to support this bill. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mary. We really appreciate it. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, have a nice weekend. Up next is Ivelisse Correa.
Yes, I am here. Hello, everyone. My name is Ivelisse Correa, and I am testifying in favor of HB 6662. In 1992, my family moved from Hartford to West Hartford, and at 7 years old, I learned I was a spick. I missed my school with falling ceiling tiles, crowded classrooms, and hungry children because of the racism. Connecticut is segregated. Our school lottery systems still have racial quotas, and there have been countless federal studies proving that racism is a public health crisis. We can wait and hope for a federal bill or be leaders in equity, which will result in a domino effect of other states doing the same. My father went to jail for marijuana in 1999, leaving 4 children behind, but the state pays their bills with marijuana profits now in a gentrified drug industry and attempted to bury equity bills like 6377 in favor of SB 888. Racism affected my family's housing in 2012 when a landlord attempted to direct me from West Hartford to Hartford, and I ended up in Windsor instead. I had to wait 5 years for my settlement after being rejected via email due to race. And I only took the settlement check instead of going to court because my lawyer begged me. I wanted my day in court. Racism affects employment because it was not until I was married and began to use my husband's name on my resume that I found it easier to gain employment here in Connecticut to this very day. Racism means that me and my children's asthma magically went away when we moved out of Hartford and no one can explain why. Racism means the mayor of New Britain can laugh at her poverty-stricken constituents on Instagram Live and tell us that crime and hunger matter more than symbols of white supremacy, as if both issues are mutually exclusive. It means Ned Lamont can make statements about 40 acres and a mule in public without an apology. It means that Windsor can take funding from schools with high minority populations to hand tax credits to Amazon for the promise of employment that never came. And the mayor of West Haven can ignore the targeted arrests of Black Lives Matter protesters, while Enfield Public Schools can ignore racist staff assaults on students of color because they established an equity commission and are looking forward to their first meeting so they can learn more about racism. It means gun dealers like Rich Klosky from Enfield will serve less time in prison than the inner city residents he sold his guns to. It means that Common Council majority leaders in New Britain can continue with their sexist and racist remarks as if we don't hear the dog whistles. We are dying and do not have the luxury of time. We are dying from food deserts, from poor air quality, lack of jobs, and poor schools. We are dying from sky-high infant and maternal mortality rates and over-incarceration. We don't have time to teach you. We need you to listen and act now. Thank you for letting me speak, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Evilise. Appreciate it. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none. Up next is, you have a nice weekend, and up next is Thomas Buckley. Thomas Buckley, there you go, sir.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for this marathon session you're having today. My name is Thomas Buckley. I'm a professor at the UConn School of Pharmacy. I'm also the co-chair of the healthcare team of the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance. I stand in support of House Bill 6662. I want to applaud the committee for declaring racism a public health crisis in Connecticut, as this is a critical first step in acknowledging the government has a responsibility to end the system of racism. However, we need to go further than acknowledgement. As we've heard today, the pandemic has really pulled back the curtain on health disparities around the country and in Connecticut. Health equity data in Connecticut from before the pandemic and from now look strikingly similar. They look great on the surface, but looking deeper in the data reveals vast inequities. Our current vaccine distribution system is an excellent example of these inequities. This bill 6662 has a great opportunity to improve our history of inequity. I urge the committee to review the report from the Justice Collaborative Institute at St. Louis University entitled Racism is a Public Health Crisis, Here's How to Respond. And I've included that as part of my written testimony. You've heard today from its two main authors, Professors Yearby and Lewis. Their report reviews the laws and policies from around the country that have addressed racism as a public health crisis, and they have a continuous review process in place for these policies. They offer 5 best practices that a law should include. First, the laws must identify racism as a system that causes racial inequalities in housing, healthcare, education, employment, and law enforcement, resulting in physical and physiological harm. Second, they should provide material, institutional, and social supports to address the historical and current practices of racism. Third, they should require the use of a racial equity tool, as Professor Yearby mentioned, to determine whether government laws reinforce racism. Fourth, they should give racial and ethnic minorities true collaboration with a shared decision-making process. And finally, fifth, they should incorporate a healing process, such as a truth and reconciliation process, to address the trauma of experiencing racism. Again, I applaud the committee for declaring racism a public health crisis, and I urge you to consider any one of these best practices, preferably all of them, be incorporated in the bill. Please use the research that has been done in this area to strengthen the bill and best create the commission from the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buckley. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, have a nice weekend. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Michael Rocheleau, are you here? Michael Rocheleau?
Yes, ma'am.
It's your 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Mike Rocheleau. I'm the Executive Vice President of PTA Plastics. We're a Connecticut manufacturer, a member of the Connecticut Manufacturing Collaborative, CMC, and I'm also an officer with Manufacturers CT, a statewide organization that represents primarily mid-size and smaller manufacturers in a wide variety of industries. I'm here today to support House Bill 5172 and discuss how important the property tax exemption is for manufacturers across the state. Senator Osteen, earlier you asked Bruce Dvorak on the form. That is, in order to avail themselves of this exemption, manufacturers need to complete Form M65, submit it to the local assessor, and then it's processed from there. So I did that last October. PTA Plastics has operations in both Oxford, Connecticut and in Longmont, Colorado, and we're an employee-owned company. Plastics is a very capital-intensive business, and over the last 2 years, two and a half years, we've invested in excess of $3 million as a small company in new equipment across both of our facilities, but almost half of that was invested in our Oxford location. PTA has filed for the machinery and equipment property tax exemption in its various forms and iterations for a number of years. And as we consider investing here at PTA, we look at the competitive landscape in both Connecticut and Colorado, as we have to do as good business owners and representatives of our employee shareholders, and choose which location provides the best environment for growing our business. And the machinery and equipment tax exemption plays an important role for us in our decisions, effectively lowering the cost of bringing that equipment into our facilities. Also, because I just didn't want it to be about PTA, and preparing for this, I work with our team at Manufacturer CT, and we did an ad hoc poll of our membership. And one of the issues we addressed specifically was the machinery and equipment tax exemption. And quick results, 80% of our respondents said that property tax exemption is important to maintaining the competitiveness of their business. 67% said that the tax exemption is a factor in determining their decision to make capital expenditures for their business, which translates to jobs. And a metric that on the surface looks good for Connecticut is that as we sit here today, only 46% of our respondents, but it was still 46%, said it's an important factor in their decision to remain in Connecticut. Also, industry and manufacturers are faced with ever increasing demands right now to make investments in advanced technologies like robotics, automation, additive manufacturing tools, 3D printers, technology platforms that support Industry 4.0. So it becomes even more important to support the Connecticut manufacturers. I felt it was important to not only share PTA's viewpoint on this, but views of a cross-section of manufacturers across the state. And we, not just me, asked the Appropriations Committee to continue to provide funding to reimburse the municipalities where these manufacturers are located, making up for the lost property tax revenue that truly goes into supporting the manufacturing infrastructure and the jobs associated with it. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you coming today and staying with us. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, have a nice weekend, sir. Up next is Paula Schwartz. Paula, you're muted. There you go.
I am unmuted.
There you go.
Thank you, Chairwomen, Senator Austin and Representative Walker. I appreciate the time to speak in support of SB 10082. I just want to take a moment and say, I've been on since 11 a.m. listening to all of the speakers, and I have to say, I want to give my support to SB 6662. Wonderful speakers. My name is Paula Schwartz, and I live in Avon, Connecticut. I am a retired South Windsor teacher, a former principal of Farmington and Ram High Schools in Connecticut, and superintendent of schools from Region 10. I have served for over 33 years in the public schools of Connecticut. I am currently a member of CAPS, the Superintendent's Group, ARC, ARTC, which is the Retired Teachers of Connecticut, and RTHA, which is Retired Teachers Healthcare Advocates. I support all of SB 10082, but I want to highlight my most important concerns. I believe there should be a third retired teacher on the Teachers Retirement Board. As the name implies, this is a group that deals with retirement. And at this point in time, there are only 2 retired teachers on the board, and only one of them receives one of the TRB health plans. There are 51,000 active teachers in the state and 38,000 retired teachers. That's a ratio of 57% to 43%. And yet there are 4 active teachers on the commission and only 2 on the board who are retired. There are 15 people on the board in total. the retired teachers, the active teachers, public members, and ex officio members. People who are not in the retired group often don't understand the concerns that we all have, and they are making the decisions regarding our health care and other issues such as our pension. I believe there should be a third member as a retired teacher. I started attending TRB meetings when our health plan was changed to a Medicare Advantage plan from original Medicare with a supplement. I opted with my husband to return to the MS plan and to pay the additional premium each month for the supplement in addition to our base premium. It is a safer option, protecting me and my husband from a profit-driven insurance company plan. If you're healthy, the Advantage plan has a lower premium. But if you have multiple health issues, it becomes prohibitively expensive in terms of copays or denied services. I want to make decisions with my doctors, not with an insurance company. Under the Advantage plan, I might have to go through multiple levels to ultimately get to a doctor recommended for a procedure, or I might be denied using a doctor or hospital out of network. I believe it's important for us to have an advisory council. As you've heard from other speakers, it has been very difficult to get our questions answered. I've attended meetings that were abruptly changed or canceled and did not address our concerns. Contracts have been signed off without any discussion by the members of the committee, and at no time since I've attended have our questions been answered at or after the meetings, nor have our written concerns been addressed. With an advisory council, we could share those concerns and potentially offer suggestions. Numerous errors or inconsistencies in the literature we receive could have been previewed with retired members. A simple request most recently has been to ask for a larger font on our insurance cards. We're senior citizens. We all have eye issues. And yet that simple request has not been addressed. That's just a minor piece of this.
Paula, are you almost done?
I have one sentence more.
Okay.
One sentence more. I think it's important that the board should have direct contact with the users of the plan and not simply receive filtered data offered through an insurance company. I hope you all will support SB 1082. And I want to thank this committee. It's been a long day. You do a wonderful job, and I appreciate your efforts on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paula. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. Up next is Jennifer Paradise. Jennifer, are you here?
Everybody. Hello. Thank you, Senator Osteen. Thank you, distinguished members of the Committee on Appropriations. It's been a pleasure hearing you, and I really appreciate all of your hard work. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 340, an act concerning funding for housing services. As you mentioned, my name is Jennifer Paradis. I'm the Executive Director of the Bethel Center. We provide a continuum of emergency homeless response services and emergency food programs in Milford. Last year, we served 300 individuals and families in our shelter programs and just under 35,000 meals in our soup kitchen. 12 years ago, I was an overnight residential staff member at the Wyndham No Freeze Hospitality Center. This was a 30-bed winter shelter program that, with no other options, provided tents to many of our guests at the end of the season. To think that we have come so far in our practices, our coordination, our mission, and in our progress to end homelessness. However, our state support dollars have not increased by a dime along the way. The CT Nonprofit Alliance has done great work in closing the deficit due to inflation, and we today are asking to carry the torch towards equity. I'm here today to respectfully request that the state enact a law requiring state agencies to ensure that funding levels for homelessness and housing assistance services reflect the true cost of these professional services, including competitive wage and benefits to frontline workers who staff every intervention of the homeless response system from outreach to permanent housing. There is a clear reason why this bill is so important, and those reasons are told by the story of Dee. one of our staff members. Dee has spent the past 6 months responding to the health and safety needs of the men, women, families, youth, and veterans in our emergency shelter program, currently housed in hotels. Without fail, she has used public transportation to get to our site on time and has diligently responded to the needs of our most vulnerable clients, including those who are COVID-19 positive and were first notified of their diagnosis with Dee on shift, and worked to get them into isolation safely. On February 11th, Dee sent me a text saying that she was dealing with some things and could not make it to work that day. Knowing how unusual that is, I called her immediately, and Dee shared, "I became homeless today." That evening, Dee found herself in the same line as those she served, awaiting a walk-in bed at Motel 6. Just like all of our guests, with dignity and respect, we provided her a safe place to lay her head and quickly connected her with diversion services and housing leads. She found her stable housing a week later with the assistance of her peers. This serves as an example of two things. First, that the community that makes up the homeless response system has relied on each other like family over the last year, no different than nurses in hospitals or aides in nursing homes. And secondly, the same system that is working to end homelessness is subsequently creating it with poverty wages for our frontline staff. Our decade of experience in doing more with less, and with the realization that there are many more Ds in our system than ever before, I implore us to move forward with SB 340. It will pave the way to create a more common understanding and sustainable solution for us all. In addition, and not as an afterthought, but in solidarity, I would like to express my support of Bill 6662, and with great respect to the social justice warriors who have spoken to this bill today, and with recognition that racial justice is housing justice. We must prioritize adequate funding to homeless service organizations so that every employer is able to provide their staff with a safe working environment and a living wage. Creating a funding plan that ensures livable wages and benefits would go a long way to eliminating the racial and economic inequities that have become so glaring during this pandemic. Thank you to this committee for the opportunity to speak today, and I look forward to submitting a longer testimony that details my support of the bill.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions for Jennifer? Seeing none, Jennifer, thank you very much for staying with us. Up next is Michael Ortade. Michael?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay,
Good
go ahead.
afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Ortade, and I'm the president of Black Lives Matter 860 out of Hartford. I just want to say thank you to all of the esteemed members of the legislature that are present today to witness citizen testimony. I'm here to testify in support of HB 6662, but not without a few absolute necessary changes. I want to open in saying that I do appreciate the establishment of the commission along with its equity goals of supporting education, health insurance, women's health, justice system involvement, and a slew of other issues impacting the communities of color. But when I look at HB 6662, I notice the lack of a definition for racism, both systemic and institutional, public health crisis, and social determinants of health, things that are typically present in bills of this nature that are essential to knowing exactly what's being targeted. So when I see that there's a focus on institutional racism in the state's laws, it certainly sounds fantastic, but it's very vague. And what's needed are some solid definitions, or else we'll run a risk of allowing intersectional issues to go untreated. I'll give you.
Michael, you have frozen. Can you hear me? Michael, can you hear me? I'm hoping you come back on. We're going to go to Robin Anderson now. Robin. Robin Anderson, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I am.
Okay, you've got 3 minutes, ma'am. And if Michael comes back in because he's frozen, I'll break in and go to him to finish off his test. Well, here he is. Michael, can you hear me?
Can you not hear me?
You're fading in and out.
Hello?
Can you hear it? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. The task to develop strategic planning to tackle these specific issues is therefore moot. Did I mention that the commission is unpaid? I shouldn't have to spell out how inequitable that is, considering the majority of the appointees are supposed to be from the communities that are directly impacted by systemic issues pertaining to race, gender orientation, sexuality, and disability. Pay the commission, please, and make sure the community leaders are on that commission. In short, I am requesting a sense of urgency to this bill by ensuring immediate action is taken through analyzation of what we do know, the inclusion of an immediate equitable disbursement of COVID-19 relief funds to communities of colors most impacted, a specific budget for 2022 to 2024 and beyond for data collection and racial impact statements, as well as fully funding the commission itself with pay beyond simple and reimbursement, of course. I yield my time.
Thank you very much, Michael. I appreciate it. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, Robin Anderson, you are up now.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. I am certainly here in support of the bill to declare racism as a public health crisis and to also to form a commission to address that. I myself have in many instances experienced racism on many different levels, and also even have had my youngest brother at such a young age of 18 years old to be gunned down also as well due to a violent crime that had occurred with police. And so I am also really in favor of making sure after 400 years of racism, systemic and structural racism that continues to have invaded into the lives of many people of color, and not only just in the disproportionate way as it relates to COVID-19 and the health disparities and inequities that we've seen during this time, but also being a Native American as well, and seeing many of my family members also go blind because of not having correct access to health care. And also because of that, they have diabetes that has resulted to amputations as well as them being blind. I also feel that, being able to also look at it in a way in which the community begins to, it's one thing to talk about it, it's one thing to speak about racism, but it's another thing to actually do something about it. So I do believe that these commissions also should really be inclusive of community members, community leaders also, and not just persons that are legislators, but also community persons and community leaders to really look at and dive into how do we deal with racism in a way in which it will dismantle structural and systemic racism, whether it's in the workplace, whether it's in healthcare and diversifying medical insurance, medical staff, and then also really being inclusive of those in the community to be able to address some of the needs that are in the community, but most of all, to not be treated differently because of their ethnic background, color of their skin, sexual gender, or anything else, but that to realize and know that we all have been created and that we should have equal access to any and everything that is in our community. And so I am hoping that this bill is going to be a monumental thing that will pass, and that our state will really not declare it by what we say, but also based on what we do and what we declare, and the bill that will be passed, and also the commission that will really work hard in dismantling systemic and structural racism that will make a difference in adults as well as our children, that they are also able to grow up into a society that is not judging them by the color of their skin, but they have equal access to any and everything that is available. And so I thank you so much for allowing me to testify on today. I just believe that we are in need of radical healing. And there is a radical healing model that I hope that the commission will also use, that has been a brief that has been created by UConn's Health Disparities Institute that talks about the various principles of being able to bring forth radical healing. So I'm hoping that you also would consider that, and the commission would consider that. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify on today.
Thank you very much, Robin. Appreciate it. Ms. Anderson, are there any comments or questions? Seeing none. Up next, Jennifer Paradise, did you already speak? Jennifer,
I did, ma'am.
you already spoke?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Joe Carbone, you've been waiting for us. I was just talking with Representative Walker. She said to say hello. It's your turn, sir, and you are muted right now, Joe. Unmute yourself. I think that's going to be the saying of the year. There you
Okay,
go.
did you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Senator, and members of the Appropriations Committee. I appreciate your time. It's been a long day, and I realize there's about 4 or 5 more speakers that I'm in between here, and then our weekend begins. So I'll try to be brief. I come here again for the same reason I've been here maybe the last 8 or 9 years, to ask you to look at the needs of people that are unemployed, underemployed, and especially the long-term unemployed, and folks who are moving from reentry, our programs on reentry. This has been a terrible year with COVID-19. It began, keep in mind that in 2019, we were having the best economy, I think, in our history, to in a matter of just a few days to move to basically a shutdown. I want to thank the governor and thank the legislators, and many of you are here who have attended our events over the years, be it graduations from platform to employment, people that were long-term unemployed, orientations, and a number of other ceremonies. We've had great support for long-term unemployed here for 7 years. And so I'm here today to tell you that we need to look at the budget in terms of the number of people that have fallen into that category, which is very different than we had before. Let me put up on our screen here. See if I got that right. Okay. I was trying to draw a distinction between where we were when the biennial budget began on July 1st, 2019. And those are the conditions, the funding for long-term unemployment. And basically, we were looking at a group of people where clearly there was discrimination based upon the age of people. And funding was $3,105,000, and it covered reentry program, $800,000. It covered the veteran program to machinists, and it covered the regular platform to employment. And if you look down below, 3.5% unemployment, the U6 was 7.9, labor force, $1.9 million. You can go right down here. The number of claims that would be processed per week at around 2,500. And the number of people in total that were unemployed and collecting unemployment benefits, some 37,000. Look at where we are today. And again, the current budget allocates $3,105,000, the same exact amount, except that we're right now at 8.5% unemployment, and the U6 would be 14.1. The U6 would consider people that are underemployed and people that might be discouraged workers where they're no longer looking. The average weekly claims in the most recent report I've seen, which is probably 2 or 3 weeks ago, were over 8,000 people filed for the first time in Connecticut, and over 200,000 people a week are either receiving checks or through the regular extended benefits or the PUA program. So you'll see the variance on the end. So I came to draw a distinction and to ask your assistance in helping to allocate more money. And I know that you folks have a lot of pressure. A lot of people are with some very good causes are asking for funding for the first time or for continued funding. But I think the facts here are such that our program, Platform to Employment, as you're aware, I mean, we have moved people, somewhere around 80% of the folks that we have brought into our program have gone on to full-time private sector employment. Average wage has been between $48,000 and $50,000 per year. I can sit here today and safely say it's truly an investment, not an expense. In a year and a half of work using the formula for the state income tax, Connecticut gets its money back and the family is back together and folks are working and the communities are better off. I ask you to look at the number and to allocate appropriately to give us a chance to help these folks who are right now facing long-term unemployment. Long-term unemployment is defined as really about 6 months of unemployment. There's been one extension after another, and I suspect that might continue for a while, but we've got to be structurally ready to serve them. That's my message. Please consider the long-term unemployed and fund it appropriately. And I wish you a great evening.
Thank you very much, Joe. And I just want to say for the record that your program, nationally recognized, is one of the best programs that we have in the state of Connecticut.
Thank you.
I wanted to say that. Up next is Jeanette Negron.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Hello, Madam Co-Chairs of the committee. Members of the committee, thank you for hearing my testimony today. My name is Jeanette Negron, and I work for the Columbus House, and I am here today to ask for support for the SB 340. As a permanent supported housing case manager, my job is to house the homeless and find them housing and other resources. And it's not an easy job. It takes a lot. I mean, we not only find them resources, but we're taking them to medical appointments, doing transportation for them, doing the documentation. We are helping them find income, work. And then during COVID, we housed 450 individuals in the matter of a couple of months. We were working overtime. We were just housing people, hitting every store in Walmart, every Walmart in Connecticut to just find them supplies, to be able to give them food while they're housed, getting everybody out of the streets, just so that they will be safe in an apartment and not have to deal with the COVID out in the streets and be in danger. This is why I'm asking for support of SB 340, because as a case manager, I too live in poverty. I don't make much money, and I also have the same situation as some of our clients. Between funding and it's just a lot. Like, we do so much and don't get compensated as we should. So this is why I'm in support for the SB 340, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeanette. Appreciate it. Any comments or questions? Seeing none. Next is Robin Kaplan-Chow.
Yes,
Robin,
hi. Yep,
go ahead.
hi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the committee. My name is Robin Kaplan-Chow, and I've been the retirement specialist for CEA for over 25 years, representing active and retired teachers across the state. CEA supports the Teacher Retirement Bill 1080 and Treasurer Wooden's Bill 1081, which are necessary updates to the Teachers Retirement Board statutes. So we urge passage of both of those proposals. I'd like to focus my testimony on House Bill 1082, which CEA strongly opposes and is highly concerning. This bill unnecessarily interferes with the TRB's prudent management of the retiree health insurance program and could have very serious negative implications for our state's retired teachers, despite what you may have heard today from a small group of retirees. It's perplexing that a new formal retiree council needs to exist, given that there are 2 elected retired teachers who sit on the TRB. I've been attending meetings of the Retirement Board for over 25 years, and I've personally witnessed how receptive the TRB has been to input from retirees. They have scheduled annual, sometimes biannual work sessions where topics are discussed in detail and input is specifically sought from any active or retired teacher or interested party in attendance. In addition, when the new health plans were instituted, the TRB scheduled meetings specifically to hear concerns from the various retired teacher groups and interested individuals. I've witnessed that happening many, many times. It's unreasonable to expect to be able to ask questions of the full retirement board at a retirement board meeting and during a retirement board meeting. Any retired or active member can ask questions after a TRB meeting, or obviously can ask questions by phone or email. It's also very concerning that this bill requires the TRB to assign a staff member to this council. The TRB has been so understaffed and so under-resourced for so many years that they don't even have one staff member who is fully assigned to and solely assigned to work on retiree health issues. It would be more appropriate that the energy is directed towards asking this committee to put more money in the TRB's budget so they can hire additional staff to allow them to have at least one or more persons dedicated to these health issues that we're also concerned about. The bill calls for 2 representatives on this new council to come from various retired organizations. Our retired organization, CEA Retired, has existed for over 20 years and has been involved in all TRB related issues. We have officers on our retired organization, we have subcommittees, we have quarterly meetings, we have 2 statewide annual meetings. One of the groups that you've heard from today, the Retired Teachers Healthcare Advocates, was established within the last several years. Yet they would get 2 representatives on this advisory council they are seeking. As other loosely formed groups of retirees emerge, will they also get representation on this advisory council? There could be an endless number of groups that are formed. The bill also requires that the council members be enrolled in a health plan offered by the TRB. Why should any retiree have to disclose which plan he or she is enrolled in order to serve on this council that they're seeking? Equally, if not more concerning, the bill would require the advisory council to receive advance information about the plans, including RFPs and financial reports. As I understand it, some of this is highly confidential information that cannot be shared with any non-board. While CEA supports adding an additional retired teacher to the retirement board, basing it on which, if any, retired organization he or she belongs to is irrational. Restricting the seat to a participant in the TRB health plan, that violates health confidentiality and could prove problematic if no such retiree is willing to serve on the board. There is also the proposal also calls for a term limit for members of the TRB. This could result in vacancies going unfilled if there are no interested new candidates for open seats on the retirement board. For years, there were uncontested elections for open seats on the retirement board. We actively sought people who could run for those seats. If we have term limits, we may find ourselves without any qualified candidates. The bill also mandates, and you've heard a lot about this, that the TRB offer a Medicare supplement plan as one of its health plans. As you well know, as members of this committee, many of you who've been a legislator for many years, you understand how completely inappropriate and imprudent it is to specify in statute what kind of health plan must be offered. It has never been provided specifically in statute which type of plan will be offered. What happens if a Medicare supplement plan becomes obsolete? As you heard, the retirement board has done its best to be able to offer that as a buy-up plan, and that's been great. But again, it is wholly inappropriate to put that in statutory language. And I'd like to point out, because I don't think this has been said by anyone, but the quality of the TRB's Medicare related plans over the last several years, the quality has improved and the cost to the retirees has gone down. I haven't heard anyone actually provide any legitimate complaint about the quality or cost of the plans. The bill also caps the professional fees that can be paid to the health consultants of the TRB. This would clearly work against the best interest of retirees. The consultant provides critical advice to the TRB related to the operation of the $80 to $90 million retiree insurance program that has over 35,000 members. It's baffling to me why a retiree group would propose a cap which would undermine their own interest in having highly trained professionals provide expertise to the TRB's health program.
Are you almost done?
Yep, I'm wrapping it up. And I also want to note that the TRB statutes had previously included a cap, but it was removed by the legislature because it was so low that the TRB received no respondents to the RFPs. And they're also recognizing that they would have to change the cap if it's specifically provided for in statute. House Bill 1082 is ill-conceived and imprudent. Please reject the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Robin. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none. Up next is Gretchen Raffa. Gretchen, I skipped over you. Sorry about that.
No problem. Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Gretchen Raffa, Senior Director of Public Policy Advocacy and Organizing with Planned Parenthood of Southern New England, testifying in strong support of raised House Bill 6662, an act declaring racism as a public health crisis and to establish the Commission on Racial Equity in Public Health. As the state's largest provider of family planning and sexual and reproductive health care to nearly 62,000 patients last year at 14 health centers across the state, we believe all people should have access to quality, affordable health care as a human right, regardless of who you are, where you live, your income, or if you have health insurance. Health equity is at the center of Planned Parenthood's mission. The COVID-19 pandemic has continued to spotlight vast inequity in our health system as Black, Indigenous, and people of color face a greater risk of contracting coronavirus and dying from the disease. We know our patients are forced to confront the intersection of these devastating crises, the disproportionate impact of this pandemic, pervasive systemic racism that leads to racial health disparities and life-threatening health outcomes, economic insecurity, and more. This pandemic has sent a message loud and clear: people need more access to affordable healthcare. Any barrier to care is dangerous and harmful. As healthcare experts, Planned Parenthood knows racism is a public health crisis. More than half of our patients identify as people of color, and the majority identify as women. We are the primary source of healthcare for many of our patients, especially for those shut out of our state's healthcare system. We provide essential sexual and reproductive healthcare services, including annual exams and life-saving cervical and breast cancer screenings, which disproportionately impact people of color. Deeply entrenched systemic racism in healthcare has made it harder for Black women who are 50% more likely to be uninsured than non-elderly, non-Hispanic white women to access the quality, unbiased healthcare services and social support they need to lead healthy lives. These inequities often result in delayed or missed diagnoses, higher rates of sexually transmitted infection and disease and chronic health conditions, and increased breast cancer and maternal mortality rates for Black women. While breast cancer is one of the most common forms of cancer affecting women of any age, race, or ethnicity, Black women and Latina women face more barriers to getting care and are more likely to be diagnosed at later stages when cancer is less treatable. Research also suggests women of color experience discrimination from their maternal care providers, and their birthing outcomes, particularly among Black women, correlate to their experience of racism. The US has the highest rate of pregnancy or child-related deaths in the developed world, and is also only one of 13 countries in the world where the rate of maternal mortality is now worse than it was 25 years ago. Racial disparities in pregnancy-related deaths show that across all income and education levels, Black women in the United States are at a higher risk for poor outcomes than white women and are 3 to 4 times as likely to die from pregnancy-related causes as their white counterparts. This is a racial justice issue. This bill is an important step to address some of these startling statistics. We respectfully recommend the bill include staffing to create racial impact assessments on proposed policies. This will enable the General Assembly to evaluate the potential for policies to promote equity or have a disparate impact. Thank you so much to the committee for raising this important bill to help address racial health disparities in our state. It is essential we take every step possible, including policy solutions that promote racial and health equity. We urge the committee to support this bill and pass it out of committee and the whole legislature to pass it. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Gretchen. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, have a nice weekend. Up next is Sean Pinkin.
Thank you, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. I come before you in favor of Senate Bill 1082. I take great issue with many of the points made by Robin 2 speakers ago. I come before you today as a retired teacher who taught in Hartford from 1964 to 2002, and as president of the Hartford Federation of Teachers Retiring Chapter Local 1018R. I am also a member of RTHA, Retired Teachers Healthcare Advocates, and am a Manchester resident. I am hoping to gain your support for this bill in its entirety. Two of the things that cause retirees significant anxiety are concerns about their security of their pensions and their health care insurance. Because of the health insurance concerns, I strongly advocate for the TRB to always offer a Medicare supplement plan, and the plan must include state mandates. This gives the retirees the choice of a plan where they and their doctors make medical decisions about treatments instead of having that done by an insurance company's review board. Health insurance became a stress-inducing issue when the TRB healthcare fund nearly ran dry in 2018. How did that happen? A law was enacted in the late 1980s, the agreement being that active teachers would pay 1% of their gross salaries into the health insurance premium account. And for those on Medicare, the state, the retiree, and the account each contribute 1/3 to cover the cost of the basic insurance premium. The state, however, reneged time and again over many years on its obligation. As this continued, more and more of the insurance cost shifted to the teachers. As the state decreased its contribution, the amount of the active teacher contribution was increased to 1.25%, and the percentage of the retirees' pay increased to make up the difference. That is why retired teachers now pay the lion's share of the costs. In addition, we have always paid the entire cost of Medicare Premium Part B. We also have deductibles and copays. Any increase in the premium of a Medicare supplement plan is borne totally by retirees. So when we ask for the supplement plan to always be an option, it does not cost the state any additional money. Retired teachers on that plan pay the increases. Insurance through the TRB worked well until 2018. Then, without warning, the terms of our insurance and the cost of premiums and copays changed mid-year for the first time. We were told at a TRB meeting that this was necessary because our healthcare fund would be depleted by fall if changes weren't made. This seems strange because we were told at prior meetings that the fund would be okay despite cuts in contributions by the state. The changes included increased premiums, copays, and deductibles, and the introduction of a Medicare Advantage plan.
June, if you could wrap up, please.
Okay, well, as president of, okay, I think we need a cap on the fund because the previous consultant, I think, benefited greatly at the expense of the healthcare fund. And I think that we need a advisory council because I get hundreds and hundreds of questions from members about the insurance plans, the comparisons of the plans, et cetera. And that's why I think an advisory council is necessary. We are not heard at meetings. We are told that we can only say comments, and not all of our letters or emails are answered. And one of the main calls I get is that people tell me that they don't get calls back from the TRB either on many occasions. So anyway, I think that it's very important that this bill is supported. Thank you.
Thank you very much, June. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, up next is Kurt Lang.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and all the members of the Appropriations Committee listening since this afternoon. I just want to say thank you for your thoughtful consideration and your active listening to everyone's voices. My name is Kurt Balzano Lang. I live in the town of Hamden, Connecticut, and I've been serving as its mayor since 2015. I'm coming to you today to stand in support of HB 6662, an act declaring racism as a public health crisis and establishing the Commission on Racial Equity in Public Health. I know that members of this committee and the many powerful speakers that we've had before us today know and are all too aware of the impact of systematic racism, specifically on health, but on so many other areas. And that it has been showing its growth and evil face in too many harmful places more recently with COVID's realities. At this moment in our society's histories, I think it's nothing less than a moral obligation for all of our elected and community leaders to really try to lend their voices in any way possible, and then to take action to support what I think is life-changing opportunity with legislation. The tragic reality that we still assign value based on the societal interpretation of how someone looks is unthinkable to me. Yet, it's something that we can do something about now. Racism unfairly disadvantages certain individuals and communities and saps the strength of all of our society. It's the root of so many of our problems, from poverty to economic mobility, all of our health issues. But it also goes just to every little bit of our well-being as a society, as a community that wants to live together and to succeed together. The exacerbated health divide leaves our Black, Brown, and indigenous neighbors bearing a severely disproportionate burden of illness and mortality. And it's become all the more tragically obvious during the COVID pandemic that, make no mistake, is not done yet. We're still fighting, and it's delivering higher levels of infection, severe illness, and death, statistically indisputable. The fact that these disproportionately negative health outcomes are known and still continue beyond COVID will be manifesting themselves directly right now due to the structures and systems that are in place. And we have an opportunity with this bill, and we also have an opportunity today and tomorrow to actually hop in and put a little more effort into delivering vaccine and information to the communities that are disproportionately disadvantaged. I'd like to respectfully ask that you consider adding to the bill staffing or resources that can make the bill more than just words, and can make the bill an action plan with specific legislative priorities that could have transformative opportunity and transformative steps that could be taken. Essentially want to ensure action. The pandemic that we fight took a giant light and just shined it square on the stark health disparities that are stealing human rights of health from our Black, Brown, and indigenous neighbors. The urgency couldn't be higher. While this bill provides opportunity to address systems and structures, let's not forget that we must take these actions now again. And I don't want to take any more time than I already have, but right now triaging is what's important, and also taking these steps so that tomorrow we're not saying the same things as today. Let's do what we can so that the people that live in our communities that have skin that's different than mine are not more harmed by this disease and the myriad of others that impact them more greatly. I don't think any work could be more important this time, more meaningful or vital in this day, and for a generation. And we all have the power to act, to begin to move the ball, and to change. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm going to submit some support testimony on SB 340, an act concerning funding for housing services as well, but I don't want to take any more of your time tonight. I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you.
Well, thank you very much for taking time out of your schedule also, Mayor. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none. Up next is, you have a nice weekend, sir. Up next is Michelle Condorino.
Thank you very much. Dear Senators, Representatives, and members of the Committee on Appropriations, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 340, an act concerning funding for housing services. My name is Michelle Condorino. I am the Executive Director of Open Doors, a housing and homeless service organization serving the greater Norwalk area. I am here today to respectfully request that the state enact a law requiring state agencies to ensure that funding levels for homelessness and housing assistance services reflect the true cost of these professional services, including paying competitive wages and benefits to frontline workers who staff shelter. Last year, at the National Alliance to End Homelessness annual conference, CEO Nan Roman made a statement that really struck me. Shelter saves lives, housing ends homelessness. It was the most concise way I had ever heard my work described. That was in February. As the COVID pandemic hit Connecticut in March, and I watched the way our system rapidly responded to the crisis, I realized that statement wasn't completely true. It isn't shelter that saves lives, it's the people who work in shelter. Throughout 2020, the staff at Open Doors sheltered 199 men, women, and children. They housed 107. From April to August, they provided shelter both in our existing facility and in the hotel, staffing both locations 24/7. And we are not alone. Across the state, homeless and housing service organizations have been fighting for years to combat homelessness. We have consistently decreased the number of those experiencing homelessness and are one of the few states to end veteran homelessness and make aggressive steps to end family homelessness. We have made Connecticut leaders in the nation when it comes to homeless and housing services. And in doing so, we have made our communities safer, happier, and healthier places to live for all residents of the state. We are a system that the state should be proud of. And yet, despite the core services we provide for the state, over the last 10 years, our state contracts for shelter have actually decreased. We must prioritize adequate funding to homeless service organizations so that every employer is able to provide their staff with a safe working environment and living wages. Creating a funding schematic that ensures livable wages and benefits would go a long way towards eliminating the racial and economic inequalities that have become so glaring during this pandemic. Due to our current funding levels at Open Doors, 40% of our staff are making $15 or less. Homeless service providers should not have to worry about becoming homeless themselves. SB 340 is a bill that will require the state to set rates which reflect the optimal and sustainable costs of operating an emergency crisis response system to serve everyone who is experiencing a housing crisis. It will require the state to set new rates which reflect the optimal sustainable costs of the services and operations provided to end homelessness. This review must consider living wages, overtime, hazard pay, fringe and benefits, and other personnel costs such as supervision, supplies, staff training, and professional development, technology, and administrative supports.
Michelle,
thank you so much for, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. Thank you very much for staying late on a Friday evening, and we graciously hope for your support.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none. Up next is William Myers.
Good afternoon. No, I apologize. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Minor, Representative France, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Bill Myers. I'm a retired music teacher from South Windsor, Connecticut. I taught for 37 years, and there is a target on my back tonight because I'm a former member of the Teachers Retirement Board, and while there, I served as the vice chair. Thank you for hearing my testimony. Let me say succinctly, I am opposed to Senate Bill 1082, and here's why. 1082 creates the Advisory Council to the TRB. It puts term limits on elected members. It includes a third retired member. It caps professional fees paid to consultants, and it requires a Medicare supplemental plan. 1082 is totally unnecessary. It's redundant in every nature. It will be a burden to the agency. It will limit the way the TRB enacts business for the state and is in part literally impossible to achieve. The TRB and the agency already take counsel from active teachers, retired teachers, government officials, and the appointed public members. The agency receives and answers emails, snail mail, FOIA requests, and phone calls. There are 40,000 retired members, and it is sometimes you have to just be patient and wait your turn, but they will get to you if at all humanly possible. Presently, subcommittees appointed by the board evaluate the RFP bids and coverages, sign statements of confidentiality, and report their recommendations to the board at public meetings. Their work shouldn't be directed by, shared with, or reviewed by an advisory council. No one would bid on contracts if they didn't know their contract bid was private and proprietary in nature. 1082 would set term limits. It takes time to learn the job, even more time to do it well. Leadership isn't created upon election. It's earned by hard work, participation, knowledge, and experience. Healthy, trusting, personal, and professional relationships are really important and take time to develop. I don't have to tell you that. 1082 adds a third retired teacher, and that's a wonderful idea. I don't disagree with that. But in the bill, that teacher comes with conditions attached to that seat. Those conditions should be removed. Anyone should be able to be elected. A third person is fine as long as it doesn't come with conditions. 1082 also requires a med sup plan. And let me say that is the genesis of those that are against it. In 2018, as some other speakers have mentioned, the TRB awarded a contract to a different supplier than they have been used to. For well over 25 years, the supplier had been the same and it changed and they weren't happy about it. Understandable, but life changes and so does insurance. Everyone knows that Medicare and medical insurance changes every 6 months. TRB still offers and has always offered a med sup plan, and to the best of their ability, they always will, but they don't know what comes down the street. Currently, 25,000 retired teachers purchase the MA or the Medicare Advantage plan. Only 5,000 purchase the medical supplemental plan. They could buy the MA plan if they want, and MA teachers could buy the med sup plan if they want. They're buying what they want, and the choice will always be theirs. I urge you to keep 1082 in committee, not to pass it out and not let it to go to the full Senate. It would serve the teachers of this state poorly. It isn't what you might think it is. Thank you for hearing my testimony. I hope you have a pleasant evening. I know your day's been very long, but much appreciated by all.
Thank you very much. Mr. Myers, are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, have a nice night, sir. Up next is Carl Chisholm, followed by Sarah Lewis.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Carl Chisholm, and I am president of the Connecticut Employees Union Independent Local 511. Before I get started into my testimony, I just want to say very quickly, the testimony earlier about Bill 6662 was excellent, and I just want to say that I want to put my support behind that bill as well. I am here to express my strong opposition to House Bills 5149, House Bills 5209, and House Bill 5750, and can't hear me, and House Bill 5754. Each of these bills would remove earned overtime wages out of the state employee pension calculations. Many of the members we represent were hired with the understanding that they would be required to work overtime and the guarantee that money earned would be included in their pension calculation. These employees work long hours and deserve every cent they make. They are consistently required to perform their job duties with fewer resources and declining staff numbers. Denying them would have rightfully earned and what they are promised is completely unfair and against all that has been collectively bargained for. Defined benefit plans encourage long service for employees, resulting in low turnover. Highly skilled workers and improved services our members contribute to their pensions, and each penny earned throughout their years of service, including money earned working overtime, is rightfully factored into their pension calculation. Removing that money is not only wrong, it is disrespectful to collective bargaining process. I urge this committee to oppose these bills. As a member of the Recovery for All Coalition, I would like to express my support for House Bill 6659. This bill creates a Connecticut baby bond program to help close the state's wealth gap, under which every Connecticut resident born on or after July 1st, 2021, and enrolled in Husky has a trust held by the state in which $5,000 is allocated at birth. Providing unprivileged children with a small endowment as they enter adulthood is just one way to reduce the huge quantities that exit in our state. By investing in disadvantaged communities, we can begin to remove the barriers to economic poverty. Finally, CUI, Local 511, and also being part of CBAC Coalition, opposes Senate Bill 1079, and that concerning competitiveness and labor costs at the Connecticut Airport Authority. This bill will allow certain employees at the CAA and requires certain future employees of the authority to participate in retirement and benefit plans implemented by the authority. Allowing current employees to move out of defined pension plan into 401k style defined contribution plans would result in increased costs to taxpayers and do not provide secure and reliable guaranteed monthly benefits for life. Defined pensions are powerful economic engines for local communities. Moving to a 401k style defined contribution plan will only further the income inequality in our state by potentially reducing the wages of many retirees. We should be doing all we can to ensure a secure retirement for all. I urge the committee to oppose Senate Bill 1079. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, sir. Thank you very much. Have a nice weekend. Up next is Sarah Lewis, followed by Antonio Edwards.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Minor, Representative France, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Sarah Lewis. I am the Vice President for Health Equity and Inclusion at Hartford Healthcare. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 6662, an act declaring racism as a public health crisis and establishing the Commission on Racial Equity in Public Health. In 2019, I became the first Vice President for Health Equity at Hartford Healthcare. My department focuses on identifying and measuring racial and ethnic health disparities and introducing interventions to reduce them. Naming and staring down the myriad ways in which structural and institutional racism limit our ability to provide equitable and excellent care to the communities we serve is an integral part of our department's work. The COVID-19 pandemic has given our entire organization a renewed sense of urgency around our responsibility to root out inequities, break down access barriers, become more trustworthy in the eyes of historically marginalized and under-resourced communities, and fight institutional racism. We recognize that a first and difficult step in this effort is to look in the mirror and critically assess our own culture and practices. Much of what this bill proposes aligns with the steps we are taking internally to address structural racism and elevate equity, diversity, and inclusion within our workforce, in public health, and beyond. Over the past year, my department has worked to embed equity into our system's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. We have leveraged both internal and external data to gain greater visibility into the impact of COVID-19 on our most vulnerable communities. Instead of following a one-size-fits-all approach in our COVID-19 testing and vaccination strategies, we collaborated across our system and with local community partners to meet our patients where they are. This work continues each day through expanded access to vaccines for people from historically under-resourced communities, mobile vaccine clinics, partnering with trusted community organizations to register patients for vaccine appointments, and ongoing education and awareness events. While we know deeply that there is much more to be done, our pandemic response is an example of our pledge to be better than normal going forward, to continue to embed equity in everything we do, and to build and maintain a culture in which colleagues and patients alike can thrive and live their healthiest lives. Among the steps that we are taking to embed a culture of equity and inclusion across our system, Hartford Healthcare now requires bias awareness education and training for every colleague, including patient-facing staff. We all have subconscious prejudices that manifest in the way we treat others. Studies show healthcare providers are no exception. We also know that some patients from historically marginalized communities are more comfortable receiving care from a provider who looks like them. Indeed, this patient-provider concordance has in some instances been shown to lead to better patient outcomes. This is why improving recruitment and retention of people with backgrounds that are underrepresented in healthcare is so important. Over the past year, Hartford Healthcare has renewed our efforts to recruit, retain, and promote a diverse workforce. We have expanded our early career recruitment and training process, created system-wide colleague engagement programs, conducted CEO roundtables in which our colleagues can share their experiences directly with executive leadership, and significantly expanded community engagement opportunities for our provider workforce. And as a part of our commitment to the communities, neighborhoods, and families we serve, we are expanding our Fair Chance program, which provides job opportunities for justice-involved individuals. As you are aware, Black and Brown members of our community are disproportionately subject to unjust encounters with law enforcement and are imprisoned at rates far exceeding their representation in the population overall. Finally, local businesses are the backbone of Connecticut's economy, and as an organization that utilizes a wide range of goods and services, we recognize the power of our supply chain to support local businesses and those owned by entrepreneurs of color. Through our system-wide Supplier Diversity Council, we are engaging and contracting with a greater number of historically underutilized local suppliers. There's much more work to do, and we commend the committee for this initiative to address racism, equity, diversity, and inclusion in public health and in society at large, and would welcome the chance to partner with you in this effort. Thank you for your dedicated attention throughout today and this evening, and for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, have a nice evening. Up next is Antonio Edwards, followed by Ben Florsham.
Good evening, everybody. I just want to say thank you to the majority members, the esteemed and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. I'd like to give a special thanks to Senator Anwar for bringing SB 55 to my attention as being racism as a public health crisis. I want to also give a special consideration to Anthony Nolan, State Representative Anthony Nolan, who assisted us in trying to get HB 6267 on board, and also Brandon State Rep. Brandon McGee for supporting this effort. My name is Antonia Edwards. I'm adamant about getting this bill passed. Racism as a public health crisis has now become racism as a public health emergency. I want to start at the beginning by saying that I am extremely perturbed by the implicit and racist and biases that I see in Connecticut on a daily basis in the medical and mental health fields. It's not even remotely subtle. I'm in all communities as a family advocate. I specialize in advocating on behalf of children and young adults with special needs and disabilities. I'm also a community advocate with a grassroots organization that I created with my partner, James Keat, who actually testified earlier, and it's called Solidarity. It's extremely heartbreaking to me to sit on many boards and attend many equity and equality community meetings, symposiums, conferences, in which each one I leave, and it's extremely disappointing to see the cultural incompetency of people who are making decisions on behalf of legislators and services provided for people in Connecticut. I say this to emphasize that racism is indeed a public health emergency. My daughter and I have fought vigorously and tirelessly since 2007 to obtain appropriate medical and mental health services for both my two minor grandchildren. Both needed extensive and comprehensive treatment due to a kidnapping, physical abuse, and possible sexual assault by their stepfather. I always thought that in any community, you put the kids first. However, that didn't happen here in Connecticut. In Connecticut, we were belittled. We were spoken to in a condescending way. They were more worried about what we drive, what kind of car we have, our past history as far as employment. They went behind our back, and these are service providers. Went behind our backs. They called ex-employers to find out what our history was with employment, whether I worked in the medical field and in the legal field, and my daughter was a nurse. So they then took the information and came back to us, and that's how we know they did it. They got the wrong name. My daughter changed her name with the domestic violence case, so they asked for the wrong person, but they were gloating about the fact that she had lied about where she had worked at. So that's not in the place of a facility or a service provider to scrub and research and investigate a patient background. That goes to another element. So I felt was highly discriminated by that. Also, my granddaughter was during a crisis, dropped off at an emergency room. They said that she had a seizure. They left her there. We got there and we were like, "Are you coming back?" She didn't have a seizure. They said no. We drove her to the facility. They then kicked her out in the parking lot in the middle of the night. They threatened to call the police if we didn't leave the premises. So that's just some of the stuff, and it's in my testimony that goes on. I say all this to say that this is personal. I listen to everybody else's testimonies. Corinne has a very powerful testimony because it's personalized, and you don't really hear these stories because a lot of people are either afraid to tell the story or they feel like nothing's going to be done. But any opportunity that I have to tell this story, I'm going to do so. So as a result of them ignoring my granddaughter's mental illnesses and the PTSD from the kidnapping, she murdered her brother, my grandson, on August 7th. And so she was having auditory and visual hallucinations. So I say that this is the prime example of how racism is a public health emergency. This was going on before COVID and only made it worse since COVID. And I'm asking that you guys take this stuff serious, because I don't want another child to lose their life as a result of the implicit biases and disrespect and just discrimination in the healthcare profession as a result of being just culturally incompetent and not understanding different cultures. And closing, because again, my testimony's in the thing, I'll just close real quick. Basically, I read in the resolution number 1 in Connecticut that the Connecticut apologized for slavery. And so if you look at the summary, number 4 says that they will do everything they can to dismantle racism and work with the community to get to do so. That has not been done. By passing this bill 6662, it basically will go back and look at, the disparages and look at all the different discriminations that are done historically, and it all comes from Black American descendants of slavery. And slavery is the precursor to why all Black people are discriminated against. And if we look at that disaggregated data, and if we look at the root cause of this racism, I think we can come some ways. Well, I thank you.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Representative Nolan, you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Antonio, for coming before us.
Thank you, no problem.
It's been great working with you in regards to some bills that are concerns to in our community. I'd just like to ask if you could make any areas in this bill stronger. Could you share any recommendations to make it stronger?
Sure. First of all, I asked for the data be disaggregated because it's a Black flatness. Everybody thinks that everybody in the Black community is Black, and so we have a distinct and specific class of people who have historically been discriminated against, and all other Black people are being discriminated against because of that, and that goes to Black American descendants of slavery. So I'm asking for this disaggregated data to show why the racism continues for over 400 years to anybody who's Black. And I know that there's other race groups that are discriminated against. I don't want to discredit that. I'm just speaking about the historical context of Black American descendants of slavery, Black people, and all other Black people from the diaspora being discriminated against because of that history. So that's one thing. The second thing I would do is, once you got the data, the recommendations is to find and recruit and give incentive to Black medical professions to come into Connecticut to treat people who look like them. And that's a big piece. A lot of people who have these cultural incompetencies don't look like us and don't know us. And so they're making these decisions based on their small perception of what Black people are, and they're making the wrong decisions.
And if I can ask the second question, Madam Chair, it would be in regards to the makeup of the committee or task force.
Okay.
To find out the concerns.
I'm going to say, like I said at HB 6267, I think that politicians and definitely people in the community, I want to be a part of the board. I have factual information that shows how I've been discriminated against, and as a result, I lost not one grandchild, I lost 2. One's in custody, one's deceased. I think that, like Corinne Prescott, she's a good example. People who have real life lived experience of discrimination and racism in the medical and the mental health professions, and even in society. You need those people on those boards. We don't need people on the boards that are basically going to sweep everything underneath the rug and be overly sensitive about not addressing these issues. So I would like to see half and half. I would like to see a Corinne Prescott. I would like to see myself. I would like to see a James Kitt. I would like to see the pastor that came on earlier. People in the community, the stakeholders in the community that know exactly what's going on. However, that information is not filtering up to legislators or other people in the community that are in denial, that don't think that racism exists.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Antonio.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you, Senator St. Nolan.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Have a great evening.
You too. Up next is Ben Florsham. Ben, you are up.
Thank you very much, Senator Austin, and distinguished members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, and thank you for your service to our state on a very long day, I know, for all of you. My name is Ben Florsheim. I have the privilege to serve as mayor of the city of Middletown. And I'm here today to speak in support of two bills in particular. I do want to add my voice first to those who have come before in favor of Senate Bill 6662. I joined Representative McGee the other day, as well as some of you and others, for a press conference on this. We've taken similar steps in Middletown and would be thrilled to see the state do the same for all the reasons that the last speaker and many other speakers were just talking about. But I'm here today to talk about two other bills, HB 6659, the baby bonds bill, and SB 340, an act concerning funding for housing services. So first on baby bonds, I really applaud Treasurer Wooden for bringing this proposal forward, and I encourage you to support this bill. We're a country plagued by income and wealth inequality, and Connecticut is among the most unequal states. This is a problem that has been exacerbated by the pandemic and which is even starker along racial lines. Wealth accumulates intergenerationally, which puts non-white kids and particularly Black kids at an economic disadvantage from birth, even before factoring in any other obstacles that systemic racism presents. Baby bonds would create wealth and opportunity that would quickly help to close this wealth gap. And like the child tax credit proposal also under consideration by the legislature, would provide immediate relief and peace of mind to current and would-be parents and send a strong message about Connecticut as a family-friendly state. Baby bonds alone won't solve the racial wealth gap, but they will be the most significant intentional step towards that goal that perhaps any state has taken in modern history. It is an investment that I believe we cannot afford not to make. Second, I urge you to support SB 340, which will require the state to contract with homeless service providers based on the services they provide rather than past allocations. Here in Middletown, we partner with Columbus House to run a warming center that served 138 people last year. That service was funded entirely by the city of Middletown's taxpayers and charitable donors. COVID has shown us that emergency housing for people in housing crisis is part of our state's emergency response system and our state's public health response. We require of nonprofits that we have the space and staffing to serve someone in crisis on a moment's notice, and we can't fund an emergency crisis system in church basements and charitable contributions. The state of Connecticut has done an extraordinary job at making inroads on addressing housing issues in recent years. Now cities and towns, along with nonprofit providers, need the state's help in ensuring our emergency housing policies are adequate to address the needs of a population that we cannot serve alone. Connecticut is an innovative state when it comes to creating opportunity for our most vulnerable people, which is part of what makes me proud to live and serve here. At this moment in history, with our wealthiest residents doing better than ever and our state seeing big spikes in revenue, please support these two bills, which will help lift our constituents out of poverty and economic uncertainty and invest in the next generation of our state and its people. Thank you again for the time, and have a great rest of your evening and weekend.
Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for all you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Up next is Francis Padilla, followed by William Murray. And just so everybody knows, we do have the panel from Workforce Strategy Board coming up after we finish the public. So we still have probably another hour worth of testimony here. So just please be aware of that. And if the public could limit their comments to 3 minutes, we're starting to stretch well over the 3-minute time frame. And so if we could just keep that in mind. Up next is Francis Padilla.
Good evening, Senator Austin and members of the Appropriations Committee. I will work my way through my comments very quickly. I'm here, my name is Francis Padilla, I'm president of Universal Healthcare Foundation of Connecticut, and I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 6662. We support the declaration of racism as a public health crisis. We know that racism and all the forms in which it manifests threaten the health, well-being, and lives of Black and Brown communities that are an integral part of the fabric of our state. Racism meets all three criteria of a public health crisis. It affects large numbers of people, it threatens health over the long term, and it requires the adoption of large-scale systemic solutions. Decades and centuries of income inequality and discrimination in areas like education and housing have created institutionalized risk for Black and Latinx people. The pandemic has exacerbated this risk and provided an outsized example of how racism is a public health crisis. My written testimony elaborates on the many structural barriers Black and Brown people face in healthcare. In the interest of time, suffice it to say that on practically every indicator of public health, and we've heard this all day today, Black and brown people have less of the good and more of the bad in proportion to our representation in the larger population. So I'm going to move on to say that it doesn't have to be this way. We must examine our policies through an equity lens and pass new policy to address structural racism. Declaring racism as a public health crisis, though, is only one step in the journey to making our state anti-racist. We must also pass anti-racist policy, ensure that our institutions and systems operate under and espouse anti-racist values, and dismantle racism in our culture. For example, just by way of example, every public policy should be subject to a racial equity impact assessment tool. Every healthcare provider licensed in the state of Connecticut should be required to accept Medicaid as a form of insurance. Data should be collected by healthcare institutions to track, measure, and correct the cultural incompetency of their providers, and such data should be reported to the state. State funding should be contingent on such collection and reporting. Every member of our state's population, regardless of income or legal status, should have the coverage they need to access quality health care. There are many policies and practices needed to dismantle racism, and that this is why we support the Commission on Racial Equity and Public Health that would be created under this bill. But the membership of the commission, as others have said, and I will be in solidarity with, must include community members to inform the work and solution generation from their lived experience and advance a justice agenda. Ensure that it is staffed and funded. We cannot afford not to invest. This is what it will take to address racism. We must maintain the commission however long it takes to deal with racism in our state, which will require close and rigorous ongoing vigilance. Racism is an insidious enemy embedded in our society. We must do everything we can, use every tool we have at our disposal, and root it out in all its forms, structural and interpersonal. Thank you very much. I implore the committee and the entire legislature to vote favorably on House Bill 6662.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Padilla. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a nice weekend. Up next is William Murray, followed by Josh Pollock. Mr. Murray, you're up.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is William Murray. I'm a retired teacher from Danbury. I am president of CEA Retired, and I'm also vice chair of the Teachers Retirement Board. I'm here today to first speak in favor of Senate Bill 1081, specifically basing the cost of living allowance for retired teachers to the changed assumption rate. I want to point out that this is not an enhancement of the COLA. It only matches the cost of living formula to the new assumption rate. This proposal comes from the Treasurer's Office. I ask that you support this Bill 1081. I'm also here to speak against Senate Bill 1082. First, this bill proposes appointing an insurance advisory council. I ask why. The board already has an insurance committee made up of elected and appointed members. This advisory would create a duplication of what the board does now. This would be time-consuming and expensive for TRB's administrative staff. The TRB is currently understaffed, and this would add additional work for them. It would involve more time, more meetings, more mailings, and duplicating what's already being done. Just as important, it could hamper, if not destroy, the negotiating process with the release of proprietary information that the advisory would require. Second, term limits for board members. I'll ask, why don't we have term limits for legislators? I'm sure you would agree, experience brings expertise, and expertise brings efficiency and results. The retirement board members are elected. Any retired teacher can run for a board seat. If they don't like the way things are being handled, run for the board. I'd like to point out that there is a provision in this bill to add a retired teacher to the board. I have to say that's one part of the bill I am totally in favor of. The third issue I have with this bill is actually a combination of two proposed provisions: a ceiling on the money paid to the insurance consultant and guarantee a Medicare supplement plan along with the basic Medicare Advantage plan. and offer both plans at the same cost. This makes no sense. With this proposal, the basic plan would end up supplementing the supplement plan. Everyone would then jump off the basic plan and the cost would skyrocket. Right now, less than 1/4 of our members are on the MS plan. This now brings me to the insurance consultant. I'm a member of TRB's insurance committee. We are only going to spend the money it takes to get the best plan possible for our members. Right now, our Medicare Advantage plan is an excellent plan with many enhancements. And I would like to point out that some of the people who spoke against the Medicare Advantage plan are not on the plan. I am on the plan, and it's a good plan. We don't know what the future will bring in the way of insurance or the type of plans that will be available to us. We need to be flexible, not held back by legislated limitations. I'm asking you to reject Senate Bill 1082. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murray. Appreciate it. Are there any comments or questions for Mr. Murray? Seeing none, have a nice weekend, sir.
Thank you, same to you.
Up next is Reverend Josh Pollock, followed by Les Archer.
All right, greetings, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, members of the Appropriations Committee. I am the Reverend Josh Pollock, minister of the Unitarian Universalist Society East in Manchester, and a clergy leader with the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance, or GIA, which is a partner in the Connecticut campaign to declare racism as a public health crisis, along with Health Equity Solutions, the YWCA, Power Up Connecticut, Universal Healthcare Foundation, and many, many others. I'm a resident of Glastonbury. Thank you for this opportunity to offer testimony in support of HB 6662 and the need to declare racism as a public health crisis. I am convinced this declaration is necessary. The data on how the coronavirus has impacted Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities more severely than white communities across the country and in Connecticut should be enough for every reasonable person to recognize that racism is a public health crisis. But if that's not enough, data on racial disparities in maternal deaths, infant mortality, diabetes, heart disease, and many other common diseases should be enough for any reasonable person to recognize racism is a public health crisis. But if that's not enough, data on racial disparities in the social determinants of health, including access to healthy, fresh food, access to decent education, access to affordable housing, access to secure employment, and access to quality, affordable, culturally sensitive healthcare should be enough for any reasonable person to recognize that racism is a public health crisis for Black, Indigenous, and people of color in our state. So people of faith, regardless of religious affiliation, recognize a common moral obligation to care for the most vulnerable in society. In traditional biblical language, we might refer to the widow, the orphan, the leper, the prisoner, the alien residing among us. Today, mindful of the data on racialized health disparities, it is clear that Black people, Indigenous people, and people of color are living with considerable vulnerabilities. We are called as a state to respond. HB 6662 is an opportunity for our state to lead the pursuit for racial justice with concerted, data-driven, in-depth action. And for that reason, I urge you to support it. I also want to thank Senator Anwar for drawing attention to this issue early in the session, and certainly to Representative McGee for his work on this particular bill. I also join with the Connecticut campaign to address racism as a public health crisis to ask that this bill be amended to include a review and reform of the legislative process to improve public accessibility and set in place mechanisms to determine the impact of proposed legislation on race. And I know Francis Padilla was just talking about the racial impact assessment tools for any legislation being considered. Let's make this declaration. Let's commit to addressing this crisis with the same resolve, conviction, and dedication of resources we would give to any other crisis. Please support HB 6662. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, have a nice weekend, sir.
You too. Good night.
Up next is Les Archer, followed by Delina Haley. Mr. Archer, you're up.
Hello, good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, members of the Appropriations Committee.
My name is Les Archer. I've been working as a transportation maintenance maintainer with the Department of Transportation since April 1st of 1996. Today, I'm here to testify against House Bills 5149, 5209, 5750, and 5754, which would specifically exclude overtime pay from being used to calculate state employee pension benefits. Now, when I was hired at DOT 25 years ago, I took this job knowing that I would be expected to work overtime. It wasn't a choice, it was mandatory. And since then, I have fulfilled my obligation to state service. It's not a choice again. Remember, it is mandatory. So overtime is worked time that is part of my income that I've earned. And I've worked my entire career knowing that overtime put in would be included in my benefit calculations. And now to remove it is unfair and does nothing but discourage the dedication for long-term service employees and especially for new hires. Believe me, there's many times in the past 25 years where I would have much rather had a normal schedule. I would have liked to have been home with my family, working all night long just to ensure that the people of the state of Connecticut have safe roads to travel on is really not an easy job. It's a very difficult and tedious task. But when we're called to work, we show up. It's the job we were hired for. It's part of my job. And the money earned while I'm doing this is real income. And real income is what pensions are based upon. So each of these bills, if they're enacted in law, will severely impact the retirement security of blue collar workers, just like myself and my colleagues, putting our retirement security at risk. To do so would be a very disrespectful source for so many workers and also of our collective bargaining agreements. So here I am this evening, keeping it short and sweet. I'll strongly urge you all to oppose each of these bills. I want to thank you for the opportunity to talk with you tonight during this very long day that you've had. And I would be very happy to answer any questions that anybody may have at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Archer, and we all appreciate you keeping our roads safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I see no questions, so you have a nice weekend, sir.
As you as well.
Up next is Delina Haley, and I apologize right up front if I'm not saying your name right.
Yes, no, you're fine, Delina Haley. So hi, members of the Appropriation Committee. Thank you for your time and for allowing me to participate in this. So yeah, my name is Delina Haley. I live in New Haven and I'm a student at Yale University. I'm representing the Yale Democrats undergraduate organization. As a Black woman who's experienced and witnessed the many manifestations of racism and oppression and inequities in public health, I stand in support of HB 6662, an act declaring racism as a public health crisis and establishing the Committee on Racial Equity in Public Health. This bill would create a committee to study, confront, and create policies and initiatives to counter racial inequities in various aspects of public health in a way that acknowledges intersectional consequences of institutional racism in healthcare, education, impacts of climate change and pollution, housing inequity, food insecurity, mental health disparities, and the criminal justice system and police brutality, amongst other things. And I want to highlight that data clearly indicates that racism is a public health crisis in the state of Connecticut. In Connecticut, infant mortality of babies born to Black women in Connecticut in the state are 11.7, die at 11.7%. Compared to 2.9% for white babies. Connecticut's Black residents are twice as likely to die from diabetes as white residents. Black children in Connecticut are 5.5 times as likely to have to go to the ER for asthma than white children. And that's largely due to the fact that Black, Indigenous, and POC are significantly more likely to live in areas most impacted by air pollution and consequences of climate change, largely due to legacies of racist mandated zoning restrictions. Latinx residents are 4 times more likely to be uninsured than white residents in Connecticut. The COVID-19 infection rate among incarcerated folks in Connecticut is more than 5 times that of the statewide infection rate, and in incarcerated folks and our Black and Latinx communities are completely overrepresented, as we know. Blacks make up only 10% of Connecticut's population, but 41% of Connecticut's incarcerated population. Latinx folks make up only 13% of Connecticut's population, but 29% of Connecticut's incarcerated population. So they're being disproportionately impacted by these rates. And given how the pandemic and recent racial crises have illuminated the reality of the experiences of people of color oppressed in inequitable systems, which threaten their lives every day in so many capacities, the passing of this bill in Connecticut is urgently needed. Since 2020, bills similar to HB 6662 are being or have been passed already in states across the country, including Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, Missouri, Wisconsin, California, Maryland. Senator Warren on the federal level is also trying to raise this bill and pass something like this nationally. And the declaration of racism as a public health crisis in Connecticut is long overdue. And the establishment of this committee is a necessary step to combating the manifestations of this crisis rather than being complicit in the consequences. So I ask the committee to vote favorably on these important and necessary measures. And yes, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, have a nice weekend. Up next is Marlena Rodriguez.
Good evening. Thank you, esteemed members of the Committee on Appropriations. My name is Marlena Rodriguez, and I'm a graduate student at the University of Connecticut pursuing master's degrees in social work and public administration. I am submitting this testimony in support of Senate Bill 340, an act concerning funding for housing services. I work for two different nonprofit homeless service providers, one in New Haven and the other in New Britain. The current funding schemes for housing and homelessness services are flawed and dangerously inadequate. Homeless shelters are a part of the state's emergency crisis response system. Emergency housing staff persevere under some of the most demanding and challenging conditions. They are essential workers on the front lines, serving the most vulnerable members of our communities. Shelters save lives, and it's time that we pay shelter staff like the heroes that they are. I have been working in the realm of housing instability and homelessness for nearly 13 years now, and I can tell you that in my experience, in order to provide the best professional social work services that produce the best case management and client outcomes, agencies need a stable workforce. With the stagnant state funding that has not kept up with inflation and rising employment costs, case management positions often become revolving doors. With workers coming in and out of agencies, we are not setting up clients for the best possible results. Those experiencing homelessness need and deserve steady, stable support. And those providing the steady, stable support need and deserve a professional wage so they don't have to find work elsewhere to sustain themselves. To provide the best services to end homelessness, our state needs a law requiring state agencies to ensure that funding levels for homelessness and housing assistance programs reflect the true cost of these professional services. Connecticut needs an evidence-based process to set rates which reflect the optimal and sustainable costs of operating an emergency crisis response system to serve everyone who experiences a housing crisis. Agencies that provide these vital services should not have to rely on philanthropy in order to fill the income gaps caused by flawed state funding. These agencies are too busy providing basic human needs. Filling these funding gaps in the time of COVID is a horrendous burden on nonprofit service providers. I am sure I'm not the only one here that is fatigued from attending virtual auctions and Zoom galas. We cannot charity our way out of this. It is time for the state to prioritize adequate funding to homeless services organizations so that every employer is able to provide their staff with a safe working environment and a living wage. Creating a funding system that ensures livable wages and benefits would go a long way towards eliminating the racial and economic inequities that have been brought to light during this pandemic. Thank you for your time and consideration and allowing me to share my thoughts with you today.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, have a nice evening and a good weekend. And up next is Sarah Fox, followed by Laser Lanzon.
Good evening, Representative Walker, Senator Austin, and distinguished members of the committee. I will make this fast. You can see in my testimony the proposed provisions of Senate Bill 340, which I'm here today to support on the behalf of the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness. I have had countless conversations with homeless providers across the state for many years. I've been working in this field since 2011. But most recently, these conversations have shifted to the true inequities that they are facing and the plight they face as they work to provide essential services on the front line of our homelessness response. They are serving our community's most vulnerable. They are honestly providing what is close and near to medical care for those who are unhoused or who lack stable housing. And it is a vital, important role that they are playing. And yet, the people who staff the front lines, those who are predominantly women of color, are not paid the wages that they should be. This inequity is honestly a true blight to our state and our communities. We must begin to uphold our frontline workers and ensure that the providers also have the resources that they need to ensure professional development, growth within the field of homelessness response, to bring people out of poverty. I'm really saddened today to know that, every day, and I'm not speaking on script, but our essential workers are so close to falling into homelessness themselves. Many are less than a paycheck away from homelessness. I've been homeless, my family's been homeless, and the stress that creates and the fact that these individuals are going to such hard jobs every day and putting their family's life at risk, and this is their reality, is something that we must do better at. So I urge you to consider this review process and to really consider the impact that our financial state decisions are having on homeless service providers and the people that are most vulnerable across our state. And they're in every single one of the communities that you represent. And so please take the time, consider the content that I have provided in my testimony, and think about the inextricable way that homelessness is linked with healthcare and racism and the ways that we can do better as a state. So thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony. I truly appreciate the work that you do.
Well, thank you very much, Sarah. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, have a nice night. Thanks for sticking it out with us. Up next is Eliza Lanzot.
Thank you. Dear Chair Ostin, Chair Walker, and members of the Appropriation Committee, my name is Elazar Lanzot, testifying on behalf of New Haven Rising. I'm here in support of HB 6659, an act establishing a baby bond trust. For decades, there has been a significant divide in the financial, educational, employment, and life outcomes for the children of New Haven, the major determining factors being where they were born, their family's income, and their race. New Haven Rising has fought for years to eliminate the vast wealth gaps in our city and create a better, more equitable New Haven. For years, New Haven Rising, we are seeking to undo decades of segregated development. Redlining practices in the 1930s shape maps of poverty and segregation today. Although the practice has been outlawed, nearly all of New Haven's current low-income neighborhoods were marked as declining or hazardous by the redlining maps that were created over 80 years ago. These are the neighborhoods that have had the highest home foreclosure rates after the Great Recession and now have the highest COVID-19 rates. They are neighborhoods that have the shortest life expectancy, highest unemployment, the highest asthma rates. And in New Haven, people of color are more likely to live in redline neighborhoods. These are neighborhoods that have been prevented from accumulating wealth by redlining policies, and they lack wealth today. New Haven Rising is campaigning to change the maps by working to undo decades of segregated development. We have fought for high quality jobs for New Haven residents in low income neighborhoods who have been denied opportunities. This campaign has helped over 800 New Haven residents get permanent, high paying union jobs. We are also calling on Yale University and Yale New Haven Hospital to contribute their fair share to New Haven's municipal budget and help repair the systemic budget crisis New Haven faces year after year. These budget issues in this city disproportionately affect children and those in poor areas. Even with the progress we have made, we have a long way to go to undo segregated development. For example, Dixwell and Prospect Hill are neighborhoods in New Haven that share a border. Yet Dixwell was marked as hazardous by redlining maps, while Prospect Hill was marked as best. Now, a Black individual who grew up in Dixwell and is in their 30s has a median income of $24,000. Meanwhile, a white individual who grew up in Prospect Hill has a median income of $71,000, separated by just blocks, but nearly have 3 times the income. This bill will help such an unequal playing field. Even in good times, many families are unable to save up for things like starting a business, buying a house, paying for college, all of which would help close this gap. For decades, families have been cut out of opportunities and have been denied life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This proposed bill would be an important step towards ensuring that everyone enters adulthood with some wealth and some opportunity. It would be a step towards undoing a history of segregation and making good on the promise enshrined in our country's founding documents. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none. Our last public speaker is Ava Bermudez Zimmerman.
Hello, thank you for having me. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the committee. I'm here testifying on behalf of SEIU CSEA. SEIU CSEA has over 26,000 members throughout the state of Connecticut. We represent workers that are state employees, municipal employees, and also childcare providers, bus drivers. When it comes to House Bill 6659 and also House Bill 662, these are 2 bills that impact childcare providers, bus drivers, and most of our members that are of low income or have families in low income situations. In supporting House Bill 6659, an act concerning the establishment of Connecticut baby bonds, it's an opportunity to finally change the layout of how we give funding to these young children born in Husky programs. This would allocate $5,000 each for those children birthed into Husky programs, and these funds would be created an endowment for each child that would be used for education and invest in real estate, maybe businesses, maybe even go to college, all depending on how they want to use that funding, as long as they're still residing in the state of Connecticut. It's smart legislation, it's looking forward, it's giving opportunities to low-income families for the first time in a long time, and we implore you to consider that legislation. In regards to House Bill 662, an act declaring racism as a public health crisis, establishing a commission on racial equity in public health. We have to remember that right now in our state, racism is unfortunately part of our reality. We can't ignore that it does exist. I will give the rest of my time reading the testimony and using my other hat as a Politica board member that was written by Janae Woods Weber, our Politica chair. So I'm just going to read this briefly. My name is Janae Woods Weber. I live in West Hartford, Connecticut, and I submit testimony on behalf of Politica CT, whose mission is to build more progressive Connecticut through issues of advocacy. The board of directors have over 1,200 members throughout the state of Connecticut, and we support House Bill 662. Public health crisis was born not from the pandemic, but has been an ongoing crisis for centuries. And within the state of Connecticut and the rest of the United States, since the genocide of Native and Indigenous people and enslavement of African people for the economic and social benefit of white people, especially wealthy white men. The conditions of the pandemic have exacerbated the longstanding, deeply entrenched institutional and structural racial disparities impacting Black communities and other communities of color, especially Black women and women of color. White supremacy, systemic racism, and institutionalized racism are real and are present in every facet of our communities and government. Just to skip over, because I don't want to run out of time, she is requesting here amendments to this legislation. So I'm just going to read those and call it a day because I know I'm last. In many ways, Black and brown women bear the deepest burdens of health inequity due to racism, sometimes deadly outcome. For these reasons, we join with the Connecticut campaign to address racism and public health crisis and respectfully request that you alter and amend this bill, include a review and reform of the legislative process to improve public accessibility, mechanisms to determine the impact of proposed legislation on race, staffing to create timely and racial impact assessments on proposed policies, which will enable Connecticut General Assembly to evaluate the potential for policies to promote equity or have a disparate impact. While this bill might seem simple, it is profound, and we ask you please to support it, including these amendments. Thank you all for your time. I'm here for questioning if you need me.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Now
Thank you
we
all.
also have Mohit, if you want to start off the panel and introduce who you have with you. This is about the bill on the workforce strategies. We're going to try this again to try to figure out what we're talking about here. Kelly Blaris is here. We're going to confine our questions relative to the bill at hand, not people's qualifications or any of that. So go ahead, Mohit, you're up.
Thank you so much, Senator. Good evening, Senator Austin, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Mohit Agarwal. I am the Governor's Deputy Policy Director. With me today, I have Kelly Valyers, the Executive Director of the Office of Workforce Strategy, and Scott Gall, the state's Chief Data Officer. We also have Niall Demondo, Chief of Staff at the Office of Workforce Strategy, in case there are questions that he can respond to. Kelly, Scott, and myself have brief statements, and then we'll make ourselves available to answer any questions from the committee. Thank you for indulging us, allowing us to come back and providing you with this perspective. We are here to testify in support of Senate Bill 885, the Governor's General Government Implementer, and in particular on sections 11 to 54 of that bill, which concern workforce development. In this bill, the governor proposes to create the Office of Workforce Strategy. As it currently stands, there is no single agency in Connecticut responsible for workforce development policy as a whole. The governor proposes that the OWS fill this gap by coordinating and aligning the work of state agencies. We do not propose that OWS be a programmatic or regulatory agency, and we don't propose that it would replace or duplicate the work or programs of any existing state agency, regional workforce development board, community action agency, or others. The state has very strong education and training programs in place, and those programs will remain within and the responsibilities of their respective agencies. The OWS is perhaps most similar to the role played by the state's chief data officer, in that it is a supportive role that works directly with agencies to help them meet their goals. The governor's proposal to create the OWS would recreate an office that existed from roughly 2000 to 2011. That office was created in section 4-124W, which is section 11 of this bill, and which we are proposing to amend. We propose to give this office, the now OWS, a different and broader set of responsibilities, however, than what the old office had at the time. Indeed, the legislature itself realized that the state had some of these needs for additional responsibilities in the workforce when the legislature created the Workforce Training Authority in 2017. The governor proposes that the OWS, that the responsibilities of the OWS include those that the WTA would have had. This legislation is being proposed in order to create a world-class workforce development system here in the state. When we say that, there are at least three different things we mean. Number one is that we need to improve equity and outcomes for individuals when it comes to the workforce. When individuals can't meet their potentials, not only are those individuals being hurt, not only are their families being hurt, but the state and our economy are hurt as well. The nation loses trillions in GDP every year because individuals are unable to meet their potentials. We are leaving human capital and productive capital on the table. It is a moral and economic imperative that we improve equity and outcomes, and we are laser focused on doing that as part of the governor's workforce strategy. Second is we have to help businesses who continue to seek skilled workers. Skilled workers are the core of Connecticut's economic strength, and we need to make sure that businesses are working hand in hand with regional workforce development boards, with training providers and others, so that they have the skilled workers they need to continue to grow. Similarly, we can provide access and connections to these resources so that new businesses can come to Connecticut and also grow. Lastly, we need to respond to the current needs of the pandemic. We need to make sure that there are opportunities in place for the hundreds of thousands of individuals who have been displaced from work, many of whom will need new workforce opportunities, new workforce training opportunities in order to succeed in the economy. Lastly, and I know I'm up against time, the OWS and the GWC are still a work in progress. In developing the workforce strategy that the state adopted last October, the OWS and GWC attempted to consult broadly with stakeholders, but we know that there is more work to do and there are more communities to engage with. The state's workforce development strategy is a living document, and we are committed to ensuring that moving forward, the strategy does more in regards to engagement, in regards to equity, in regards to workers' empowerment, and other issues. With that, I would invite Kelly Valiers to make her statement and Scott Gall, and then we are open to any and all questions. Thank you so much.
Go ahead, Kelly.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate the opportunity to come back. Good evening, Senator Austin and Representative Walker and the rest of the distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Dr. Kelly Marie Valeries. I'm the Executive Director of the Office of Workforce Strategy and Vice Chair of the Governor's Workforce Council. I'm here to testify in strong favor of Sections 11 through 52 in Senate Bill 885 and Act implementing the Governor's budget recommendations for general government. A high-quality workforce development system should provide access to skills training and opportunities for career advancement for all individuals in the state. As the Governor's Workforce Council was developing the strategic plan, a concerted effort was made to ensure that high-quality jobs that pay family-sustaining wages, include benefits and retirement savings, and that have long-term career pathways that provide opportunities for advancement were accessible to all members of the workforce system. This includes Black and Brown communities, individuals with disabilities, formerly incarcerated individuals, and a wide variety of others. For too long, these populations have only had access to lower skill, lower wage, lower mobility jobs that perpetrated the system of poverty and inequity that we are experiencing day in and day out. The Office of Workforce Strategy has been focused on coordinating across state agencies, community organizations, educators, and businesses to develop teams and strategies that are committed to breaking down the barriers that these populations face when attempting to consistently participate in the workforce. In particular, the Office of Workforce Strategy is prioritizing the development of short-term training programs that are centered around providing opportunities, especially for those marginalized communities with jobs in growing industries with family-sustaining wages and high mobility career paths. A critical feature of these programs is to provide all participants with access to supportive services such as childcare, transportation, mental health services, and housing. Too often, we see individuals unable to participate in the workforce because they do not have access to these basic services. This combination of training for high-quality jobs that excite participants while equipping them with the robust supportive services resulted in 95% completion rate against programs we ran last fall with COVID funds. These outcomes consisted of 40% participants who were African American, 23% who were Hispanic, and 82% who were low income. In addition, we're in the process of organizing a workforce equity committee. This committee will be designed and led by leaders who work with and are part of the Black and Brown communities, reentry, veterans, opportunity youth, and disability community. The committee will also have members of the community we are serving, and we think it is critical that the individuals who are in this committee are able to define the objectives and goals, as we know that the direction of these strategies and programs need to be developed by the individuals on the ground. This committee will contribute to and be involved in the initiatives that are developed and to ensure that outcomes meet the needs of those disadvantaged groups. Our goal is to ensure that the committee develops programs focused on breaking down barriers that have long contributed to infrequent and inconsistent workforce participation among these individuals. For employers, a high-quality workforce system will meaningfully improve their ability to hire and retain skilled talent. For example, we're working with businesses on structural changes to their hiring practices to be more focused on skills rather than degrees. Too often, requirements prove restrictive in terms of not allowing qualified individuals an opportunity to participate in the workforce. A more just and equitable hiring and training system that focuses on skills will not only increase the overall talent pool for companies, but will help individuals enter the workforce faster and more efficiently. We are also working with companies to design pathway programs such as apprenticeships that ensure employees have defined learning opportunities and upward career mobility. Employers are also engaged in developing work-based learning programs to provide the quality experience students and job seekers need to be prepared for work. We have a deep commitment, engagement, and integration with businesses throughout all of the Workforce Council initiatives to ensure the plan is successfully implemented and that we are building a nation-leading workforce. This is evident by the number of written testimonies that was submitted by companies in advance of this public hearing. And in closing, by just mentioning how critical the Office of the Workforce Strategy is in ensuring that all of these initiatives and programs are implemented with efficiency and fidelity. Being the staff to the Governor's Workforce Office means the Office of Workforce Strategy is responsible for managing and progressing the 19 different initiatives laid out in the strategic plan. These strategies and programs require close collaboration and coordination of the perspectives and insights of state agencies, businesses, educators, community organizations, and a variety of other stakeholders. And the Office of Workforce Strategy existing within DECD, the Department of Economic and Community Development, for administrative purposes only is critical to ensure this happens. Not existing as an APO would require the OWS to have to go through administrative approval processes within agencies to ensure commissioner engagement and commitment towards the implementation and initiatives we are working on. We are in the middle of an unemployment crisis, and it is paramount that the Office of Workforce Strategy have the latitude to work with the legislative branch, the executive branch, business, workforce boards, and other stakeholders to ensure that structures and programs are in place that not only get people back to work quickly, but lay the foundation for a nation-leading workforce. Thank you.
I believe, Scott, you're next. Is that true, Maud? Scott, are you up? Who's up next?
I believe so. Yeah. Okay.
Scott, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairs Austin and Walker, Vice Chairs Hartley and Dathan, Ranking Members Minor, France, and the other distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for your patience with the long day and the opportunity for us to return. I'll try and be quite brief here. I want to echo the points that you just heard and highlight one section in the bill so that you're aware of one of the changes that we're pursuing in order to improve the state's ability to use data and the accessibility of data for outside stakeholders. So I think as you've heard earlier, workforce is an inherently cross-agency activity. And so I think as we just heard, you could be looking at veterans and outcomes for folks in the veteran system, or you'd be looking at people coming out of incarceration and the outcomes for them working through job and workforce training programs. All of those are questions that require linking data across state agencies. They're collected in different ways by different agencies. And so our ability as a state to draw insights for workforce relies critically on the ability to link data across agencies. And the state has a system which enables us to do that, called the P20WIN system. And what we were pursuing in Section 50 of the bill before you today are some changes to the purpose of that system that I think are fairly minor. We're really primarily focused on changing really one phrase about the purpose of that system. But I think the impact of it is significant because it will really open up the ability for that system to take on a much wider range of data requests, be able to provide a much wider range of data. And I think that's something that I believe members of this body and many of the outside stakeholders you've heard from today would welcome. So it's, I think, a fairly minor change to the wording. The language that's in there is, I think, overly restrictive. And so we're looking at having something that would match the vision of the agencies that are part of P20WIN now and would allow a wider range of data requests to go through. So we really, I think we need this change in order to fulfill that vision. But I did want to flag and highlight that Section 50, where we're making some changes to the purpose of the system that really supports the work of the Office of Workforce Strategy, the Governor's Workforce Council, but also really any effort to link data across state agencies. So thank you again for the time and the patience today. And if there's questions about that, I'm more than happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers, Moet? No?
Madam Chair.
We do have some questions. Representative Nolan, will limit the questions to 2 per person. Representative Nolan, you're up, and you are muted right now, sir. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I've talked to a few different reps, and the concern is there was some repetitive things that were going to be duplicated. There's some things that are going to be duplicated that were already being done. So instead of having you name 10 things that aren't going to be duplicated, could you send us some information in regards to at least 10 things that aren't going to be duplicated in other areas that are being done? And then along with that, some things that you think that are going to be duplicated with this same division that you're creating. And also, if you can send us a 5-year, how much for 5 years is this going to cost the state? And I'm just asking that information because I guess I want to match it up to where we could use other monies if things are going to be duplicated instead of moving forward with this. I think we need to really hash out reasons to support it. And I'll actually stop there, Madam Chair, because I think that's enough information for them to gather for us and send it. If you could send it to the administrator and she'll get it to the rest of us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I don't know if you want to answer any of that right now.
I'll comment very briefly, if that's okay with you, Madam Chair.
Yep.
Thank you for the questions, Representative Nolan. We are happy to pull these materials together, and through the administrator and the chair, we're happy to share with the committee. The proposal in front of you in Senate Bill 885 does not result in any duplication in state government. That is something the governor is anathema to. It is something that we've been very, very careful to not do. These are net new functions that we do not currently undertake in the state. And that really is the crux of why we need the Office of Workforce Strategy. There are things we are not doing that we should be doing as a state that will help our residents and that will help our businesses. And that's the crux of our message here today. In terms of a long-term cost estimate, we'll get that to you as well, just very briefly on that. Most of the costs here are programmatic. They are costs related to what are we doing in terms of providing direct services, direct training to individuals. Those are costs that are not part of the Office of Workforce Strategy. This is a 4-person office. It's an office that costs about $1 million, half PS, half OE, and is an office that will support other agencies in how they do that work. But our goal with the Office of Workforce Strategy is for it to remain small and nimble and to be a resource for other agencies to help them set up the best program that they can in the state. But we're very happy to get you more information on those questions.
Thank you very much. And did that give you some answers, Representative Nolan?
Yeah, it's hard to compare the items that he's going to send us with things that have been suggested that was happening in other areas. So I just, want to have those things to compare.
Yes, absolutely. We'll follow up. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank Mohit and also Kelly for spending some time with us this afternoon discussing your program in more detail, and I really appreciated that. One of the things that you talked about is programs that have worked in the state, and I know there are many workforce training programs that we have, like the Platform to Employment and the apprenticeship programs, and I would like to know if you see expanding those programs. I think we've been limited by resources and how much can we invest in those programs to even expand them beyond where we've been to deal with the unemployment situation as you stated it. And so I think that would be the first thing to maybe focus on. And if you have something to share with that now, or if you could provide us more information on that. And my second question is really a combination of a question and a comment. And I really appreciate your saying that this is a work in progress. And I think that that's a good attitude to have when you're creating something this big. And I feel very strongly that in all the presentations I've heard you talk about workforce empowerment and workforce or worker empowerment. And I don't know if we share the same understanding of what that means. And so for me, that's an area where, based on everything I've heard so far, there needs to be a lot more work, because I think if we really want to make this an innovative office and cutting edge and make Connecticut employment and workforce development different than other states and different than we've been in the past, then we have to really understand what does that mean. And, you know, I have a perspective based on 40 years of investing myself in workforce empowerment, worker empowerment. We did that in a particular way, very successfully, but I think still that's been very limited. And I'd like to have more conversation about how we value that and how we build on that experience and maybe include it in this office's perspective.
Thank you, Senator. A few brief comments, and then we will definitely follow with more information on, well, let me make a few brief comments and then we'll see what we need to follow up on. So to your first question on successful programs, the two you mentioned are certainly on that list, P2E and registered apprenticeships. You know, just to step back for a second, you know, there's a key question here, which is, what are those programs? What do we know works? And perhaps even more importantly, what do we know doesn't work? And what do we do as a state to help grow those programs that are working? How do we help improve programs that aren't working? And how do we make sure that individuals are making well-informed decisions to make sure that they themselves are going to programs that are best suited for their needs? And so that's, you know, that's a big chunk of the thinking that we're doing here on workforce. And a lot of it intersects with the data work that Scott mentioned, that you and I have discussed before. There's some data options that we have been that the governor has put forward in other legislation regarding workforce. And what we want to do is, over the next few years, really be able to identify what is working and to make sure there are resources put there, make sure there is intentionality, there's interest, there's information, people know what's working, and that people can go and get that training. So that is one big part of what we are thinking about. But then to your second question of resources, how do we grow the programs that are working? You know, and the conversation we're having now would have been very, very different 54 weeks ago, right? Because 54 weeks ago, we did not have a historic unemployment crisis. We had, if anything, a period of high employment, thankfully, but employment that was still inequitable and you know, employment that we still needed to think about and work on. But that was, you know, 54 weeks ago, we were in a place where we needed to figure out why businesses couldn't find workers. You know, why was it that, were they not paying enough? You know, were they not working directly with community college? Like there were a different set of problems 54 weeks ago. And today what we are doing is dealing with a crisis that we haven't seen in at least 12 years, if not, you know, 80. And what that means is that, you know, resources need to be made available. We're looking forward to the Build Back Better plan that President Biden and Vice President Harris will be pushing forward over the next few months, which we understand will include tens of billions for workforce development. As part of the American Rescue Plan, you know, the state and our municipalities have received significant resources, and the governor has tasked his team to review the role of workforce development in the use of those resources. And we'll be sharing more information on that with this committee, you know, come late April, when we submit our plans for those dollars. So in general, yes, we need more resources, and we definitely need them today because of the period in time we're in coming out of the pandemic. Regarding worker empowerment, you know, there's a lot there. There's a lot we have to talk about. It is a work in progress. And what do we do as a state, as policymakers, to make sure that workers are affirmed at work? So this is more than just, are you making good wages? Do you have health insurance? Right? Do you have access to a pension or some other kind of retirement plan? And those are just the basic building blocks of an empowered worker, of, you know, what we would call a good quality job. But there's so much more that goes into this. And you know, I think we are still thinking, we're still trying to actively think through what is it that empowers workers, and what can we do to make sure that we are supporting that. And you know, one really important bright line that I want to draw here is the separation between the work we are doing through the Office of Workforce Strategy and the really core mission of the Department of Labor, right? And as I mentioned in my comments earlier, we are not taking away the jobs, responsibilities, and roles of the Department of Labor. And so they are still the primary agency in enforcing worker laws, you know, on work hours, on wage theft, on OSHA, you know, worker safety. These are all issues that remain in the purview of the Department of Labor. And to the extent that the solution to the extent that the policy levers we look at for worker empowerment are regulatory in nature, that will inherently be something the Department of Labor runs with, that is in their remit. To the extent that we can think creatively about what is the workforce angle to worker empowerment. Can we help companies that empower their workers? Can we help them grow their workforce? Like that, of course, is a really good strategy. Can we help employers figure out how to treat their workforce better? That is important. But I think we're still thinking through like what is the role that the Office of Workforce Strategy can play in these conversations. But those are conversations that we need to have and we're willing to have.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just one more comment. I would hope that you would also, and this relates to the workforce development programs, there are a lot of very local programs around our state that are small, but very effective. And I would hate to see us develop a new approach that doesn't recognize the work they're doing and try and expand on it. Not just, the two that I mentioned, but I know in my community, there's an organization, Tabico, that really works on getting women back into the workforce. These programs have been very successful, but they're very small and limited in scope. And I would hope that you would look at that level of workforce development as well in your pulling together your programs going forward. But I think we still have a long way to go on having a mutual understanding or having the same view of what worker empowerment is. But I hope you'll be open to hearing more about that and maybe letting us influence your view a little. But thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to ask these questions tonight.
Thank you. Mo, do you have any wrap-up comments that you would like to make?
No. Thank you, Senator. Those are very, very important issues that we continue to engage on, and look forward to the future conversations we will have.
All righty then. Thank you very much for coming back. Wait a minute. Representative McCarty has a question.
I just really have a
last minute.
I didn't know there were, I thought there'd be a lot of questions, but I will get back to Mohit. I just wanted to recognize him that you do a tremendous amount of outreach. And I just wanted to recognize you for that. And I'm looking forward to talking to you a little bit more about the interagency coordination and somewhat along the same lines as Senator Kushner, to just really make sure that the individual agencies and the departments, that their voices are continued to be heard and that they're not being silenced by, I don't want to use the word aggression, but I know it's a very wonderful program, but I want to make sure that the agencies are still heard correctly. And then I have a few questions for you, but I will reach back to you at another time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And that actually reminds me of something I had wanted to say to Senator Kushner, which is, any resources made available to the Office of Workforce Strategy to help subsidize new workforce training. Those will be programs that are run through existing organizations. The Office of Workforce Strategy, which is an APO in the legislation to the Department of Economic and Community Development, will not run programs. And so, our role here is to affirm the work that existing institutions and organizations do in workforce, and most definitely local organizations, and there are very, very strong workforce training providers out there. A lot of our labor unions do a lot of good work on workforce training, and we want to make sure that programs that meet the needs that we've identified get funding and get subsidized, and students go in there, and that includes the broad remit of the workforce training providers who are out there.
Representative McCarty, are you all done?
Yes, I'm very fine. Thank you for recognizing me. Thanks.
And would send those questions that you have, Representative, to Susan Keynes so that we can all get the answers to them. Representative Hayes.
Thank you, Senator Austin. I'm actually just teasing by raising my hand. I just wanted to thank everybody for putting up with a very long day. Thank you, Senator Austin. You've been here the vast majority of the day, and I appreciate that. I have noticed that, and it's a Friday evening, and it's been a long day, and I just want to say thank you to everybody that has been here today. I hope everybody has a great weekend.
I think that we were on a chamber meeting at 7:30, 8 o'clock this morning. So are there any other questions from Mohit or any of the other Kelly or Scott or anybody else from the Workforce Strategies Group? Seeing none, you're all set, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
And thank you very much for coming back. Madam Administrator?
I'm awake, I promise.
Okay. What is our next thing in appropriations?
We don't have anything for a while, actually, Madam Chair.
Okay, very
not,
good.
Yeah, into April, but
okay.
We have a hearing on the deficiency bill. The one firm date I have is April 15th. We will be having a public hearing on the deficiency bill, but other than that, I have nothing firmly planned.
Thank you very much, Madam Administrator, and to you and your team. Thank you for guiding us through all of the public hearings that we have had. Very much appreciated. This would be our last public hearing. There will be other pieces of legislation that we will be reviewing that have been sent to the committee. In addition to that, we have this thing called the budget that we should hopefully get out in the next couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks, to finish that up. So that'll keep us all fairly busy as we continue to move through that. Senator Minor, do you have any last and closing comments?
First of all, I do share Representative Hayes's comments. It's been a long day, and it's been a broad subject matter that's been discussed today. A lot of ideas have been shared with us, and when we talked about putting this list together, I'm not sure any of us thought we were going to have this level of participation. So I do think that that is wonderful. The last presenters, as I recall, were the first presenters, and even the fact that we were willing, all able and willing to come back and kind of revisit that issue, I think was helpful. I suspect that the Unemployment Trust Fund is going to be weighing very heavily on the minds of most business people. I expect increased taxes and business costs will be weighing very heavily on the minds of business people. And so I hope as we move ahead, we try and figure out how all of these ideas blend together and not have a repeat of about 12 years ago, where it took us about 8 years to get out of a very difficult situation. Every day I am convinced more and more that the economy is going to explode once we take the lid off it. I think we've got some bumps in the road in terms of COVID between now and then, but I do thank you for the way you ran the meeting. Same thing with Chairman Walker, and look forward to some continued dialogue, not only on this, but also on the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. Is Representative France on? Or Representative Walker? I know they both had other commitments tonight, and so I just want to thank you all, and let's have a nice weekend, because we've got 2 or 3 weeks of really substantive and what I perceive as heartbreaking talks as we talk through a budget process. I remind people that we have a lot of work to do with that. So again, I see both of them are listening, but maybe they just don't want to talk to us anymore tonight. I don't blame them. So I wish you all a good night, and nice.
Senator Austin, can I just wish everyone, those who celebrate, who are watching, a happy Passover this weekend?
Yes, certainly. Thank you very much, Senator. So I see you all next week, and probably talk to half of you over the weekend. Thank you very much.
Good night. Thank you, Senator.
Good night.